Chapter 196. In this way he could no longer rely on Lone Moon. After the meeting, Shuizhenyong asked Tanlang to go with him to the greenhouse to find Madame Wang and discuss how to track them down together. It was said that every profession had its own specialization. At this point Chu Wanning could not help, so he could finally relax for a while. In the evening he stood by the pontoon bridge of the Red Lotus Pavilion, watching the fish. There was a knock on the door. Chu Wanning said, "Come in." The moonlight illuminated the youth's face. It was Nangong Si. "Grandmaster called for me?" Chu Wanning said, "I heard that you and Yi Wangxi will be leaving the Peak of Life and Death the day after tomorrow. Where do you plan to go?" Nangong Si lowered his eyelashes. "We plan to go to Jiao Mountain." Jiao Mountain was a stronghold of the Confucian Wind sect outside of Lini. It was an extremely important place for the Confucian Wind sect. According to legend, the first sect master of the Confucian Wind sect had once made a pact with a Jiao dragon. After the Jiao dragon died, its bones turned into a mountain. Since then, all the heroes of the Confucian Wind sect had been buried there. This mountain guarded the heroic spirits of the Confucian Wind sect. If there were any intruders or reckless people, they would be executed on the mountain, dying without a complete corpse. Every year, the sect master of the Confucian Wind sect would go there to offer sacrifices. Thus, to put it bluntly, Jiao Mountain was the Confucian Wind sect's ancestral shrine. "My father." Nangong Si's eyes seemed to darken for a moment. Then he said, "My father told me that the ancestral shrine on Jiao Mountain contains the treasures left behind by the previous sect masters in case the later generations needed them. I think that now is the time to take them out." He did not hold back or guard against Chu Wanning, so he naturally told him the location of the treasure. Unlike Xue Meng and the others, he was not as close to Chu Wanning, but they were always connected in countless ways. It was just that, due to a combination of circumstances, he did not become Chu Wanning's disciple in the end. Sometimes, Nangong Si would think that if his mother had not passed away back then, and if the cruel matter of exchanging one's wife for a weapon had not happened at Jincheng Pond, then the current him would he have called Chu Wanning master? Chu Wanning said, "The Jiao Mountain road is very long, and I heard that as a sign of respect, one must abstain from eating and drinking for 10 days. Only then can one enter the mountain smoothly, otherwise one will be rejected by the Jiao spirit outside the mountain. Since we're going, why don't we complete our fast at the Peak of Life and Death before leaving?" Nangong Si shook his head. Nowadays, everyone in the upper cultivation world harbors hatred for Yi Wangxi and me. They wish they could get rid of us as soon as possible. We've been here for a long time. If others find out, we'll only implicate sect leader Xue. Let's not stay. What nonsense are you spouting? Fasting for 10 days is very dangerous. If you go outside, what if your enemies find you? Chu Wanning said, "Besides, sect leader Xue is kind-hearted and won't let the two of you leave just like that. Listen to me, don't go first." Nangong Si had been holding on tiredly for days. Now that he heard Chu Wanning say this, he couldn't help but feel bitter and sour in his heart. He was about to cry. He suddenly lowered his head and said, "Nangong Si will not dare to forget Grandmaster's great kindness. It's just a few days, there's no need to talk about kindness." Chu Wanning said, "Also, there's actually another reason why I called you here. Please speak, Grandmaster. Previously, I heard Su Shuanglin say that the spirit core in your body is overbearing, and that it's very easy for you to go berserk. You can ask Madame Wang to take a look at this illness." Nangong Si stared blankly for a moment, then smiled bitterly. This has been a problem of the Nangong family for generations. Before this, father had already asked Lonman's cold-scale divine hand to take a look at me. He said that there was no way to suppress it, and that it could only be allowed to develop. Even the best divine hand in the world couldn't treat it, so how could Madame Wang have a good idea? It's not that cold-scale divine hand can't treat it, but rather that he doesn't want to, Chu Wanning said. There are too many benefits to be gained from the grudges between the sections. It's normal for him to hold back. As for Madame Wang, she has a deep understanding of how to suppress the spirit core. Perhaps she can help you. Nangong Si didn't understand. Why would she want to study this? It's just a coincidence. Don't ask too many questions. Go. After Nangong Si thanked him again and again, he left the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chu Wanning looked in the direction he left and couldn't help but sigh. He thought, Nangongsi used to be such a high-spirited person. He was arrogant, proud, and loved to laugh when he was in a good mood. When he laughed, his eyes sparkled like the light of the morning sun. He didn't know when he would see him again. Just as he was about to return to his room, there was a sudden knock on the door of the pavilion. Chu Wanning thought that Nangongsi had returned because he had something to do, so he said, "Come in." The door opened, but the person outside wasn't Nangongsi but Mo Ran. He was holding a wooden basin. He seemed a bit hesitant, as if he didn't want to appear too impulsive. He coughed lightly and said, "Shizun." Chu Wanning was slightly surprised. "Is something the matter?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to take a bath together." Chu Wanning was a bit choked. His eyes widened and after a while, he coughed lightly and asked, "Where are we going?" Mo Ran hesitated for a moment, then said, "The Pool of Fine Sound." The Pool of Fine Sound had 9 bends and 18 bends. It was difficult to distinguish one's 5 fingers. If they found a hidden place, no matter what they did, it wouldn't be easy to be discovered. He didn't expect that Mo Ran would actually invite him to take a bath there. Chu Wanning was almost a bit scared. He thought that this person was really shameless. The shameless Mo Ran said, "Xue Meng just came back from taking a bath. He said that there isn't anyone in the Pool of Fine Sound." As he spoke, his face became a bit red. He felt that his expression was too naked, so he said, "It's too cold. I think that if Shizun bathes in the pavilion, he might catch a cold." Of course, it was impossible for him to catch a cold. If Chu Wanning wanted to, he could open a barrier to warm up the surroundings. Mo Ran definitely knew this. He knew, but he still invited Chu Wanning to take a bath at the Pool of Fine Sound. This was clearly Sima Zhao's intention. He actually dared to say that he was afraid that he would catch a cold. He was too shameless. The shameless Mo Ran looked at him with his dark eyes. "Shizun, are you going?" Chu Wanning knew that if he nodded right now, he would clearly tell Mo Ran that he knew of his wolf's ambition, but he was willing to fall into his mouth. Fall into his mouth. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that night in the inn. Mo Ran didn't hesitate to lay down, giving him a pleasure that he had never felt before. That pair of eyes were gentle and passionate, misty with the mist of love and desire. When he looked at her, her heart softened and melted. "Stay with me." "Oh, are you 5 years old?" That person with bad intentions smiled and said with a gentle voice, "Yes, it's getting dark. I'm scared of ghosts. I need Brother Wanting to carry me. Only then will I dare to walk at night." Bah, so shameless. But Chu Wanning still went. The disciples at the peak of life and death were mostly bathing after night cultivation. At this time there really weren't many people at the Pool of Fine Sound. Mo Ran lifted the soft muslin curtain. His bare feet stepped on the rainflower stone path. In the vast expanse of steam, he turned his head and smiled at Chu Wanning. He pointed into the distance and then walked over first. Chu Wanning sneered in his heart. "Aren't you scared of ghosts? How come you're walking faster than me?" The Pool of Fine Sound was divided into 2 large pools, the Lotus Pool and the Plum Pool. Immortal herbs were planted there, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Most disciples liked to bathe in these 2 pools. However, there were also some nameless pools. Those places were very common. Other than when the bathhouse was too crowded and there was no place to go, generally no one was willing to bathe there. Elder Yu Heng's face was cold and ascetic. He walked alone on the small path. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a few blurry figures in the large hot spring pool. However, he couldn't see their facial features. He could only hear the voices of the disciples. They were all chatting and gossiping. When he got closer to the plum pool, the fog was even thicker. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. Suddenly, a large hand reached over and hugged him from behind. Chu Wanning's back was pressed against Mo Ran's hot and firm chest. Perhaps it was because they were too close and he was wearing too little, but he could clearly feel the man's accumulated desire. Chu Wanning was shocked. He said, "What are you doing? Don't mess around." Mo Ran leaned close to his ear and said with a smile, "Brother Wanning, don't walk anymore. There's a ghost in front." Chu Wanning hesitated between "ghost your head" and "brother your head." In the end, he scolded in a low voice, "Let go." Mo Ran didn't let go. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "It's so hard to let go. I can't do it." "Are you sick?" "Yes, I'm really sick." Mo Ran said in a low voice. "Look at me if you don't believe me." Chu Wanning was resolute and decisive. Although his ears were red, he said, "I won't look." Mo Ran smiled. His voice was a bit hoarse. "That's fine. I'll do as you say." However, this man's words were pleasant to hear. His hands were completely different. His rough fingertips rubbed Chu Wanning's throat and slowly slid up. Then he pinched his chin. "Don't mess around." In the fog, he couldn't see, but his other senses were clearer than usual. Chu Wanning felt Mo Ran's face lower. His hot breath was buried in his neck. He couldn't help but tremble. "Brother Wanning, why are you trembling? Are you afraid of ghosts too?" "Don't call me that." Mo Ran smiled gently. He hugged him from behind and kissed his neck. He said respectfully, "I'll listen to you. I won't call you that." Then, "Shizun, let this disciple help you bathe and change clothes, okay?" It seemed to be worse. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. The steam from the hot spring burned his body and mind. He felt very embarrassed for no reason. He even felt a bit humiliated. The corners of his eyes turned red. He suddenly said, "I won't bathe. I'm leaving." Mo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned, but he also felt that this person's retreating appearance was really cute and funny. He asked, "Shizun is like this now. Can you leave? What if you're seen by someone?" Chu Wanning said with a sullen face, "If you're seen by someone, then so be it. Being bitten by a dog is better than messing around with you." "Bitten by a dog? Oh, what's wrong?" Mo Ran smiled. Because of the burning desire, his eyes were dark and not as gentle as usual. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth and leaned close to Chu Wanning's ear. Chu Wanning originally thought that he was going to say some random vulgar words. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard the man softly and dangerously whisper in his ear, "Oh, ow, oh, what do you mean? You don't know how to imitate it." Mo Ran was genuinely a little distressed. "I used to have a puppy with blue eyes and 3 fires. That's what it called." Chu Wanning was speechless. "I've never heard of it. What's more, why are you imitating a dog for no reason?" Mo Ran smiled again. "What do you think?" Chu Wanning didn't react. Mo Ran kissed the back of his ear and licked his neck while saying in a low voice, "I've already called it." It was Shizun who said that he'd rather be bitten by a dog. Chu Wanning froze for a moment. Her blood boiled with a bang. But that person still added, "Can I bite you now, Shizun?" Without waiting for him to answer, a heavy and hurried kiss pressed down on him. Mo Ran originally wanted to stop with a light taste, but he didn't expect that this was drinking poison to quench his thirst. Chu Wanning was his poison, which could destroy his reason and evoke his burning desire. A light taste turned into a desire to continue, and a desire to continue turned into an inability to stop. The inability to stop turned into a breath that gradually heated up. When their lips parted, Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes were somewhat out of focus, but he didn't forget the proper business. "I came here to take a bath." "Take a bath first." Mo Ran softly responded. It was a little like a and a little like a It was a very sexy and hoarse voice. Hearing it at such a close distance, Chu Wanning was still trying to hold on, but he knew that his spine felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and his eyes were burning hot. His wrist fell into Mo Ran's palm, and that person took him into the hot pool. The sound of the waterfall hid their rapid breathing. Chu Wanning still couldn't take it. When Mo Ran hugged him and was about to kiss him again, he raised his hand with difficulty and stopped, whispering, "Is there really no one?" "No, I've seen it all." Mo Ran's voice was boiling hot and slow, hotter than the hot spring water that wrapped around his legs, burning his stomach even more. "Shizun, feel me. Am I really sick? Why is it so hot? So hard?" Chu Wanning's face flushed red. It was really embarrassing. However, his hand was held by Mo Ran, and he couldn't break free. The ferocious tentacles made his head explode, and he was almost numb. He wanted to withdraw, but Mo Ran's strength was too strong. His palm hurt as if it was going to shatter in his palm. The young man's breathing was so rapid, so hot that it was almost cute. The smoke around them was so thick that nothing could be seen clearly. Only that pair of handsome face was clear. His dark eyes were moist because of lust, but also burning because of lust. Mo Ran's Adam's apple moved. He stared at Chu Wanning's face and whispered, "Shizun, help me." Then once again he kissed Chu Wanning's slightly opened lips. Lust was like a flame that was poured with boiling oil, and water couldn't extinguish it. The heat waves surged and 10,000 trees turned to ashes. Under the kiss, their lips and tongues intertwined. Their tongues drilled in to absorb each other's breath, but it was like scratching an itch through a boot. They only felt that it wasn't enough and wanted more. Mo Ran brought Chu Wanning to the depths of the hot spring. The spring water was up to his waist. He pressed Chu Wanning against the slippery rock wall, and while passionately kissed him, he tore off the thin bathrobe on Chu Wanning's body. He didn't take it off because he was in too much of a hurry to get into the water. The rapid water splashed on the rock, creating a curtain of rain. Their ears were filled with the sound of the waterfall, and they couldn't hear anything. Chu Wanning was pressed against the rock wall and kissed. His clothes were pulled down to his elbows, and he was tied behind his back. Don't. But the shame and stimulation of being tied up made him even more sensitive. He gasped for breath under Mo Ran's comfort. Suddenly, the light red color on his chest was licked by Zhu's rough tongue. He knitted his eyebrows, and his usually solemn face gradually became confused because of lust. His expression of struggling between indulgence and rationality was so sexy that it could drive people crazy. Gently, his throat was hoarse. Chu Wanning couldn't help but raise his head. His phoenix eyes were slightly closed, and he couldn't bear it anymore. The mist dissipated, covering everything. Chu Wanning was flipped over. He could feel Mo Ran's thick legs pressing against his own. His face was pressed against the cool rock wall, which made the heat below even more astonishing. He slightly closed his phoenix eyes. He never thought that he would one day be lustful to this extent with his disciple, doing such an erotic thing in the wonderful sound pool, where people could come at any time. Shame, bewilderment, desire, and excitement caused his gaze to become unfocused. Suddenly, a thick, hot, and lively thing pressed between his legs, rubbing between his buttocks. He didn't expect it and couldn't help but gasp, The man behind him paused, and then seemed to be stimulated by his heavy breathing. His large hand wrapped around his waist, and he forcefully pushed against him underwater. Although he didn't go in and only moved between his legs, Mo Ran was extremely aroused. The person below him was Chu Wanning, and this was the most powerful aphrodisiac for him. He laid on top of him, and from the surface of the water, it seemed like he was only stirring up a splash. But under the hot spring his penis was thick and long, and it rubbed hard against the inner wall of Chu Wanning's thighs. Several times it rubbed against that secret place of warmth. His head was dizzy, and he almost wanted to lift Chu Wanning's thighs without a care in the world. He wanted to go in and fuck her, and let that place that he had entered and exited so many times in his previous life swallow and suck him. He wanted to hug Chu Wanning and completely possess her. He wanted her legs to wrap around his waist, and he wanted to fuck her until she cried. Wanning. His throat was moist and hoarse, and it was full of sparks. Mo Ran's eyes were dark, and the sound of the water ripples was very similar to the rhythm of copulation in his previous life. The warmth of the hot spring combined with the touch between Chu Wanning's thighs made him realize that he was about to lose his mind. He gasped, and before he could do something even crazier, he suddenly turned Chu Wanning over. Their chests were pressed tightly against each other's chest, and the waterfall confused their eyes. The hot water splashed on their dazed faces. Mo Ran kissed him fiercely, and in a hurry he kissed his chin. But soon, he hungrily held his lips with a somewhat violent force. His other hand reached down and grabbed Chu Wanning's desire, which had also swelled to the point of pain, and pressed it against his penis. Chu Wanning didn't think that he could do this. This kind of direct friction between desire made him close his eyes, raise his neck, and lightly moan Mo Ran. He only had time to vaguely call out his name, and the rest of his voice was sealed between Mo Ran's lips and teeth. Mo Ran hurriedly stroked his and Chu Wanning's desires, rubbing them together, stimulating them. He tightly hugged his Shizun, and felt Chu Wanning slightly tremble in his arms. His trembling made him feel pity, adoration, and made him crazy and infatuated. When the kiss ended, his lips and teeth were wet and sticky. Chu Wanning subconsciously opened his eyes in this beastly passion, and lowered his head to look at the place where the two of them were rubbing against each other. With just one look, his scalp went numb. It was the first time he saw Emo Rant's penis so clearly. It was really a blade of flesh and blood, thick and full and menacing. At this time, because of the passion, that thing was angry, and the tendons were clearly defined. The head of the stem was wet and sticky, and in the rhythm, it rubbed against Chu Wanning's abdomen. Chu Wanning suddenly closed his eyes. His entire body was trembling, and his mind was in chaos. How could it be so big? How could it go in? He probably couldn't even hold it in his mouth and would vomit. How could it be like this? He was extremely ashamed, and the corners of his eyes were burning. If such a thing went in, would he die? So those dreams he had before were indeed some unrealistic illusions. Chu Wanning's cheeks were burning red. If he thought about it, how could it be possible? How could he kneel on the bed and endure such an intense invasion? How could he accept such a penis, and even shamelessly gasp and moan, like a beast in heat begging for more and more intense sex? How could he feel comfortable? How could he be penetrated and ejected? How could it be possible? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was inconceivable. He felt extremely humiliated and wronged. He even felt a sense of self-contempt, but fortunately, Emo Rant didn't give him too much time to think about it. Emo Rant's big hand held himself, and also Chu Wanning, and skillfully played with him. The desire gradually increased, and the veins on his neck protruded and trembled because of the pleasure. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore, and almost let out a sound. "Don't shout, the fog here is thick. I can't see people, but I can hear you." As he said this, Emo Rant's other hand covered Chu Wanning's mouth and nose. He covered so tightly that in the warm fog, Chu Wanning almost gave birth to a kind of suffocating, terrifying boiling. His hands were still tied behind his back by his own clothes, and his voice was also muffled. The feeling of being bound and forcibly taken was so painful and exciting. Woo! He was bullied so badly that the corners of his eyes couldn't help but shed physiological tears. He was like a red-crowned crane on the verge of death, slightly leaning back, exposing his fragile neck, and constantly shaking his head. No, he really couldn't. Emo Rant didn't let go, but instead leaned over and nibbled on his Adam's apple. Then he faintly raised his eyes, looking at Chu Wanning's painful appearance, looking at him frowning as if he was about to die. "Shizun," he murmured, and couldn't hold it in anymore. He removed the hand that was covering Chu Wanning, and fiercely kissed him. The sound of water surged, and the waterfall flowed rapidly. Chu Wanning was kissed by Emo Rant until he couldn't breathe anymore. His lips were slightly swollen, and he gasped for breath, his eyes unfocused. Emo Rant hugged him, burying his head in his neck. The desire and panting in the secret hot spring lasted for a long time, and when it was finally about to be extinguished, the two were completely soaked. Hot sweat and hot spring, they were like wild beasts, madly entangling each other, only hating that they couldn't be tighter and denser, that they couldn't completely knead into each other's flesh. "No. I really don't want." Chu Wanning was almost struggling, the needle-like pleasure made him tremble. "Don't do it anymore, I don't want to do it." Hearing Chu Wanning's low murmur, Emo Rant's eyes grew darker. He kissed his cheeks and said in a low voice, "Darling, wait a little longer together with me." His hands moved faster and faster, and his crotch even unconsciously moved against each other. Gradually, the two people had no other thoughts, only the people in front of them, desire and love. Ah! When they were releasing, it was too comfortable. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation of having an affair at the wonderful sound pool, but it became more and more intense. Chu Wanning couldn't hold it in anymore, and when he ejaculated, he gasped hoarsely, even forgetting to lower his voice. The two men were sighing, rough and affectionate, dirty and pure. In their eyes there was only each other's face when they were at climax, only each other's face. They kissed again, lingering, moist and lingering. "You ejaculated a lot?" Emo Rant murmured, his voice muddy. His hands were full of the two's love fluid. His eyes darkened, and he moved closer, intimately wiping it on Chu Wanning's abdomen, following the tight and well-proportioned abs, all the way up to his chest. Chu Wanning had been trembling in Emo Rant's arms, trembling because of the pleasure and stimulation, which he couldn't control. Mo Ran hugged him, stroked him, and whispered in his ear, "Isn't it very comfortable? Next time, if you're ready." Mo Ran kissed him, their sweaty skin sticking together. "Let's do it for real, okay?" Although he was already prepared, when he heard these words coming from his mouth, in addition to the terrifying anger he saw with his own eyes, Chu Wanning couldn't help but feel his back go numb, and his whole body tensed up. Mo Ran felt his small muscle movements, and kissed him even more gently. "I won't let you feel pain, I'll let you feel good." The passion hadn't subsided yet, and they rubbed their ears in the depths of the waterfall. Mo Ran's voice was full of love and lust, and he said in a low voice, "I'll let you like it, really? When we go in, maybe a little, but I'll control it." Chu Wanning only felt ashamed and wanted to run away, but his legs were soft and numb. "Don't say any more." Mo Ran probably understood that he wasn't really disgusted, but he didn't listen to him, and his moist lips were still touching his earlobes, extremely seductive. "I'll do it well. Shizun, if you're afraid of pain, use some medicine, I'll go buy it. Believe me, once you get used to it, you'll feel very comfortable. I've seen how you were F***ket until you lost your soul in your previous life. But at that time it was because of hatred, because of punishment. In this life I only want you to hold me, to be one with your body, never to be separated again. I want you to like me, I want you to feel comfortable, I want you to not forget me." He kissed him, and his eyes were like fire stirred up by wet firewood. These words were said mischievously yet gently, shamefully yet sincerely, lingering yet fierce. The first half of the sentence was respectful, but the second half was unqualified. "My good Shizun, can you let me F***ck you?" Chapter 197. Because of what Mo Ran said yesterday, Chu Wanning felt extremely ashamed. After leaving the wondrous sound pond, he didn't want to talk to Mo Ran anymore, so he left without looking back. People need face, trees need bark. He was very angry. How could Mo Ran have the face to say such shameful words? Did Mo Ran think that he would agree? This kind of thing should be done, why ask him? The next day, the classics and history elder fell ill. So Shuizhengyong let Chu Wanning be in charge of supervising the recitation of the students. Classics and history was a big class, so there were many students. He couldn't manage all of them by himself, so he let Mo Ran and the others help patrol and answer questions. Among the four of them, Shimei and Mo Ran were the busiest. The reason was very simple. Shimei was gentle and handsome, while Mo Ran was kind and heroic. Both of them were very popular with the junior brothers and sisters, especially Shimei. He had long legs, a narrow waist, and picturesque features. He didn't have the immaturity of youth, and was a completely elegant and handsome man. He had a good temper and a pleasant voice, so it was easy for both men and women to have a good impression of him. As for Mo Ran, he was trapped in the group of female disciples and couldn't get out. "Senior brother Mo. I don't understand this sentence, can you help me take a look?" "Senior brother Mo. I don't really understand the difference between these two incantations. Can senior brother teach me?" "Senior brother Mo." After Mo Ran finished explaining to the ninth smiling junior sister why the myriad waves incantation had to be exactly the same as the incantation drawn by the creator in order to be effective, Chu Wanning finally couldn't take it anymore. He frowned and coldly glanced at Mo Ran from a few rows of disciples. Mo Ran had been ignored since yesterday, so he felt a bit wronged. He was used to being rough in his previous life, so in this life he cherished it even more. Therefore, every step he took, he wanted to see if Chu Wanning was happy. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Could it be that he shouldn't have asked that question? Or perhaps he had addressed her incorrectly. He shouldn't have asked, "My dear master, can I go in next time?" Instead, he should have asked, "My dear darling, can I go in next time?" After being treated coldly for no reason the entire day, Mo Ran suddenly felt Chu Wanning's gaze. Even though Chu Wanning was glaring at him fiercely, Mo Ran was still like a little cabbage that had been watered with water. He immediately became spirited and smiled brightly at Chu Wanning. This person didn't understand where all these women came from, and why they had so many questions. Did they not understand? If they really didn't understand, why didn't they ask Chu Wanning when the creator of the myriad waves incantation was standing right here? Why did they take a roundabout way to call senior brother Mo? Chu Wanning was displeased, but he didn't say anything. He only looked coldly and silently at Mo Ran. As he stared, Mo Ran felt that something was wrong. Coincidentally, there was a 10th junior sister waving at him eagerly. Senior brother Mo, sorry, I have something to do. Mo Ran smiled and pointed at Xue Meng. Ask your senior brother Xue. After he finished speaking, he walked over to Chu Wanning, leaving behind the junior sister with the hair tied into a bun. She had a disappointed expression on her face. She bit the end of her pen and let out a long sigh. Master, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Chu Wanning pursed his lips. He didn't say it directly. After a moment of silence he said, I'm a bit tired. Let Xue Meng patrol that circle. You help watch this area. Mo Ran didn't doubt him. He nodded and dutifully followed Chu Wanning around the area. It was strange. As he walked next to Chu Wanning, he suddenly felt that the number of people asking questions had suddenly decreased. Could it be that the disciples in this area were smarter than those in that area? Chu Wanning's mood improved a bit when he didn't hear the annoying senior brother Mo, or the even more annoying senior brother Mo. However, his face was still expressionless as he paced back and forth among the junior disciples who were reciting the scriptures. As he walked, he suddenly heard a conversation between two junior disciples. Senior brother, let me tell you, there's a fox spirit in the wonderful sound pool. Ah, what do you mean? Yesterday, after I finished bathing at the plum blossom pool, I was preparing to go back. Then I heard faint, that kind of movement in the distance. The senior brother seemed very surprised. He opened his mouth for a moment and hesitated. Could it be that some pair of fellow disciples are daring? Who would be so daring? That's impossible. It's fine if this kind of thing is done in private. If it was seen by Elder Yu Heng or Elder Tanlang at the wonderful sound pool, their legs would be broken. It definitely can't be a disciple of the sect. That's true. It's definitely the fox spirit taking yang to nourish her yin. Tonight I'll call a few of my fellow disciples to go take a look and see if we can catch that little fox. That would count as making a contribution. We can't just let her go seduce our fellow disciples, right? That's true. But did you see who the fellow disciple she seduced yesterday was? The fog at the wonderful sound pool is so thick. You have to walk right under their eyes to see their facial features. I don't want to go. I'm still a child. What if that fox spirit takes a fancy to me and drags me into dual cultivation with her? The junior disciple muttered. Suddenly, he saw that his senior brother's expression wasn't quite right. He stretched out his hand and waved it. What's wrong? Why do you have this expression? The junior disciple finally felt a chill on his back. He faintly turned his head and saw Elder Yu Heng standing behind him with an unfathomable expression and an extremely cold aura. He was so frightened that he let out an ayah and hurriedly said, Elder, please forgive me. Recite scriptures, then recite scriptures. What are you talking about? Dual cultivation. Chu Wanning's face was gloomy. You're dreaming. Study properly. If you talk nonsense again, I'll punish you. Finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Mo Ran also heard this conversation. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. His gaze followed Chu Wanning's back. He thought to himself, how could this serious person like me? How could he be willing to be with me? His chest was filled with warmth and bitterness, a mixture of bitterness and sweetness. After class in the Green Book Hall, he couldn't help but hug Chu Wanning, who was tidying up the books. He held him in his arms and dotingly kissed him. Chu Wanning was angry. He took a bamboo scroll and hit him on the head. As he hit him, he said, It's all because of your good idea. The wonderful sound pool. This is great. What have I become? Mo Ran held back his laughter. The tip of his nose rubbed against his ear. His voice was low and gentle. He asked knowingly, What have you become, Shizun? Chu Wanning didn't think that he would be so shameless. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. You! His dimples were about to turn into honey. Mo Ran kissed him again and laughed. Those shitty are really ridiculous. Fox spirit? Pick that picking yang to nourishing? If you say that again, I'll kill you. Chu Wanning almost stuffed the bamboo scroll into his mouth. Mo Ran laughed. Oh, can I choose how to die? Being picked to death by the fox spirit of the wonderful sound pool is also a very good thing. Mo Weiyu. From then on, Chu Wanning was no longer willing to bathe in the wonderful sound pool with Mo Ran. A few days later, Madame Wang called Mo Ran to the table. She pulled him and asked him something. Ran when you were wandering outside a few years ago, did you see a strange girl in the Snow Valley? What girl? What do you mean by strange? She should be very white. Her face didn't have much color. She liked to wear red clothes and always carried a basket in her arms. She would talk to passers-by in the Snow Valley. Mo Ran laughed. Oh, Auntie is talking about Snow Young Gold, right? Madame Wang was surprised at first. Then she was happy. You know about Snow Young Gold? Such a strange monster. I thought you had never read about it before. I even wanted to describe it to you. I didn't expect. It was in Master's notes. I just happened to see it. Mo Ran said. Why is Auntie asking about Snow Young Gold? It's like this. Master Nangong came a few days ago. I took his pulse and felt that the burning yang qi in his body is not uncontrollable. It's just that the materials required are very rare. The hardest to find is the ice fish in Snow Young Gold's basket. Madame Wang sighed. Master Nangong and Menger are about the same age. Now that a tiger has fallen from the sky, I really can't bear it. I want to help if I can, but that Snow Young Gold is very rare. 20 years ago, someone met her in the Snow Valley. If you want to trace back further, it would be the records of the Kunlun treading in Snow Palace 100 years ago. So I wanted to ask you and try my luck. After Mo Ran heard this, he was both happy and worried. He was happy because if Nangong Si's burning yang qi could be cured, then she was a normal person. Yi Wangxi and he had deep feelings for each other. Perhaps they could become a good couple. He was worried because he had been in the Snow Valley for more than a year, but he had never seen the legendary Snow Young Gold. He said to Madame Wang, after Su Shuanglin's matter is settled, I will personally go to the Snow Valley and search from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Maybe I can find some clues. After Mo Ran finished speaking, he was happy and wanted to tell Nangong Si. Madame Wang said from behind, Hey Ran, don't go so fast. I've already told Master Nangong. You don't have to. But Mo Ran did not hear her at all. He was already far away. He looked around and found that Nangong Si was next to the bridge of helplessness at the peak of life and death. Just as he was about to go over, he saw a person walking over from the other side of the bridge. Mo Ran looked and saw that it was Yi Wangxi. His heart moved. He did not call out to Nangong Si. Instead, he stood in the distance and looked at them. Yi Wangxi was still very handsome. It was rare to see too many feminine features on her face. The mantra she cultivated and the teachings she received made it so that there was little difference between her and men. In fact, in these past few years, if not for the fact that she still had a secret love for Nangong Si in her heart, she might have already forgotten that she was a woman. Nangong Si saw her and lightly coughed. Her gaze turned to the boundless river. Master called for me? Nangong Si's expression seemed to be a bit awkward. Her 10 fingers were crossed and she rested her head on the stone lion of the bridge of helplessness. After a while, she made a sound of N. Is something the matter? No. Nangong Si said. She did not dare to look at Yi Wangxi. Her fingers stroked the curled mane of the stone lion. It's just, there's something that I want to give you. Yi Wangxi said blankly, what is it? Nangong Si lowered her head and slowly untied an ornament at her waist. She clumsily untied it for a long time before finally handing it to Yi Wangxi. She lightly coughed. Thank you for all these years. Forget it, I don't know how to say it. I don't have any valuable ornaments right now. I can only give this to you. It has been with me for many years. It's not the best jade, but... He did not say anything else. Her eyelids drooped, her face somewhat red. He did not dare to look at Yi Wangxi. After a long time, seeing that Yi Wangxi did not respond, he suddenly felt very dejected. It was very abrupt and also very embarrassing. He hesitated to take the jade pendant with the phoenix totem on it back from Yi Wangxi. She muttered, I know that this is not pretty. If you don't like it, then just give it back to me. It's okay, I won't mind. Wait until we revive the Confucian Wind sect. Then I'll find you the best one. Yi Wangxi was stunned for a long time. Then she smiled. In her clear and handsome eyes, there was a trace of the gentleness of a girl. The corners of her eyes also seemed to be dyed with a thin layer of rouge that had never been there before. Her calloused and scarred hand, which was not as slender and beautiful as that of a lady in the boudoir, grasped the jade pendant. The wind rustled and the bamboo leaves rustled. Yu Wangxi said, "This piece is enough. Thank you, young master." Nangongxi's face turned even redder as he stuttered, "As long as you like it." Also sigh, "I don't know what to say." Mo ran. He listened in the bamboo forest and wanted to hold down Nangongxi's head and smash it against the stone lion. Did this person not know how to do anything else other than raising a few wolfhounds? Why did it turn into "I don't know what to say"? Out of nowhere, Nangongxi suddenly said, "Madame Wang told me that the violent spirit core in my body can be suppressed. Perhaps we don't need the dual cultivation method to resolve it." Yu Wangxi was stunned but seemed to have misunderstood. She softly nodded and lowered her eyelashes, not saying anything else. If there was no need for the dual cultivation method, then Nangongxi could be with anyone. Perhaps she would no longer have a reason to shamelessly stay by his side. She also had her dignity. She did not want to beg Nangongxi to love and pity her. Nangongxi wanted to use this jade pendant to end things, so that he could keep it as a memento in the future. Do you understand? Do you understand what I mean? Nangongxi heard this and became happy but still stupidly said, then if you're willing, actually you can call me like when we were young. I think that's pretty good, Sai. Sorry. I really don't know what to say, Sai. He sighed twice in a row. In the end, even he could not stand it anymore. He covered his eyes and sighed. Oh my God, what am I saying? This time it was Yu Wangxi's turn to be at a loss. She blankly raised her head. Suddenly she seemed to understand something. Her eyes widened slightly, and then a thin trace of blood appeared on her face. The bamboo leaves on the bridge of helplessness fluttered. Her clothes gently fluttered. The jade pendant was warm, and the bright red tassels fluttered between her fingers. After a long while, Yu Wangxi hesitated. Probingly, she softly called out, see? In an instant, not knowing if it was an illusion or not, Nangongxi actually felt that her voice, which had been distorted by the sound change spell to the point where it could no longer be restored, faintly had some softness, some gentleness in the blurry wind. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yu Wangxi's face. The rosy clouds of the morning sun filled the sky like brocade, reflecting her eyebrows and eyes. She smiled. She still had the familiar handsome and upright appearance, but there were fragments of light flashing in her slightly narrowed eyes. She could not hold it in. In the end, tears rolled down from her smiling face. Nangongxi looked at her, looked at this face, and a vague impression of his childhood came back to him. It was a little girl, green tender with rosy cheeks and long eyelashes. She had a very gentle and sweet appearance. At that time, Yu Wangxi had not yet been sent by Nangong Lu to Anqing to practice the Heart Sutra. She had just been picked up by Su Shuangli not long ago. She followed Nangongxi all day long and learned some basic spells. That day, in order to train them, Nangong Lu let them go to the simplest illusion of the Confucian wind sect together to test their skills. The illusion was not difficult, but it was a little scary. There were ghosts who had died unjustly. They wandered around inside, their hair disheveled, and they let out faint whimpers. At first, Nangongxi did not plan to pay attention to Yu Wangxi. He only cared about himself. Who knew that as he walked, he found that Yu Wangxi did not follow him. A little girl, curled up in the ruined temple of the illusion, did not dare to move. He looked back at her and snorted. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a hanged ghost floating behind her. It stretched out its bright red tongue to coil around her throat. Ah! When the little girl realized it, it was too late. She was so scared that she could only scream, but she could not do anything. She hugged the sword in her arms and turned her head, but nothing happened. When she timidly opened her eyes, she discovered that Nangongxi was standing in front of her. That hanged ghost had already been repelled by his sword and stuck onto the lightning talisman spirit. Amidst the flickering sparks, he turned his head and lowered his eyes to look at her. He originally wanted to reprimand her, but that girl's expression was so pitiful. She was like a frightened cat with her round eyes wide open. She couldn't hold back her tears and they gushed out. Nangongxi was stunned. After a while he said, Why are you so useless? You're even afraid of ghosts. That's a ghost. Yu Wangxi cried, If I'm not even afraid of ghosts, what am I afraid of? Nangong Si. Why are you girls so useless? Then I also want to be useful. The beautiful little girl cried and cried. She was so wrong that even her snot flowed down. Who wants to drag you down? I also want to help, but you left so fast. You didn't wait for me. I'm just afraid of ghosts. Nangong Si had no choice but to squat beside her. He didn't know how to coax people, so he just watched her cry. Yu Wangxi, who had not experienced the hardships of Ansheng, was like the most ordinary girl. Her tears kept falling down. Crying and crying, she choked. What are you looking at? I want to see when you're done crying. When you're done crying, let's go together. Who told you to be so weak? Nangong Si sighed. He raised his hand and flicked the little girl's white forehead. Follow me, I'll protect you. Rosy clouds rose and the world was bathed in golden radiance. Only now did Nangong Si suddenly realize that in the illusory realm that day, it was actually the only time in his life that he saw Yu Wangxi as a girl crying out of fear. Later, she became iron and turned into ice, suppressing all her emotions under a light face. She suppressed it to the depths. Not to mention Nangong Si, even she forgot what kind of person she was originally. She only remembered that she chased the back of the young master of the Confucian Wind sect in front of her, from a child to a teenager, until he became a young master, and her beautiful face was no longer there. She was like this, not crying, not dragging him down, silently following him for 20 years. Chapter 198. After 10 days of fasting, Nangong Si and Yu Wangxi could set off for Jiao Mountain. Due to Nangong Si's injuries, Nangong Si's vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, he could not carry his master on a long journey for the time being. This huge demon wolf transformed itself into a cub the size of a palm. It placed itself in Nangong Si's quiver and stuck its furry head out. Mo Ran sent the two of them to the entrance of the mountain. He stroked the mane of the handsome horse beside him and smiled. Jiao Mountain is far away, and riding a sword is tiring. These 2 horses are for you. They grew up eating spirit herbs and can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Although they are not as powerful as Neo Beijing, they are still passable. Nangong Si thanked Mo Ran and mounted his horse with Yu Wangxi. He bowed his head and cupped his fist. Thank you, Brother Mo, you don't have to send us off. We will meet again someday. And be careful. He stood at the entrance of the mountain and watched as Nangong Si and Yu Wangxi's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a crunching sound from the woods to his left. It sounded like a dead branch had broken off and fallen to the ground. Meow. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, A cat? On the other side, Yu Wangxi and Nangong Si rode side by side and went down the mountain. There was still a desolate path from the peak of life and death to Wuchang town. The sun shone through the mottled branches and leaves. With every step of the horse's hooves, the scattered light was trampled into specks of dust. Nangong Si looked sideways at Yu Wangxi. Just as he was about to say something, Neo Beijing, who had already returned to its quiver, popped its head out and revealed 2 snow-white front claws. Ao, it howled twice. Nangong Si was startled. He suddenly pulled the reins and said, Be careful. Just as he finished speaking, a torrential rain of needles shot towards them from all directions. Nangong Si and Yu Wangxi drew their swords at the same time. The 2 of them had trained together since childhood, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. They leaped into the air, one on the left and one on the right. Nangong Si wielded her sword on the left, while Yu Wangxi wielded his sword on the right. After a series of clinking sounds, the poisoned pear blossom needles fell to the ground one after another. Immediately after, Yu Wangxi raised his hand and threw out a talisman. A barrier soared into the air and enveloped the 2 of them. Nangong Si said sternly, Who are you? The sun was dim, but it was not blocked by the clouds. Instead, a person was standing on a slender branch. He was wearing a wide robe with long sleeves, and his beard and hair were flying in the wind. He stood against the light and looked down with a hateful expression. He was the older cousin of the former sect leader of Jiangdongtang, Huang Xiaoye. He stood on the branch like an immortal. He did not make a sound and only stared coldly at Yi Wangxi's face. Immediately after, rustling sounds came from the dense forest. More than 100 disciples of Zhang Dongtang walked out of the forest. Each of them had a bright red headband on their heads. They were all elite disciples of Zhang Dongtang. Huang Xiaoya stroked his beard and said, "The two of you, were you comfortable at the peak of life and death? You hid there for 10 days and 10 nights before you came out. You really made this old man wait for a long time." Nangongxi was furious. "Huang Xiaoya, why is it you again? So what if it's me?" Huang Xiaoya said coldly, "You are well aware of the enmity between Zhang Dongtang and Confucian Wind sect." Nangongxi gritted his teeth and said, "From Lini to Sichuan, we defeated your sect 4 times. You still want to chase us? What enmity? Are you done yet?" Su Shuanglin revealed the truth. "Your sister-in-law killed your younger brother. You come to us again and again to argue with us. Where is your face?" Face? This old man thinks that little Gongzi is the one who really doesn't care about face. Huang Xiaoya said gloomily, "It was clearly your Confucian Wind sect that caused my Zhang Dongtang to suffer a great loss and fall apart. Don't tell me you dare to flatly deny it?" Yi Wangxi said, "Even if your excellency wants to seek revenge against Confucian Wind sect, you should be fair and square. What kind of conduct are you using to assassinate others?" "Shut up. When men speak, it's not up to a little girl like you to speak." Huang Xiaoya flicked his sleeve. "Don't think that just because your animal father raised you as a man, you're a real man. A little girl will always be a little girl. Women should be cooking in the kitchen. You're a woman. What qualifications do you have to come out and show off in front of this old man?" Nangongxi angrily said, "Huang Xiaoya, be reasonable." "Very well. Then this old man will reason with you and settle the account." As soon as Huang Xiaoya finished speaking, he pointed at Nangongxi and sternly said, "Your father has no regard for honor and shame. He had an affair with a married woman and instigated that poisonous woman to poison my younger brother to seize power and usurp the throne. As for the one next to you," he fiercely pointed at Yi Wangxi again, "she is an animal's daughter. Her Ifu spread my Zhang Dongtang's private affairs to the world, damaging my Zhang Dongtang's vast and clean reputation. Today this old man personally led our school's outstanding talents to intercept you thieves, all in order to return Zhang Dongtang and return justice to the world." He waved his hand and the 100 disciples who were eyeing them covetously immediately swarmed forward to attack. Unexpectedly, as soon as they rushed out of the forest, a burst of flame suddenly fell from the sky. It fiercely drew back the astral wind and threw the disciples a few feet away. Nangongxi was shocked. "Brother Mo?" The person who came was indeed Mo Ran. He held a willow vine in his hand and stood on top of a tree facing Huang Xiaoya. He coldly stared at the other party. Huang Xiaoya didn't expect Mo Ran to appear. His expression instantly became very unsightly. After a long time, his lips moved and he slowly said, "Grandmaster Mo, how did you find the interest to come to the foot of the mountain to watch the show?" "Then we should ask the Grandmaster's disciples. Why don't they just be good people and insist on hiding in the forest and meowing like a cat?" Huang Xiaoya's expression was very gloomy. His face was almost the same as his surname. He said in surprise, "What does the Grandmaster mean? I should be the one asking Senior Huang this question." Mo Ran said, "In the boundary of the Life and Death Summit, you attacked a guest of the Life and Death Summit. Does Senior Huang think that my mountain gate is too clean and tidy and wants to spill some blood on the ground? Since it's out of the mountain gate, it's not up to your sect to control it. I'm avenging my dead brother, so I don't need Grandmaster Mo to interfere." Mo Ran said, "Senior Huang is right. Personal grudges are not under the jurisdiction of the Life and Death Summit after leaving the mountain gate." Huang Xiaoya coldly snorted. "Then why won't the Grandmaster move out of the way?" Mo Ran didn't move. He saw that the ghost's bloody light was even brighter, and the willow leaves on its head were almost like strings of blood beads. He said, "But what if I want to control it myself?" "You!" Huang Xiaoya couldn't be unaware of Mo Ran's strength, but he couldn't be reconciled if he didn't get his revenge. He had no choice but to threaten angrily, "Grandmaster Mo, do you want to become an enemy of Zhang Dongtang?" "I don't mean that. I just want my honored guest to leave Sichuan safely. As for whether it's Zhang Dongtang or Jiang Shitang stopping me, it's the same. Huang Xiaoya narrowed his eyes. The hatred in his brown eyes could almost turn into a tangible fire, burning Mo Ran and the cypress tree he was standing on into ashes. You insist on shielding these two remnants of the Confucian Wen sect? What do the remnants say? Mo Ran asked coldly. I ask, Senior. How much did Miss Yi and Nangong Gongzi participate in the Jiangdongtang incident? Did they plan the internal strife in Jiangdongtang? Or did they expose the scandal of Jiangdongtang? Mo Ran looked at Huang Xiaoya. Did they kill the former sect leader? Or deliberately participate in the murder of your younger brother? But so what? Huang Xiaoya angrily said. The son must repay the father's debt. It's only right and proper. What a good only right and proper. Mo Ran said indifferently, enough. I think there's no need to reason with Senior Huang. Weapons talk, let's exchange blows. Huang Xiaoya was extremely angry. He angrily shouted, Mo Weiyu. You're so unreasonable. Interesting, who's the unreasonable one? At this time another voice came from the mountain path, the tone arrogant. Xue Ming slowly walked out of the forest with the dragon's sword. The hilt was cold and sharp. When the sun shone on it, it was so dazzling that people could barely open their eyes. Shouting and shouting in front of my house and starting a massacre. Jiangdongtang is at the pinnacle of life and death? Do you want to die? If it was only Mo Ran before, Huang Xiaoya might not be able to defeat him. However, with their numbers, they might be able to escape from Mo Ran and take advantage of the situation to kill their enemy. But at this time Phoenix Xueming stepped out. He was the Heaven's Chosen who won first place in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. Who didn't know the ferocity of the dragon's sword in his hand? The two brothers appeared in front of the mountain gate, wanting to protect the lives of Nangong Si and Yi Wangxi. Even if Huang Xiaoya fought with his life on the line, he definitely wouldn't be able to find an opening. When Mo Ran saw Xue Ming come, his expression became serious. He said to Xue Ming, go back. I'll help you. This matter has nothing to do with the pinnacle of life and death. I'm helping out of selfishness. Don't get involved. Mo Ran frowned. He wondered if his younger brother was stupid. Although Jiang Dongtang's strength was no longer the same, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was still from one of the 9 great sects of upper cultivation. Moreover, the niece of Jiang Dongtang's old hall master, and the eldest martial brother of Fire Phoenix Pavilion were Dao companions. They were married. If Xue Meng came out to help, it would clearly be using the name of the pinnacle of life and death to shed all pretense of cordiality with the 2 great sects of upper cultivation. He definitely couldn't do that. Mo Ran said, go back quickly. However, Xue Meng was a simple-minded person. He didn't understand the subtle difference between the two. On the contrary, he was angry that Mo Ran didn't want his help. While they were in a deadlock, they suddenly saw dust flying in the distance. A snow-white horse arrived in the blink of an eye. The person on the horse's back was wearing snow-white clothes. She was extremely beautiful and carried a peepa on her back. It was the fairy of Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace. Urgent report. Urgent report. The fairy frowned. She spurred the horse forward and shouted in a clear voice. She didn't expect that after turning a corner in the dust, she would see such a tense scene at the foot of the mountain. She suddenly pulled on the reins. For a moment she was stunned. She straddled the horse's back and blinked her eyes blankly. Urgent. You guys, what are you doing? Because the female messenger from Treading in Snow Palace of Kunlun had suddenly arrived. Mo Ran and Huang Xiaoya didn't have a chance to fight. Huang Xiaoya was invited by Xue Zhengyong to the pinnacle of life and death. She was also summoned back along with Yi Wangxi and Nangong Si. The fairy of Treading in Snow Palace stood in the Dan Xian Palace. Her red lips opened and closed as she bowed. Then she said, urgent report. We've found Su Shuanglin's whereabouts. As soon as she said this, Yi Wangxi's face suddenly changed. In an instant all the blood drained from his face. The fairy said, our sect released more than 10,000 jade butterflies to track down Su Shuanglin's whereabouts. This morning we finally returned 2 of them. We found that there was a strange spell near Mount Huang. Palace Master guessed that Su Shuanglin should be hiding there. He specially ordered us to rush to all the major sects to report this urgent report and discuss what to do next. Shui Zhengyong was surprised and happy. You found him just like that? The fairy said, we can't be sure. However, the jade butterflies reported that recently, the smell of blood has been faintly lingering around Mount Huang. It hasn't dissipated at all. There is already a strange phenomenon. It should be close. Shui Zhengyong stood up. Good. Since we have a clue, let's not delay any longer. Speed is the most important thing in war. What does your palace master think? Palace master and sect leader have the same opinion. She also feels that there is no time to lose. We should go there as soon as possible to investigate. That's great. Shui Zhengyong turned his head toward Huang Xiaoye and said, Huang Daozhang, why don't we go together? If this time we can catch the main culprit, Su Shuanglin, we can avenge our younger brother's death. Huang Xiaoye's heart thumped. He was very clear that his chance of killing Su Shuanglin was very small. Moreover, the so-called revenge was just a pretense. Actually, how much could his younger brother's death have to do with Nangongxi and Yi Wangxi, these two juniors? Although he was shouting the slogan of avenging his younger brother, he was actually scheming something else in his mind. It should be known that after this disaster, Zhang Dongtong's strength had declined greatly. He had already heard that the Confucian Wind sect was hiding a rich treasure, so he planned to catch both Yi Wangxi and Nangongxi in one fell swoop, and force them to spit out their ancestral treasures for his own use. Huang Xiaoye suddenly clenched his fists under the sleeves of his gown. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he squeezed out a yellow-brown smile that resembled a wrinkled orange. He said, we still don't know whether the one on Phoenix Mountain is really Su Shuanglin or not. Moreover, Zhang Dongtang has already formed a grudge with the Confucian Wind sect. This is not a personal grudge, but a major matter that concerns the reputation of the sect. We must settle this properly. That's right, Shui Zhengyong said. Then we'll look for Su Shuanglin to avenge our personal grudge first, and then we'll look for the Confucian Wind sect to settle our grudge. Sect leader Shui's words are interesting. The Confucian Wind sect is now a scorched earth. How do you want me to settle this account? I don't know. You'll have to ask Taoist Huang yourself. Shui Zhengyong said with a smile. Why is the Confucian Wind sect in such a hurry to exterminate those two juniors when the Confucian Wind sect is already in ruins? You! Huang Xiaoye calmly flicked his sleeve and rebuked. This is a personal matter of mine. Shui Meng said with a smile. Just now you said it was a major matter that concerns the sect's reputation, but now it's a personal matter. Zhang Dongtang is one of the 9 great cultivation sects in the upper cultivation world. How can you act so casually? Huang Xiaoye knew he was in the wrong, but he didn't know how to defend himself, so he simply remained silent. He glared fiercely at Shui Zhengyong. With a wave of his sleeve, he led a group of Zhang Dongtang disciples out of the peak of life and death's gate. They took the lead and flew on their swords towards Phoenix Mountain. Yi Wangxi was extremely apologetic. He said to Shui Zhengyong, Sect leader Shui, I'm really sorry. Even if the nestling falls into the net, the hunter won't kill it. Watching the people from Zhang Dongtang leave, the smile on Shui Zhengyong's face slowly disappeared. His gaze became cold. He said, it's Zhang Dongtang who has gone too far. He looked at the sky outside the main hall. The space between his eyebrows was very low, and there was a faint crease in the middle. After a long time he sighed and said, let's go. We're going to Phoenix Mountain. Phoenix Mountain road was long, so everyone chose to fly on their swords. When they arrived at Phoenix Mountain, there was already a large group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain. The rest of the 9 great cultivation sects had all arrived. Blurry faces came and went, bustling about like a school of carps crossing the river. However, no one knew what they were busy with. Chu Wanning was the first to come down from the flying sword. When he came down, his steps were slightly unsteady and his face was very pale. Fortunately, his face was originally pale and didn't have any good color. Other people couldn't see anything strange, but Mo Ran noticed. He walked over. While no one was paying attention, he lightly rubbed the back of Chu Wanning's hand. Shizun, you flew very well. Mo Ran smiled and said, really? Chu Wanning coughed lightly and turned his gaze away. Looking up, there was indeed a layer of miasma and evil chi that could be seen with the naked eye at the top of Phoenix Mountain. The other 8 sect leaders had already arrived. They were standing at the very front of the foot of the mountain, in front of a barrier that reached the sky. They raised their hands and poured their spiritual energy into it. Shizun also immediately rushed over to help. The people at the peak of life and death arrived one after another. After a while, Shueming also arrived. He steadily landed beside the 2 people. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately frowned and said, "What are they doing? Why aren't they going up the mountain?" When Mo Ran saw him come, he explained to him, "It's not that they don't want to go up, but that they can't go up." Shueming was confused. Why? Chu Wanning said, "Phoenix Mountain is one of the 4 great evil mountains of the cultivation world. This mountain is very strange. It's not that easy to break in." Shueming was a little surprised. "I only know that there are 4 great holy mountains. So there are 4 great evil mountains? Which 4 are they?" Chu Wanning said, "Jiao Mountain, Jiao Mountain." Shueming was stunned. "Rockery? Oh, black tortoise armor. Oh. Shueming blushed. "Yes. Liao Mountain and this one in front of us, Phoenix Mountain." Chu Wanning paused and then said, "This is the bloody past of the cultivation world. Nowadays it's rarely mentioned. Only by reading some books can you possibly read about the 4 great evil mountains. Then why are there such things as evil mountains?" Chu Wanning didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked Shueming, "Do you still remember when the first leader of the Confucian Wind School subdued the evil Jiao Dragon?" "Yes," Shueming said. "There was an evil Jiao Dragon in the East Sea. It was he who defeated the evil Jiao Dragon and sealed it in the Golden Drum Pagoda. Later, he signed a blood contract with the Jiao Dragon and used it for himself. After the first leader of the Confucian Wind School died, the evil Jiao Dragon turned into a hill, the dragon tendons became the earth's mantle, the dragon blood became the river, the dragon bones became the mountain rocks, and the dragon armor became the trees. This mountain has been guarding the tombs of the Confucian Wind School's disciples for generations. Therefore, it's called the Hero's Tomb, also known as Jiao Mountain." Chu Wanning nodded. "Yes, so Jiao Mountain was formed by the Azure Dragon's evil spirit. You all know that the 4 auspicious beasts are the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise. But under these 4 auspicious beasts, evil descendants will also be born, stirring up trouble everywhere." Shueming slowly understood. "So the remaining mountains are like Jiao Mountain, formed by evil beast spirits?" "Yes," Shueming said. "Then Phoenix Mountain is the Vermilion Bird." He suddenly raised his head to look at the giant beast-like mountain shrouded in haze. Sure enough, he found that the middle of the mountain was tall and flat, like a phoenix with its neck outstretched. Chu Wanning said, "That's right. In addition, the 4 great evil mountains each have their own evil techniques. For example, Jiao Mountain only allows the descendants of the Confucian Wind School to lead others into it. Trespassers will be dragged into the soil by the dragon tendons and buried alive. This Phoenix Mountain is the same. But it's so strange." Shueming turned his head to look at the sect leaders who were casting their techniques. His father also went over to help. "Jiao Mountain is the Confucian Wind School's mountain. This is known by everyone. Then what about Phoenix Mountain? Wouldn't it be fine as long as we drag the descendant of the sect that subdued the Vermilion Bird evil spirit here?" Mo Ran, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "That person died unexpectedly not long ago. If she was still alive, we could have done that." Shueming was stunned. "You know who it was?" "I know," Mo Ran said indifferently. "It was a woman, we all know her." Chapter 199. Who is it? Is she the only one who can command Mount Huang? What about the other descendants who subdued the Vermilion Bird evil spirit? Mo Ran did not answer him directly. Instead he said, 1,000 years ago, the one who subdued the Vermilion Bird evil spirit was called Song Qiao. His courtesy name was Xingyi. Shueming turned pale with fright. He blurted out, "Hua by Supreme Xingyi?" "Yes. He is the last person in the history of cultivation who could become a grandmaster. He is the butterfly bone beauty." Mo Ran said expressionlessly, "That's right. Therefore, the last person who could open the gate to Mount Huang died in the Sea of Fire of the Confucian Wind sect. It was Song Qiutong." Shueming's mouth involuntarily opened wide. Just as she was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. A large group of green-robed cultivators from Jade Pool Manor suddenly surrounded the barrier at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. Manor Master Li. Manor Master. Chu Wanning's expression changed slightly. He walked over and pushed through the crowd. He saw Li Wuxin being supported by his disciples. His face was as white as paper and he spat out blood. The smelly blood stuck to his white beard. His lips were pale and his eyes were rolled up. He was already unconscious. He said in a trembling voice, "He is the first. He is the first." Because Li Wuxin withdrew his power, the remaining sect masters suffered even more backlash from the barrier. Huang Xiaoya was the temporary hall master of Jiangdongtang. Her mana was weaker than the other sect masters. At this time she could not take it anymore. Even turning her head was difficult. Jiang Shi, on the other hand, looked at Li Wuxin even though his face was pale. He said, "He is under the influence of the Phoenix Nightmare." The barrier of Mount Huang was imbued with the curse of the Phoenix. Once someone tried to tear open the crack and attempt to climb up the mountain, they would be easily swallowed by the nightmare. This was similar to the illusion of Jin Chengqi's heart-picking willow. However, the Phoenix Nightmare was hard to get rid of. Those who were affected would not wake up again. Seeing this, the Jade Pool Manor disciples knelt on the ground. Some of them even began to cry, "Manor Master! Wake up, Manor Master!" Li Wuxin laughed and talked in his sleep. Suddenly, he broke free from his disciple Zhang Songming. He lay on the ground and began to dance, laughing, "First! First! First!" Among the disciples of other sects, someone whispered, "What is number one?" Li Wuxin, however, was not going to answer them. Immersed in the joy of the nightmare, he opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of teeth that were sticky with blood and saliva. He laughed in an extremely intoxicated manner. After a while, as if the nightmare had suddenly turned around, his old face that was as dry as a dead tree stiffened and revealed an expression of anger. You promised to return the secret scroll of Baitan village to me. Zhe. You. After a while, it turned into a sorrowful face. Li Wuxin had always been an old Taoist priest who cared a lot about his reputation. He was also the head of a manor. He had never shown such a face in front of others before. He didn't look like a sect leader or a Taoist priest. He didn't even look like a man. His face was contorted in grief, as if he was trying his best to stuff his dignity into the wrinkles that covered his face. He begged, 8 billion gold is really too much. That secret scroll of swordsmanship originally belonged to Blue Pool Manor. It belonged to my great master. But at that time, the sect was destitute and had no money left. I had no choice but to sell it to you. Sect master. I beg you just a little less. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. 8 billion gold? Sword technique scroll? Then someone suddenly remembered that the former sect leader of Jade Pool Manor had a strong temperament and spoke out righteously. He had attracted the attention of many sects in the cultivation world, and suffered a great disaster. No one was willing to help him. After that, the entire Jade Pool Manor declined day by day. They couldn't even allocate enough money to subsidize their disciples for 3 years. Then, for some reason, they suddenly became rich again. But inexplicably, after that generation, the water-cutting sword technique of Jade Pool Manor, which was once famous in the 9 states, fell into decline. The disciples who came after could not use the essence of it. Because of this, there were always people in the Jianghu who ridiculed Li Wuxin. They said that it was because he didn't teach well that the Jade Pool Manor, which used to be the Sword Saint's manor, fell to the bottom of the cultivation world. But now, everyone was shocked to realize that things might not be as simple as they thought. Could it be that the Jade Pool Manor survived the great disaster by selling the sword technique scroll? This kind of profiteer who took advantage of the situation. Some people immediately thought of Lone Moonyi, and many gazes secretly swept over Jiang Shi's face. Could it be Lone Moonyi? Could be Sect Master Zhang's grandmaster? Li Wuxin was still struggling and rolling on the ground in pain. Zhang Songming couldn't even hold him. He cried and screamed, and then he simply got up and kowtowed to the people around him. Blood and snot flowed down together. Give it back to me. I've been collecting it for most of my life. I only have 1 billion gold in total. Li Wuxin wailed, it's only 1 billion gold. I've tried my best, but I really don't have that much money. I can't kill, rob, or do all kinds of bad things for money, can I? Your sect earns tens of thousands of gold coins a day, but the Jade Pool Manor really doesn't have that much money. I beg you. Hearing that his sect earns tens of thousands of gold coins a day, those who hadn't looked at Jiangxi before began to look at Jiangxi. Jiangxi's Xianyuan Pavilion was the biggest black market in the cultivation world. Who else could it be other than him? A young disciple of the Jade Pool Manor was so angry that his eyes were already red. He shouted at Jiangxi, "Sect Master Jiang. So the 3 most important scrolls of our Jade Pool Manor's broken water swordsmanship are in your hands? Lone Moon Yi. You want 8 billion gold coins, you? How can you be so shameless?" Before Jiangxi could speak, someone on his left said in a hoarse voice, "The truth hasn't been revealed yet. How dare you accuse Sect Master Jiang?" The person who spoke was actually Huang Xiaoya, who was almost out of breath. This old guy's hands were trembling as he held the barrier. He still wanted to speak to Jiangxi to show his loyalty. His intentions were clear as day. The Jade Pool Manor disciple was so angry that he rushed up to scold Huang Xiaoya. However, he was firmly held back by his fellow disciples, who advised Zhen Fu, "Don't provoke them." Hearing this name, Emo Ran was stunned. If it was in the past, he might have thought that this name was the same as being really smart, making people laugh their heads off. But now, as he looked at the rotten old man who kept kowtowing in the mud, he suddenly felt very bitter. He couldn't laugh at all. If 5 billion gold coins isn't enough, then 5 billion gold coins? Li Wuxin was crying. He kept wiping his tears with his sleeve. 5 billion gold coins. I'll go to Izhou's Chong clan and sell some magic tools and spirit stones. I'll still be able to get 5 billion gold coins. Sect Master, please do me a favor and be merciful. Just return the sword manual to me. He bent his head and kowtowed. In the end, his forehead was cut and bleeding. The broken water swordsmanship is the soul of Jade Pool Manor. He cried. Before my late master passed away, his only wish was for me to redeem the sword manual. I've tried my best all my life. All my life I've turned from black hair to white hair. I've also begged you instead of your father. I've even begged Luo Fenghua. Everyone suddenly turned pale. Luo Fenghua. Li Wuxin had begged Luo Fenghua. It wasn't Lone Moon Yi, it was they all turned around but no one was moving. However, they immediately parted ways, because almost all of the people from the various sects were turning their heads to look at Nangongxi and Yi Wangxi in the corner. It's the Confucian Wind sect. This time there was no need to whisper. Someone yelled. How shameless. I was just wondering how the Confucian Wind sect's swordsmanship suddenly improved so much in the past few decades. They even have the style of a sword saint. Beasts. Back then at the Spiritual Mountain Conference they even gave Nangongxi 3rd place. What kind of swordsmanship is that? This is so disgusting. Nangongxi stood in place with a stupefied expression. Of course, he didn't know about the evil scandals of the Confucian Wind sect. The evil that his father and ancestors had committed should have fallen on the heads of the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect. Now he had to bear all of it alone. He didn't run away, nor did he make a sound. His expression was ashen as he stood there silently. Yi Wangxi wanted to shake his hand, but Nangongxi quietly pulled it away. He stood in front of Yi Wangxi. He actually has the face to come. His father is such a beast. What kind of good do you think his son is? The people of Jade Pool Manor were the most indignant. They shouted at them, "Scram! Why aren't you scramming? The Confucian Wind sect is no longer among the 10 great sects. What are you standing here for? Scram! Adulterous couple, shameless!" Impassioned voices rose and fell from the surroundings. They were cursing and spitting, and their faces were filled with clear hatred. Suddenly someone rushed over. It was a disciple of Jade Pool Manor. That person grabbed Nangongxi by the collar. Yi Wangxi immediately shouted, "See?" Nangongxi only managed to push her away in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Then that Jade Pool Manor disciple pressed him to the ground. Fists rained down on his face, chest, and abdomen. Fist after fist, they didn't use spiritual energy, but they were heavy, fierce, and crazy. At this time, Another cold voice suddenly said sternly, "Stop." A heavy punch landed on Nangongxi's handsome face. Nangongxi coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he lay on the ground covered in mud. That angry disciple wanted to wave his fist again, but his arm was grabbed by someone. He angrily turned around and spat, "Beast! I don't want you." He didn't say anything, because the person standing in front of him was the world's #1 martial scholar, Chu Wanning. "Stop." Chu Wanning's eyes were like a cold spring. He looked down at him with an indescribable expression. It seemed like there were many emotions on his face, but it also seemed like there was nothing. He just tightly held the youth's arm and pursed his lips. After a while he said, "Stop fighting." Nangongxi coughed up another mouthful of blood on the ground. Yuangxi hurriedly tried to help him up, but he was waved away. "Don't worry about me. I should take responsibility for the Confucian Wind sect in place of my father." That youth became even angrier. He struggled to break free from Chu Wanning's hand and wanted to fight again. Chu Wanning's sword-like eyebrows rose. "Stop fighting. It's none of your business. You're someone at the pinnacle of life and death. It's none of your business." That youth also went crazy. He roared at Chu Wanning, "Why are they treating my master like this? Why? Why are they treating Jade Pool Manor like this? Jade Pool Manor has been acting like an ox or a horse for the Confucian Wind sect for so many years. Why?" He began to wail. Behind him, Li Wuxin was moaning and begging. Li Wuxin was still begging Nangong Lu, who didn't actually exist in his consciousness. Luo Fenghua said he was willing to exchange the sword manual for mine. But I don't know where he put it. "You promised me. Sect Master, you promised me. I'm 79 years old this year. I don't have many years left to live. In this lifetime my cultivation level isn't high enough. Maybe I won't be able to become an immortal and see my master, but I can't fail to do the one thing he entrusted me with." Li Wuxin's every word was like a blood clot that had been dug out of his throat. He was also wailing, "I can't not do it, Sect Master. Give it back to me. Give the Jade Pool Manor back to this old man. I beg you." The Jade Pool Manor disciple was trembling. Chu Wanning's hand was also slightly trembling. The youth's eyes were filled with tears, hatred, and confusion. But he couldn't break free. In the end, he spat on Chu Wanning's face and said, "What, Grandmaster? They're all beasts. Shizun. Mo Ran, stand there and don't move. Don't come over." Chu Wanning let go of the youth's hand. The youth regained his freedom and immediately went to beat up Nangongxi, who was already covered in cuts and bruises. But unexpectedly, a ray of golden light fell and Haitong's enchantment opened, firmly protecting Nangongxi and Yuangxi. Chu Wanning was originally half kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he slowly stood up and looked at the blurry faces that were watching the commotion. At one end of the crowd was him, while at the other end was Li Wuxin, who was weeping blood and tears. Li Wuxin's old voice was heard. It was like the winter's branches piercing the blue dome of heaven. "Is 5 billion not enough?" In the dreamland, this old man was still trying to bargain with Nangong Lu. He was lowly and dead. Extremely lowly. So lowly that his old face had turned into sand. 8 billion? His voice was trembling. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. His hands were also curled and trembling under his wide sleeves. But he still said word by word, "Nangongxi, son of the old friend Rong Yan, Madame Rong." In front of the huge Phoenix Mountain there were more than 1,000 people. It was so quiet that they could only hear Li Wuxin's howling and Chu Wanning's cold and stern voice. On one end Li Wuxin said, 8 billion should be enough, right? Those are only 3 sword manuals." On the other end Chu Wanning said, "When I left the mountain I didn't bring any money with me, so I don't know how to ask for it. It was Madame Rong who gave me a meal, and allowed me to temporarily stay in the Confucian Wind sect." He paused. Thus, only the sound of Li Wuxin's sobbing could be heard. "Madame Rong once ordered me to accept her son Nangongxi as my disciple. Because I was young, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to fulfill the task, so I didn't agree. But that year..." Chu Wanning slightly turned his face and glanced at Nangongxi, who was lying on the ground. He finally and slowly revealed the truth that Nangongxi didn't remember, word by word. That year, Madame Rong brought her young son and kowtowed to me 3 times in front of the ancestral temple. She said that Nangongxi's ceremony as master was complete. If I was willing to stay in the Confucian Wen sect for a long time in the future, Nangongxi should treat me as a master. Chu Wanning raised his eyes. Nangongxi is my disciple. Hearing this, Shuemeng's face instantly turned ashen. Mo Ran and Shermei's complexions weren't very good either. But they didn't say anything. They just looked at Chu Wanning. If it's true that a son should repay his father's debt, then a teacher for a day is a father for life. Since I've accepted Nangongxi's 3 kowtows, he can call me master. Chu Wanning said. His master is still here. Therefore, whether you want to seek revenge or beat me, I won't resist as long as I'm here. Shizun. Shizun. Mo Ran, Shuemeng, and Shermei all knelt down. Nangongxi also struggled to get up from the ground. The blood in his mouth hadn't stopped yet, and he could only mutter, "No, I won't kowtow. I haven't kowtowed. I don't have a master." I don't have a master. However, at this time, Li Wuxin suddenly let out a long howl. He raised his head to the sky, his hair and beard fluttering like snow. His eyes were wide open, and blood continuously flowed out from his eye sockets. He howled, he cried, he choked, he stammered. 5.9 billion, that should be enough, right? Sect head Nangong. 5.9 billion. Just take the extra as pity on this old man and leave me some money for my coffin. Okay. He raised his neck in a posture as if he was about to be killed. Finally he screamed, his veins bulging. Okay. 3 okay in a row. Li Wuxin suddenly vomited blood again. Blood spurted wildly. Deathly silence. Then he fell to the ground with a thump. This was the lord of the most inferior sect in the upper cultivation world. This was the old man who had always deliberately curried favor with every sect he could, wandering everywhere like a clown. This was the big joke who had spent most of his life, but was still mediocre and couldn't even redeem 3 sword manuals. A good-for-nothing, a mediocre person. Just like that, he fell into the gray dust with his eyes wide open. Dead. The wind whistled. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, and no one said anything. But Mo Ran suddenly remembered that there were treasures on Jiao Mountain, enough to revive the sect. This was something that even Jiang Dongtang knew. Since Blue Pool Village and Confucian Wind sect were so close, there was no way they wouldn't understand what this meant. After Nangong Lu's death, many large and small sects chased after Nangongxi and Yi Wangxi alive. They said it was for revenge, but in their hearts, they were all thinking about those mountains of gold and silver. But Blue Pool Village didn't. Blue Pool Village just clumsily thought of stupid ways to make friends with the Life and Death Summit and Lone Moon Knight, hoping that they could look after each other and help each other in the future. Li Wuxin didn't even think about the Confucian Wind sect's gold and silver treasures. He was clearly the one who had been bullied and oppressed by the Confucian Wind sect all his life. Perhaps it was because he had been bullied and oppressed for so long that this old man understood that he could take money but not injustice. Mo Ran looked at Li Wuxin's dirty old face in the dust, dirty to the point that it was somewhat funny. He suddenly understood why on that day when the Confucian Wind sect was in a state of panic, when everyone was running for their lives, this old man wanted to escape, but he was so timid that he didn't leave. He obviously didn't have any great skills, but he braced himself and stayed in the sea of fire. A single sword saved dozens of lives that had nothing to do with him. People said that Blue Pool Village's grandmaster had a set of water-breaking sword techniques that could break the flow of water and break the sky. He was known as the Sword Saint in history. Li Wuxin lacked 3 books, so he couldn't learn this amazing sword technique, so he couldn't become the Sword Saint. The only thing he could do in the end was to use an enlarged flying sword to send those people he didn't know at all, even the disciples of the Confucian Wind School, out of the sea of fire, and bring them back to the human world one by one. Chapter 200. The disciples of Jade Pool Manor would never have thought that their manor lord would die before the Battle of Phoenix Mountain had even begun. Although Li Wuxin was already advanced in years and his movements were gradually showing signs of senility, he wouldn't have died so suddenly if it weren't for the fact that his meridians were flowing in reverse due to the effects of the boundary nightmare. After a moment of silence, the Jade Pool Manor disciples all knelt down. Their cries shook the heavens and everyone was shocked. The disciple who originally wanted to settle the score with Nangong couldn't care about anything else. He cried and crawled back to the old manor lord's side, wiping his tears with his sleeves. Suddenly, the huge barrier in front of Phoenix Mountain let out an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Jiangxi's expression changed and he sternly said, "Someone fill in Li Wuxin's position. Otherwise we will all die here today." Shuizhong simply turned around and shouted, "Yu Heng! Quickly come and help." Chu Wanning naturally didn't need them to repeat themselves. He was most proficient in barrier techniques. That whistle was the curse left behind by the evil phoenix spirit. To be able to touch this layer of curse meant that the elders were not far from tearing apart the barrier. If they could succeed, then they would succeed. If they couldn't, then the backlash of this curse would have the power to move mountains and fill seas. It would be even more difficult to escape than the tribulation fire of the Confucian Wind sect. He immediately flew over. His gaze was as sharp as a bayonet. He waved his sleeve and raised his hand, fiercely striking the space left behind by Li Wuxin. As soon as he touched it, Chu Wanning was suddenly shocked. He immediately looked at Huang Xiaoya who was standing next to him. He saw that Huang Xiaoya was sweating profusely and trembling all over. Her face was flushed red, as if she was using all her strength to circulate her energy. The other leaders clearly thought so too. However, Huang Xiaoya could deceive others, but she couldn't deceive the barrier grandmaster Chu Wanning. As soon as Chu Wanning received Li Wuxin's burden, he immediately felt that the counterattack from this position was extremely ferocious. In other words, Li Wuxin alone just now had to bear the evil aura of two sect masters. It was rare for such a situation to occur in a formation where everyone worked together. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that the caster next to them did not use any power at all. Huang Xiaoya was actually just putting on an act. Chu Wanning was infuriated. His black eyebrows stood erect as he sternly said, "You, how dare you play around? What?" Huang Xiaoya gasped for breath, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Her entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing to death. When the surrounding sect leaders heard the commotion, those who still had the energy to spare also turned to look. "Grandmaster, what are you talking about? What kind of joke is this? You know very well what kind of game it is. Get the hell out of here." Shuizhong couldn't keep his composure and shouted, "Yu Heng, why are you being so fierce to Huang Daozhang? Look at him, he can't even speak. If there's anything wrong, open the barrier first and then talk about it." Huang Xiaoya's eyes drifted. He only glanced at Chu Wanning for a moment before he was frightened by those eyes that were as cold as an unsheathed frost blade. He didn't have the strength to open the Phoenix barrier at all. The reason why he took the initiative to rush up and help was just to fight for face. Afterwards he could let the upper cultivation world know that Zhang Dongtang's strength was still there, and that he, Huang Xiaoya, still had some skills. Unexpectedly, Li Wuxin, this good-for-nothing, actually couldn't bear the evil aura of two people. He was unexpectedly counterattacked by the Phoenix barrier and directly died next to him. It was fine if he died, but the person who took his place was Chu Wanning. This was Grandmaster Chu, who deserved to be cut into pieces. Huang Xiaoya's greasy face was covered with beads of sweat. These beads of sweat were no longer forced out, but cold sweat. He was constantly sweating. He was thinking, what should I do? At the critical moment, Huang Xiaoya fiercely bit his tongue. A stream of blood flowed out, and he let saliva mixed with blood seep into the corner of his mouth. "Grandmaster, you really misunderstood this old man. After Villa Masterly withdrew his power, this old man really can't, he coughed violently and blood splattered everywhere. This old man really can't take it anymore. How could Chu Wanning be fooled? Li Wuxin and Huang Xiaoya, it was needless to say who was stronger and who was weaker. If both of them had used all their strength, how could the one who fell first be Li Wuxin? He waved his sleeve angrily and threw out Heaven's Inquisition with one hand, which unexpectedly flipped Huang Xiaoya more than 10 feet away. "Get lost." "Ah!" Zhang Dongtang's disciples were shocked. They rushed up and surrounded their own senior. There were also many people who angrily glared at Chu Wanning. "Grandmaster Chu, why are you being so unreasonable? Taoist Huang has already done his best. What right do you have to throw a whip and throw a tantrum as you please?" You think you can bully people just because you have the ability. Chu Wanning turned a deaf ear to these angry shouts and gossips. His heart was full of anger, and his pair of sharp phoenix eyes flashed with a frosty color. Perhaps it was the reflection of the red light of the barrier, but his pupils were even somewhat scarlet. Get lost. His voice was quiet, but it was extremely gloomy. Those who had a little understanding of Chu Wanning knew that there was still room for discussion when he rebuked or scolded. However, once he became like this, he would become cold and oppressive. Then no one could stop him. If anyone tried to stop him, Heaven's Inquisition would probably take that person's life. Shuizhengyong muttered. You hung. What's going on, Huang Xiaoya? Did you really use half an inch of your strength to open the Phoenix barrier? Chu Wanning's hand that was covering the barrier was so angry that the veins on his hand bulged. When Li Wuxin couldn't bear it anymore. Did you really share the burden for him? What are you talking about? The female disciples of Zhang Dongtang screamed. Our Taoist Huang has already vomited blood. And you still say that he didn't do his best? Do you have to see him die like Villa Masterly before you're satisfied? Chu Wanning's black eyebrows were burning. Just as he was about to speak again, the heavenly barrier in front of him suddenly shook violently. The palms of all the sect leaders were wrapped in a blood-red light. Jiang Shi immediately said, Focus. It's the last layer. It's about to be torn apart. Chu Wanning was no longer in the mood to argue with that group of lunatics. She turned around and focused her gaze. Placing her hands on top of each other, she placed her hands on top of the barrier. Her vigorous spiritual energy, filled with raging flames, fiercely entered the crack. There was a loud bang. The earth shook. A huge gap appeared in the barrier of Mount Huang. It was about 8 feet high and could allow 5 people to pass through side by side. Shuizhengyong said happily, It's open, it's open. The barrier is open. He was close to the gap and immediately stuck his head out to take a look. However, he suddenly felt a black and red miasma rushing towards him. He couldn't help but shout, Why is it so smelly? The other cultivators didn't care about Baitan village in Jiangdongtang. They all rushed over to take a look. Wubei Temple's abbot Xianjing was the most sensitive to this. He turned the prayer beads in his hand and said in a low voice, It's a place of corpses. I'm afraid there are more corpses and resentment on Mount Huang than we thought. Jiang Shi said with a gloomy face, It seems that Su Shuanglin, that rat crossing the street, is indeed hiding in this lousy mountain. As he spoke, he turned his head and said, Everyone listen up. Those who were injured before, those who were scared, those who were useless, and those who were pretending. When he said pretending, his cold and deep eyes glanced at Huang Xiaoya, who was lying on the ground. Then he sneered almost imperceptibly. These people will stay at the foot of the mountain. The rest will follow me up the mountain. When Xuemeng saw Chu Wanning enter the gap, he immediately wanted to follow him. However, he found that Mo Ran was not by his side. He looked around and found that there was a commotion where Nangong Si was. It turned out that the disciples of Baitan village hated Nangong Si even more after their grief. Although Chu Wanning had set up a barrier there, Nangong Si was still surrounded by a group of twisted and ferocious faces. Every bright red tongue was cursing and spitting. Xuemeng said anxiously, Mo Ran, what are you doing there? Everyone is going up the mountain. Hurry up and follow. You go first. Protect Shizun and Shimei. If you can't handle it, report to me immediately. Xuemeng had no choice but to leave first. At this time, only the people of Baitan village and Jiangdongtang were left at the foot of the mountain. Mo Ran withdrew his gaze from Xuemeng's back and said, I know how you feel, but the sword manual was not young Master Nangong's doing. If you want to settle the score, at least wait until you catch Su Shuanglin. These are two different things. Whether it's Su Shuanglin or Nangong Si, neither of them can escape. That's right. Both of them will pay the price. Zheng Songming was one of the more rational people here. He glared at Mo Ran with red eyes. Grandmaster Mo, you're a grandmaster now. Your master is also a grandmaster. Is this how you two grandmasters protect criminals and commit irregularities? Mo Ran said, I just want you to be fair. If you really want to get to the bottom of this matter, you should follow the rules of the cultivation world and send Su Shuanglin and the others to the Heavenly Sound Pavilion for questioning. The 10 great sects will discuss this matter together and decide on a fair judgment. Now you want to rush up and tear a person who doesn't intend to fight back into 10,000 pieces. What's the point? Zhan Songming. Someone shouted, what 10 great sects? 9. Can the Confucian Wen sect be considered a sect? Zhan Songming suddenly said, it's 8. There were bloodstains on his face. He had wiped them off for his master and then wiped away his tears. The bloodstains made him look very miserable and at a loss. It's 8 sections. Blue Pool Manor also has no leader. Senior martial brother. He didn't pay attention to the cries of his junior martial brothers. He slowly turned his head and looked at Mo Ran. After the heaven-splitting battle, Master once said that the Life and Death Summit was a fair sect. Now it seems that he was wrong about you guys. Mo Ran. Zhan Songming asked, Grandmaster Mo, are you sure you want to protect these 2 bastards from the Confucian Wen sect today? Before Mo Ran could answer, Nangongxi said in a hoarse voice, Mo Ran, go away. Yu Wangxi half knelt by Nangongxi's side and helped him up. It was really hard on her. She didn't cry or feel helpless, but her voice was also hoarse. Young Master Mo, go up the mountain. This matter has nothing to do with you. Mo Ran glanced sideways and said, did you worship my master for nothing? Since you're a member of my sect, how can this matter have nothing to do with me? Nangongxi Yu. Mo Ran turned his head and looked at Zhan Songming's face again. At this time it wasn't just the people from Blue Pool Manor in front of him. Jiang Dongtang's disciples also surrounded him like a tiger watching its prey. Huang Xiaoye, supported by 2 female disciples, pretended to stagger closer. He gasped for breath, opened his eyes and glared at Mo Ran. Then he waved away the 2 disciples on his left and right. He pointed his finger fiercely and said, since childhood, this old man has been influenced by the righteousness of the upper cultivation world. How can I just sit by and watch you act like this? Mo Ran coldly said, Huang Daozhong is indeed a role model in the upper cultivation world. Just now you were struggling at death's door, but in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you're actually able to stand up and begin to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I really admire you. You cough. Huang Xiaoye seemed to be extremely angry. He clutched his chest and coughed until the sky turned dark. His acting was very good, but Mo Ran didn't even bother to look at him. Blue Pool Manor's green-robed disciples and Jiang Dongtang's purple-robed disciples surrounded the 3 people in a circle. They approached step by step, but no one made the first move. Everyone knew that once this move was made, it would be difficult to take back the spilled water. Zhan Songming said in a low voice, Grandmaster Mo, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not going to move aside? Ah! Before Mo Ran could answer, a sharp voice suddenly came from the front. He didn't know which female cultivator made the sound, but soon after, a pile of blurry black-gray mud and stones surged out from the crack in Mount Huang's barrier. Huang Xiaoye said in shock, what's that? A landslide? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. It wasn't a landslide. Everyone quickly saw it clearly and sucked in a breath of cold air. What surged out from the crack was wave after wave of zombies that had been burned to charcoal. These zombies' arms were stuck to their arms, and their flesh was stuck to their flesh. Thick water was still oozing out of them, so they could barely see their faces. Immediately someone couldn't take it anymore. He bent over and vomited. This is too damn disgusting. Are these all over the mountain? How many corpses should there be? Mo Ran was also shocked. At this time a heavy muffled sound came from the sky. The barrier that the elders had just torn open was now moving again. Slowly it seemed like it was about to close. This barrier could actually heal itself. Not long after it was torn open, it would close again, preventing more people from entering. Mo Ran said anxiously, let's go up the mountain first. We'll talk about our grudges later. Zhu Shuanglin is on the mountain. Are we just going to let the main culprit go and not catch him? The people of Baitan Manor hesitated, but Huang Xiaoye twisted his beard and sneered. Almost all the experts in the world are on that mountain. We don't have to worry about not being able to catch Zhu Shuanglin. However, these 2 kids from the Confucian Wen sect are too slippery. They run as fast as loaches. If we let them go by mistake, we won't have another chance in the future. Huang Xiaoye. Mo Ran was furious. A red light flashed in his hand, and he summoned the ghost. Have you had enough? The more than 100 people in front of him saw him summon the divine martial skill. They all pulled out their swords and raised their weapons. They stared at him with extreme vigilance. Mo Ran knew that this time, he would definitely not be able to escape a fierce battle. He was fine, but according to these people's thoughts, he was afraid that in the future, he would be considered to be at the pinnacle of life and death. However, at this time, he suddenly heard a deep and cold voice from behind him. Everyone, please go up the mountain. Nangongsi will wait here. He won't run away. Huang Xiaoya said, little kid, you speak so casually. Why should I believe you? Could it be that you really can draw a circle around the prison and not leave just because you say so? Nangongsi looked at him coldly. He stood up from the ground, then suddenly raised his hand and pushed Yi Wangxi out of the barrier set up by Chu Wanning. I see. This barrier could only allow the people inside to leave. The people outside couldn't enter. Nangongsi stood alone inside and slowly pulled out his sword. The bright light of the sword illuminated his face inch by inch. His chin, his lips, the tip of his nose, his eyes. Yi Wangxi already understood what he was going to do. He fiercely hammered the barrier and shouted, "Don't mess around. When my ancestor established the sect, there was a teaching. Greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things that I, a scholar, cannot do." Nangongsi said, "My father was unvirtuous and violated this teaching. However, I have been established for 26 years. Although I am arrogant, I have never acted rashly. These 7 things cannot be done. I have a clear conscience." With a buzzing sound, the sword flowed out of the sheath like water. "Don't." Mo Ran also knew what he was going to do. He tried to undo the barrier set up by Chu Wanning, but the barrier was firm and couldn't be removed in a short time. He muttered, "Nangong." Nangongsi didn't even look at Yi Wangxi. He also didn't pay attention to Mo Ran. He said, "Today, everyone is not willing to believe me. I have no other choice. Fortunately, I have learned the imprisonment technique. Now that I am imprisoned here, I ask everyone not to implicate the innocent. I, Nangongsi, will draw a circle on the ground and await everyone's return." Nangong. Before the voice disappeared, blood spurted out. Nangongsi's sword was instantly nailed to the ground, half of it buried in the ground. At the same time, Nangongsi's left hand was also nailed to the ground. He actually nailed his hand to the ground like a snake's vital point. Lightning flashed on the sword, and the spell of the imprisonment spell flew in all directions. Yi Wangxi knelt down. She knelt in front of the barrier. Nangongsi's blood flowed down the sword's hilt and dyed the ground red. No one could see Yi Wangxi's expression. Her face was lowered, and only her hands were tightly gripping the barrier. Her knuckles were pale and spasming. This was the imprisonment technique used to nail evil beasts, malicious spirits, and livestock. Almost everyone in the upper cultivation world knew how to use it. Everyone could recognize it. Nangongsi used this incantation to nail himself. He was in so much pain that his lips turned blue. He couldn't stop trembling, but he didn't cry. After a long time he raised his face. His eyes were scarlet. He said, "Let's go." It was rare for Mo Ran to be shocked speechless by someone. In his previous life only Yi Wangxi could do it. And in this life he saw the person Yi Wangxi loved. He was once confused as to what exactly Yi Wangxi liked about Nangongsi. Nangongsi was a brainless young master who was only willing to look at faces and liked pretty girls. What exactly did he have that was worthy of Yi Wangxi's friendship? However, at that moment he saw another Yi Wangxi. The one kneeling, the one in a mess, the one with blood flowing out, but the one who was ruthless to the bone. "Nangongsi, let's go." Nangongsi roared. "What else is there to worry about? Do you want me to nail my legs to the ground too? Let's go." Zhen Songming was the first to turn around. He returned to Li Wuxin's corpse, tidied up the sect leader's body, and carried it back. "Senior Marshal Brother. Senior Marshal Brother, aren't we staying? Senior Marshal Brother? Are we just going to leave like this? Are we just going to let them go like this?" Zhen Songming said. "What's the point of staying? We don't know how long they'll fight on the mountain. Are we just going to let the sect leader lie on the ground like this without even a proper coffin?" The disciples of Jade Pool Manor looked at each other. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Zhen Songming walked to Mo Ran's side. When he brushed shoulders with Mo Ran, he said, Grandmaster Mo, remember what you said. After this battle, we'll meet at the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Fortunately, in this world, there's still the Heavenly Music Pavilion that can uphold justice. Someone's eyes were bright red. It was the disciple who had spat and insulted Chu Wanning. He followed behind his senior martial brother with deep hatred. The pavilion master will definitely handle this matter impartially so that our master can rest in peace. Mo Ran Nangong Si. You evil people, just you wait. You'll all get your retribution. Just wait for death. Chapter 201. Now that Baitan village was gone, even if Huang Xiaoya wanted to stay, she had no reason to. He could only go up the mountain. Mo Ran wanted to end the battle quickly, so he took the lead and rushed into Mount Huangshan's barrier. Jiang Dongtang's men followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the wizardry barrier, Mo Ran was still fine, but the people of Jiang Dongtang all screamed. It was a dead person. There were dead people everywhere. There were corpses all over the ground, all over the trees, lying on the ground and hanging on the treetops. They were moving, crawling, twisting, and moving at an extremely slow speed towards every living person. Phoenix Mountain had turned into a mountain of corpses. Seeing this, Huang Xiaoya took the lead and whipped out her horsetail whisk. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 heads of the corpses were chopped off. Before Mo Ran could react to why this old man suddenly became so valiant, he heard him cry out in pain and fall to the ground in an extremely exaggerated posture. His eyes rolled back and he coughed up blood. Mo Ran. The disciples of Jiang Dongtang hurriedly rushed forward. Senior Huang. Senior, it doesn't matter. Although this old man is heavily injured, I can still contribute some strength. Huang Xiaoya struggled to get up, but after 2 steps, her knees went soft and she fell back to the ground, gasping for breath. The disciple said anxiously, Senior, it's better if you rest outside. There are too many evil spirits here. I'm afraid your heart veins will be damaged. Yes. At first, Huang Xiaoya tried her best to refuse. As she refused, she vomited blood. The blood was still mixed with sticky saliva. It was indescribably disgusting. After a few times, Huang Xiaoya led most of the Jiang Dongtang disciples and put on a regretful expression. The crowd was like a school of carps crossing the river. They rushed out of the enchantment of Mount Huangshan. This barrier prevented people from entering, but it did not prevent people from escaping. Soon there were only a few people left in Jiang Dongtang. At this time, a young man suddenly came down from the foothills in front of them. The young man had light golden hair, deep blue eyes and a cold expression. He and Mo Ran looked at each other, both slightly startled. Mo Ran reacted first. Brother Mei? Mei Hanshua nodded, cold and not fond of words. Mo Ran asked anxiously, Have you seen my master and the others? It's right ahead. As he said this, a corpse staggered up from behind Mei Hanshua. Just as Mo Ran was about to remind him, he saw a cold sword light. Mei Hanshua had already summoned her sword, and without turning her head, she stabbed a hole in the corpse's chest. He pulled out the sword with a puff. Black liquid flowed from the tip of the sword. Mei Hanshua's expression was grave and stern. She wiped away the blood on the sword and said, You go up straight ahead. The first mountain path is to the left. There are too many corpses. We are currently clearing the path. Everyone is there. Mo Ran thanked him and was about to catch up. Mei Hanshua stopped him again. Wait. Is something the matter, Brother Mei? The palace master and Madame Rong are old friends. She was worried and had me turn back to see the 2 from the Confucian Wind sect. How are they? Are they still outside? When Mo Ran heard this, his heart relaxed. He said, They are still waiting outside. Nangong Si has cast a binding spell on herself. But Huang Xiaoya has gone out. I'm afraid she will do something to make things difficult for them. I ask you to take care of her. Mei Hanshua pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. With a tap of her foot, she disappeared from the end of the barrier. Mo Ran didn't delay and immediately rushed to the large group. It was strange. He originally thought that with so many corpses, he should have seen the remains of his own people on the road, but there weren't any. There were chopped up corpses everywhere, rotten flesh. Although it was disgusting, there weren't any cultivators' remains mixed in. Was it because all the sect masters had brought their outstanding elites? He didn't have the leisure to think about it. He immediately threw himself into the battle to clean up the foothills. If it was said that he had just walked along the place where everyone had already fought, those zombies had already been weakened to the point where they didn't have any fighting strength. But now that he started, he felt even more strange. It was too simple. He felt that he wasn't fighting with evil spirits at all. It was as if he was slaughtering ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. This situation made him uneasy. He vaguely had an extremely terrifying guess. Suddenly a zombie hung down from the tree in front of him. Its hair was disheveled, and it reached out to grab Emoran's neck. Emoran suddenly swept back. The zombie immediately turned its head, its nostrils twitching. It grabbed his shoulder with one hand and wanted to bring its sinister rotten face closer. Emoran was extremely disgusted, but he still took advantage of this opportunity to observe it first. Then he lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicked it into the crowd of zombies, knocking down several zombies that came over. Emoran. At this time, Shuemeng also fought back to back with him. Shuemeng gasped for breath. His cheeks were splashed with some black blood. His eyes were like lightning. He said in a low voice, "What's going on? Are these corpses for fun? Are they playing a sea battle? How can they be so weak?" Emoran's eyes were cold, revealing a chill. In his previous life, the Emperor Ta had read all kinds of evil arts. He already had a vague guess in his heart, but at this time he didn't have enough clues, so he couldn't make a conclusion. Emoran gritted his teeth and said, "These aren't cultivator corpses. They're ordinary people." "What?" Shuemeng was shocked. He turned his head and asked, "These people are King rotten into black ash. Each one of them is like charcoal. How can you tell if they're cultivators or not?" "I can't King tell if they're men or women." Emoran didn't answer directly. Instead he said, "If I were to fight with you, and I didn't have time to dodge, and you grabbed my shoulder, what would you do? Why would you expose your shoulder to me? This is a big taboo in combat. Even 11 or 12-year-old disciples wouldn't make such a mistake." "Why is it a big taboo?" "Because the spirit core is close. Grabbing your shoulder is equivalent to grabbing half of your spirit core. The other hand can stab into your chest, and you can immediately decide life and death." Emoran said, "Okay. Just now there was a zombie that grabbed me like this." Shuemeng was shocked. "How can you be so careless? Do you want to die?" Emoran interrupted him. "It didn't move." "Ah." At such a close distance, it didn't think that the other hand would attack my spirit core. For cultivators, protecting their own spirit nuclei and attacking other people's spirit nuclei in close proximity is already a deep-rooted habit. Just like what you said, even 11 or 12-year-old cultivators would do this. Even if they become zombies after death, the habit of fighting hand-to-hand will not change. However, this corpse didn't do this. Emoran paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Why not? There are two possibilities. Can't do it, can't think of it." "Shuemeng," Emoran said, "it's a rare opportunity to have both hands and feet intact. It's impossible that it can't be done, so it can only not think of it. Most of these corpses were probably ordinary people when they were alive. Even if they died, they wouldn't be a match for these elites. So until now, not a single person has been injured." Shuemeng was shocked. How can this be? What was Su Shuanglin doing at Mount Huang when he wanted to pile up so many ordinary people? If he had the mental strength, why didn't he control the cultivators? Emoran said, "It's the same as before. Can't do it, can't think of it." "How can he not think of it?" "So there's only one left. Can't do it." Emoran's gaze was heavy. Sparks splashed in his eyes like boiling molten iron falling into the night ocean. Su Shuanglin's spiritual power is not enough to control so many cultivators with the exquisite chess game. Then it's useless for him to control these soft-footed shrimps. Shuemeng kicked back another pile of zombies. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What can he do? What can he stop? Emoran didn't say anything else. The guess in his heart was becoming clearer and clearer. He looked at the zombies that were fighting with the crowd, and soon, he discovered an extremely strange phenomenon. When the corpses that had their limbs cut off and their heads cut off fell to the ground, Tiny vines would immediately extend out and directly pierce into their chests. Then with a poof sound, the flesh on the chest, along with the heart, would be abruptly pulled into the ground, disappearing without a trace. This was originally something that was extremely easy to discover. However, with the chaotic situation, everyone was overwhelmed. Those vines were small and thin. If one didn't stand still and observe from the side, they wouldn't be able to see them at all. Emoran? Xuemeng was still calling him, but Emoran didn't hear his voice at all. Suddenly, he flew up and grabbed a zombie's neck. He flipped a concealed dagger in his hand and stabbed the zombie's heart. Black blood instantly splashed all over his face. Xuemeng suddenly opened his mouth wide and took 2 steps back. He was actually speechless. He felt that Emoran must be crazy. Emoran tilted half of his well-defined face. He quickly and fiercely pulled out the zombie's black-gray heart and shattered it, revealing a black chess piece inside. This wasn't surprising. The zombies on Mount Huang were obviously under the control of the exquisite chess game. That was why they were acting as accomplices. Emoran didn't want to see this chess piece. He rummaged through the bloodstains and endured the strong stench. Xuemeng couldn't take it anymore. He bent over and vomited. Are you sick? This is too disgusting. Blar. Emoran ignored him. His fingers moved through the blood clots and soon found what he was looking for. On the back of the chess piece, there was a small red insect tightly clinging to it. It was the soul-eating insect. At the same time, dozens of thin and soft vines suddenly sprang up from the ground and attacked Emoran's bloody hands. He quickly dodged, but the vines moved faster and faster. They were determined to wrap the chess piece and the insect into the earth's core. Emoran now completely understood Su Shuanglin's intention and method. His hair stood on end and his blood turned cold. Because in this world, except for the Emperor Ta in his previous life, no one would think of obtaining this kind of evil secret technique. Just like how the Return of the Waves was created by Chu Wanning, everything in front of Emoran, including the chess piece, the soul-eating insect, the zombies, and all kinds of arrangements, all pointed to a formation that Emoran couldn't be more familiar with. The formation of unity. This was the formation that he personally created in his previous life. If he was still guessing before, then the reappearance of this formation was like a blow to his head. Its reappearance undoubtedly confirmed 2 things. First, other than himself, there must be someone else who was reborn in this world. Second, that person who was reborn must be familiar with the style of the Emperor Ta in his previous life. Emoran's hands trembled slightly. Black blood kept dripping from the gaps of his fingers. The black chess piece and the red insect were tightly held in his palm. He dodged the flying vines, but his mind was in a mess. In the chaos and horror, he suddenly remembered the broken memories of his previous life. At that time, he was only 19 years old. At that time, the crack in the world of spirits and souls had just been repaired, and Shimei had just passed away. Behind everyone's back, he secretly practiced the exquisite chess game for almost half a year. Until that day, the 19-year-old Mo Weiyu sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. Spreading out his palms, there were 2 black chess pieces lying in his palms. It was the first time in his life that he refined the exquisite chess game. Before that, he had tried thousands of methods, but they all ended in failure. He couldn't understand the obscure sentences written in the Forbidden Technique Remnant Scroll, but he couldn't ask Chu Wanning. In fact, during that time, he was not willing to talk to Chu Wanning. Shimei's death became a gap that could never be filled between them. This pair of master and disciple had long been dead. In the last few months, when he showed his evil face, he would occasionally meet a man in white walking on the road. But every time they met, he would pretend that he didn't see him and walk away without saying a word. In fact, several times when they passed by each other on the Bridge of Helplessness, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that Chu Wanning seemed to want to say something to him. Unfortunately, Chu Wanning's dignity didn't allow him to take the initiative to call his disciple. And Emoran wouldn't give him more time to hesitate. He just left and never looked back. In the end, they parted ways. Without anyone's help, Emoran spent a long time to barely understand the meaning of the Forbidden Technique Remnant Scroll. He also knew the most critical point of the exquisite chess game: all chess pieces, whether it was the black chess piece or the more powerful white chess piece that could empathize with the caster, were all condensed by the caster's spiritual power. And every time a chess piece was condensed, The consumption of spiritual power was very amazing. The spiritual power of refining a black chess piece was enough to perform hundreds of big moves, and refining a white chess piece could almost exhaust the spiritual power of a great master like Chu Wanning in an instant. In other words, even if a person was exceptionally smart and had a great understanding of the exquisite chess game, it was useless. Without enough spiritual power, they could only talk on paper. Although Mo Ran was talented and had abundant spiritual power, he was still a youth who hadn't even reached 20 years of age. So he spent all his effort and failed several times. In the end, he was only able to condense 2 black chess pieces. At this moment they were lying in his palm. Mo Ran stared at the 2 black chess pieces, his eyes flashing with a strange light. In the dark room, only a candlestick that was about to burn out was lit, illuminating his face. He did it. At that time he didn't care about the number of chess pieces at all. He was only ecstatic because he had successfully condensed the exquisite black chess pieces. He did it. He was such a handsome person, but he suddenly had the ferocious appearance of a beast. When he walked out of the dark room, his head was dizzy. Half of it was because of the bliss, and the other half was because these 2 chess pieces had exhausted all his spiritual power. His whole body was exhausted. When he walked outside and was illuminated by the dazzling sunlight, he immediately felt dizzy and couldn't breathe. His face turned red and white for a while. A blurry scene swayed in front of his eyes. In the distance, he saw 2 disciples of the peak of life and death approach. The only thing he had time to do was to hide the 2 black chess pieces in his Qianquan bag as soon as possible. Then his legs went soft and he fell to the ground unconscious. Half asleep, he knew he had been brought back to the disciples' room and was lying on a bed that wasn't very spacious. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a person sitting by the bed. He had a fever and a headache. He couldn't see that person's appearance clearly, but he could vaguely feel that person's eyes were looking at him. They were so concerned, so attentive, so gentle, and even seemed to be filled with self-blame. Sure, his lips opened and closed, but his voice was so hoarse that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Tears flowed down his face first. That white figure paused for a moment. Then Mo Ran felt a warm hand caressing his face. That person wiped away the tears on his cheeks. That person sighed softly and said, "Why are you crying? Shirmei, are you back? Can you not leave? Don't die. Don't leave me alone. Ever since my mother left, there's no second person in this world who treats me so gently and well like you. There's no second person who doesn't dislike me and is willing to stay by my side. Shirmei, don't leave." His hot tears couldn't be stopped no matter what. He also felt that he was very useless, but he kept crying. In his dreams and in his sleep he kept crying. That person just sat by his bed and kept him company. Later on, that person held his hand and didn't say anything. That clumsy person just stayed by his side and didn't leave for even a moment. Mo Ran thought of the 2 exquisite chess pieces in his Qianquan bag. He also knew that those chess pieces were the source of evil, and were the seeds of the devil. But they were also the bargaining chips he used to fight against the heavens and the earth when he couldn't get what he wanted. In fact, refining the chess pieces didn't require only spiritual power. In the end, the sacrifice would be his soul, which was originally considered clean. Mo Ran muttered. Under his wet eyelashes, his eyes were hazy. He looked at Shirmei's phantom and said, "I'm sorry. If you were still here, I also don't want to walk on this path." But he didn't have the strength to say the second half of his sentence. He fell into a deep sleep once again. When he woke up again, that white-clothed man had already left. Mo Ran felt that this was a scene from his dream, but he remembered that there was originally a pot of incense burning in the room. It was used by Shizun to calm his nerves. It was very fragrant, but he didn't like to smell it. The incense was already extinguished. It was a very long incense, but it wasn't completely burned. It was extinguished by someone. Who was it that came here? He sat up and stared blankly at the incense burner. He thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. He saw that his clothes, accessories, the Shenwu Modeo, and his Qianquan bag were all neatly placed on the table. He came back to his senses and hurriedly got down barefooted to get his Qianquan bag. He opened it. Fortunately, the 3 knots he deliberately tied before he fainted were still the same 3. No one had touched them. Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief and rummaged through the bag. He saw that the 2 Zhenlong chess pieces, as black as the night, were hibernating in the corner, like 2 ghost eyes harboring evil intentions. They wanted to devour him. He stared at the 2 chess pieces in a daze for a while. This was probably fate. If Chu Wanning had flipped through Mo Ran's Qingkuan bag at that time, everything would have changed. But Chu Wanning wouldn't casually flip through other people's things. Even if the bag was open, he wouldn't look twice. Mo Ran took out the chess pieces. His Adam's apple bobbed and his heart beat like a drum. What should he do now? How should he use these 2 chess pieces? This was the first time he had condensed a sharp weapon. He couldn't wait to try it, but who should he look for? In a flash of lightning, an extremely crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Chu Wanning. He wanted to put the chess pieces into Chu Wanning's body. After he fought his way in, would that cold, heartless hypocrite man obey his every order from now on? Would he never stand if he asked him to kneel? Could he make Chu Wanning kneel in front of him and apologize? Could he make Chu Wanning fall at his feet? Could he make Chu Wanning call him master? Could he stab him and bite him? Extreme excitement made the light in Mo Ran's eyes begin to distort. Yes, torture him. This high and mighty immortal, what would be the most painful? The most shameful? Humiliating him. Mo Ran held the 2 chess pieces tightly. His mouth and tongue were dry and hot. He fell into a strong sense of excitement and anxiety. He licked his chapped lips. He couldn't wait to do this. He wanted to see Chu Wanning's pale neck. Then he would reach out and touch it, feel that slight tremble, and then break his neck? Crush his bones? Mo Ran felt unhappy. He felt empty and unsatisfied for no reason. It was too boring to let Chu Wanning die. Even if he imagined it, he was unwilling. He wanted to see him cry, he wanted to see him crawl. He wanted to see him live a life worse than death, ashamed and angry. He always felt that there was a better way to vent his anger. He put a chess piece to his lips. The cold touch touched his lips. He muttered in a low voice, "You can't stop me, Chu Wanning. There will be such a day soon. I will let you." Let you what? He hadn't thought it through at that time. He didn't know that a large part of his surging desire at the moment was the desire to conquer and sexual desire for Chu Wanning. But he already had that terrifying male instinct. He wanted to bury the first demon seed that he condensed into Chu Wanning's body. He wanted to dirty him. He got up, pushed the door and walked out. Chapter 202. But after circling around the Red Lotus Pavilion a few times, Mo Ran calmed down and did not do such a crazy thing. It was too dangerous. This was his first time refining the precious dragon chess, and he had never tried it before. If he rashly made a move on the number 1 grandmaster, he was afraid that his life was too long. So after hesitating again and again, Mo Ran controlled his impulse and left the Red Lotus Pavilion. After some consideration, he finally chose to use these 2 precious dragon chess pieces on the 2 junior brothers who were at the peak of life and death. He needed to experiment many times, and choosing a junior disciple with an unstable foundation was the safest choice. It was a slightly cold night, and the darkness shrouded the mountain peak. Mo Ran moved very quickly, looking at the 2 youths who were still competing by the river. He was so nervous that even his hands were trembling, and his pupils shrunk. The moonlight shone on his pale face. He pursed his lips, moved his fingertips slightly, and stepped out. That was the first time he used such a heinous forbidden technique, and he was excited and nervous. Bang! The 2 suddenly knelt on the ground. Mo Ran was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow, like a murderer who had just killed someone. He immediately hid in the nearby bushes, and his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Bang, bang, bang. After a long while, he saw the 2 of them kneeling stiffly in the same spot, not moving at all. Only then did his wildly beating heart slowly calm down. His inner clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, and his scalp was numb. He walked out. Under the moonlight, he stood by the riverbank. This time he was calmer than before, although he still did not dare to breathe. He was as cautious as a slithering snake in the night. Mo Ran lowered his head and looked at the 2 junior brothers. The 2 who were laughing and playing just now had no color on their faces. They were as calm as stagnant water, kneeling on the ground motionlessly. Mo Ran stared at them, but they did not raise their heads and just knelt like that. Mo Ran tried to move his fingertips again, urging the technique. The two junior brothers kowtowed and then stood up, turning their eyes. In the two pairs of black eyes, Mo Ran saw his own reflection. The reflection was not very clear, but for some reason, Mo Ran felt that he had seen it clearly. He saw it so clearly that not a single drop of water could escape his eyes. He saw a ghost with a pale face and red eyes against the full moon. Mo Ran heard his own voice, trembling and hoarsely probing. "Tell me your name." What answered him were two calm voices. "It's not up to me." Mo Ran's heart was beating violently, and his blood was flowing freely in his body. His Adam's apple bobbed as he continued to ask in a low voice, "Where are you?" "Not up to me." "What time?" "Not up to me." The low-level black pieces that were successfully controlled by the exquisite chessboard had three "not up to me." Name not up to me, body not up to me, and what time is up to me? All up to the master. This was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient book. Mo Ran murmured. It was strange, but when facing the two chess pieces that he made with his own hands, what he felt the most was not ecstasy but fear. What was he afraid of? He did not know, but his heart was in chaos, extremely chaotic. He knew that he was already standing on the edge of a cliff. No, he had already fallen off the cliff. Below was darkness, an endless abyss, and he could not see the bottom. He could not see where was death, where was the end, where was fire, where was the end. He felt as if there was a soul in his body that was screaming and screaming in pain, but it soon shattered into powder and debris. He trembled, reached out, and touched the cheek of one of the chess pieces. He swallowed, but there was no saliva in his mouth. His lips were chapped, and his handsome face was twisted. He stared at that junior brother, and then asked the last question. "What do you want?" "What I want is to be a chess piece for you, even if it costs me my life." Mo Ran stopped trembling. Everything around him suddenly became very quiet, cold and still like ice. He had made two chess pieces. With two chess pieces, he had turned two junior brothers whose names he did not even know into his puppets. If he wanted them to go east, they would not go west. If he wanted them to kill each other, they would not give him a way out. He was their master. The exquisite chessboard was the worst at controlling dead objects, and the best at controlling living people. Mo Ran's spiritual energy was naturally domineering and fierce, and he was extremely talented in this. The first time he made a move, the chess pieces he made could already control two living cultivators, although they were only two young beginner cultivators. After the initial fear, Mo Ran suddenly felt extremely excited, extremely excited. It was as if there was a grand picture scroll slowly unfolding before his eyes. On it was a scene of sensual pleasures, beautiful flowers, and everything was in his hands. Everything was his. Everything he loved he could tightly hold on to. Everything he hated he could crush into fine powder. Mo Ran was extremely excited. His heart was still beating fast or even faster. However, it was not because of fear but because of excitement. The exquisite chessboard. The three great forbidden techniques. He had been sneaky and failed tens of thousands of times, but he finally learned. He finally succeeded. He did extremely well. The whole world would be in his pocket. With these black chess pieces he could do many things that he could not do before. He could make the north of the desert to Jiangnan his claws and teeth. In front of him there was a myriad of colors, extremely dazzling. It was as if he could do anything, as if he could do anything. Mo Ran. Suddenly, a familiar cold voice interrupted him. Like a basin of cold water, those vermilion buildings and high platforms seemed to collapse in an instant. He seemed to fall from the clouds to the cold hard ground, falling back into the oppressive reality. Mo Ran slowly turned his head, his eyes scarlet and ferocious. Facing the moonlight, he saw the cold man in white standing on the gravel ground. He had never wanted to see Chu Wanning more than at this moment. "What are you doing here?" Mo Ran secretly clenched his hands into fists, pursed his lips, and did not immediately answer. Behind him stood two exquisite chess pieces, but they were not done perfectly. If Chu Wanning walked closer and looked carefully, he would definitely find something strange, and then everything would be exposed. With Chu Wanning's personality, she would probably pull out his tendons, break his legs, and destroy his spiritual cores. Then, she would burn all the ancient books that he had copied from the forbidden area of the library. Seeing that he did not speak, Chu Wanning slightly frowned. His pure white silk shoes stepped on the gravel, and took a step forward. But it was true he only took that one step. Then he stopped and looked at the two strange disciples standing behind Mo Ran. Not caring about anything else, Mo Ran lightly crooked his little finger, but almost using all of his willpower, he roared the order in his heart. Finally, the two disciples moved as he wished. One of the disciples laughed. "You threw it too close. My throw just now definitely threw it farther than yours. You keep bragging anyway, you." Elder Yu hung. They acted as usual, playing around like before. When they saw Chu Wanning, they were even stunned for a moment. Then the two of them bowed to Chu Wanning one by one. Chu Wanning looked at them a few times, feeling that something was wrong, but he was not so clear. "Greetings to Elder. Greetings to Elder Yu hung." The two disciples withdrew their smiles, politely greeted Chu Wanning, and tactfully planned to leave. Chu Wanning frowned, but his eyebrows did not loosen. His gaze was fixed on the two chess pieces walking over from the riverbank, coming close to him, brushing past his shoulder, and walking in the direction of the bamboo forest. He stared at the two for a long time, then turned his head, his gaze once again falling on Mo Ran. Mo Ran secretly sighed in relief, but before he could relax halfway, he heard Chu Wanning suddenly say, "Stop." Mo Ran's expression changed slightly. In fact, his fingernails had already left red marks in his palms, but he did not say anything. He quietly observed Chu Wanning's subtle expressions, observed Chu Wanning's every move. Chu Wanning said to the two frozen figures, "Come back." Mo Ran had no choice but to brace himself and have the two chess pieces listen to his orders. He slowly walked back from the end of the bamboo forest, standing in front of Chu Wanning. The light clouds moved and the full moon peeked out. Under the bright moonlight, Chu Wanning stared at the faces of the two disciples. He suddenly raised his hand, the tip of his finger covering the side of one of the disciples' neck. Mo Ran stared closely at Chu Wanning's expression. His expression did not change, but his heart was beating wildly. He knew that Chu Wanning must have felt that something was wrong, so he suddenly stretched out his hand to check the pulse. It must be known that those who had just learned to play chess could generally only control corpses, not living people. Although these two people were directly made from living people, Mo Ran was not sure if he had done it perfectly. He was not sure if he had killed them in an instant when he inserted the black chess pieces into their hearts. After an unknown period of time, Chu Wanning finally dropped his hand. He then brushed his sleeve and said, "Let's go." Mo Ran only felt the blade hanging over his neck move away. Chu Wanning did not notice. The heavens had eyes, allowing him to steal a life under Chu Wanning's eyes. After the two disciples left, Chu Wanning glanced at him and then said, "It's so late, why are you here?" Mo Ran said, "Passing by." He controlled his tone very well. He did not suddenly have a good attitude towards Chu Wanning just because he had a guilty conscience. Perhaps it was this cold and disobedient attitude that made Chu Wanning, who should have been suspicious, purse his lips and remain silent for a moment. He did not want to spend a moment with Chu Wanning, so he moved his gaze away and walked forward. But just as he was about to walk shoulder to shoulder with him, Chu Wanning suddenly said something that made him tense in an instant. "The book collection pavilion is a forbidden area. Someone recently snuck in." Mo Ran did not turn his head, but there was a faint light in his eyes. "You should know that there are some remnants of forbidden techniques that are controlled by the 10 great sections." Mo Ran stopped in his tracks and said, "I know. One of the most important remnants has obvious traces of being flipped through." Mo Ran laughed coldly. "What does that have to do with me?" He was stubbornly holding on. He knew that as long as Heaven's Inquisition was exposed and he was interrogated, then his evil deeds and the budding demons in his heart would be exposed under Chu Wanning's eyes. His dreams, his ambitions would all be over. Chu Wanning was silent for a moment. "Mo Ran, how long are you going to be stubborn for?" There was a faint trace of anger in his voice. Mo Ran did not answer, but he could almost predict what would happen next. He could foresee the flash of Heaven's Inquisition's golden light. He could foresee how Chu Wanning would question him with a gentleman's face why he did such a thing. In any case, in Chu Wanning's eyes, he would always be so. Do you know how dangerous the situation is? Beyond redemption. He finished the 4 words in a dry voice. Then he turned his head in a daze. Under the moonlight, he looked at Chu Wanning's face. His face was pale, and there was a faint uneasiness under his sword-like eyebrows. A pair of clear eyes looked at him, but he could not see through anything. He could not see through anything. If someone really practiced that forbidden technique, it would kill. You did not sleep at night and came to such a desolate place. Do you want to give up your life for nothing? Chu Wanning's voice was low, as if he was gritting his teeth. So many people died in the battle of heaven splitting. Did it not teach you how to cherish your life? Since you know that the remnants were stolen, how can you be so carefree? Mo Ran was silent, his dark brown eyes staring at him. His forehead was full of sweat. At this time he slowly calmed down, and when the wind blew it was cold. His body relaxed bit by bit, and he did not know what kind of strange feeling filled his heart. In the end, Mo Ran almost smiled. Shizun. Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes flickered slightly. Since Shimei's death, Mo Ran had never smiled at him, and rarely called him Shizun. Mo Ran smiled and asked, "Are you worried about me?" His smile became even brighter. It was so bright that it was like a bayonet. The white knife went in and the red knife came out. With a puff it went into his chest, and the blade was full of blood beads. He slowly opened his mouth like a demon, revealing his white teeth, like the poisonous claws of a scorpion. The battle of heaven splitting. He chuckled. It's great that Shizun can mention the battle of heaven splitting. It's not important what I learned from that battle. The important thing is that Shizun learned how to care for others. He saw the light in Chu Wanning's eyes tremble, and he tried his best to tense up, but he could not dodge in time and had no way to retreat. The smile on Mo Ran's face became more and more exaggerated, wanton and cruel. He invaded him, bit him and chewed on Chu Wanning's throat. He suddenly felt very happy and he laughed loudly. Haha, good, very good, this is a good deal. A nameless disciple has changed Grandmaster Chu's conscience. Grandmaster Chu finally cares about the life and death of the people around him. Shizun, today I finally feel that Shimei's death is good. Even someone as calm and cold as Chu Wanning couldn't help but tremble slightly under his crazy laughter that sounded like a vulture circling in the air. Mo Ran. Shimei's death is good. His death is worth it. His death is righteous. His death is worth it. Mo Ran, you. Stop laughing. Don't say it again. But he could not say it. Chu Wanning could not say it. He could not beg for mercy. He could not beg. And he could not reprimand this disciple who was on the verge of madness. He could not say, "You're wrong, it's not that I don't want to save him, it's that I don't have the strength. I also suffered the same injury as him. If I use even 1 more inch of spiritual energy, I will also become a corpse in the grave, a person in the spring." He could not say it. Maybe he felt that this kind of confession was too weak. Or maybe he felt that in Mo Ran's heart, even if he died, he was not worth mentioning, and could not compare to Shimei, who was the most gentle to him. So in the end, Chu Wanning could only suppress the trembling in his voice, and he said in a low voice, 1 word at a time, "Mo Weiyu, how long are you going to be crazy for? Go back." His anger boiled with grief, and his throat was full of bitterness. Shimei's death was not in exchange for a madman like you. Shizun's words are wrong. Mo Ran laughed. How could Shimei's death be in exchange for me? He was like a snake, a scorpion, a bee, an ant, gnawing at people's hearts. He's dead, and the one who's returned is clearly you, master. The bee stung his flesh. Looking at Chu Wanning's deathly pale face, he felt a painful pleasure in his heart. He provoked him as if he did not care about his life, mocked him and made Chu Wanning suffer a fate worse than death. Excellent. They would go to hell together. I also want to go back. Mo Ran smiled calmly, his deep dimples like wine brewing. I also don't want to wander around in the middle of the night. But right across from my room is his room. Mo Ran did not say who. He used the word him. The intimacy made Chu Wanning feel even more tormented. The light in his room will never be lit again. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. Mo Ran smiled. After a long time, his expression gradually calmed down. I want to ask for a bowl of wontons to eat, but I can't get it anymore. For a moment, Chu Wanning's eyelashes trembled. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But Mo Ran did not give him the chance to say it, nor did he give him the courage to say it. Mo Ran was not without ridicule. Shizun wontons like wontons are best made by people in Shu. Red oil, chili, pepper and pepper are all indispensable. They are all things you hate the most. Back then you wanted to make another bowl for me, and I appreciate your kindness. But the things you make I know without tasting them. There is only one word to describe them. Chu Wanning still did not open his eyes, the space between his brows slightly furrowed. It seemed that this way, he could avoid the sharp sword of his lips and tongue. I haven't studied much, but fortunately, I just heard Xue Meng mention it a few days ago. I feel that it is very suitable for Shizun's wontons. What was it? A waste of effort? A waste of effort? Chu Wanning searched chaotically in his consciousness, as if he was busy trying to find a fitting armor. He found the most unpleasant word to first tidy himself up, so as to avoid being humiliated too badly. Worthless. Mo Ran still did not open his mouth. That word was sinking between his lips and teeth. Yes, worthless. Chu Wanning firmly believed that there was no word more chilling than this. He calmed down, until he heard Mo Ran calmly say, "Make a fool of yourself by imitating others." He opened his eyes almost in a daze. He did not think that the other would be so vicious. Under the sleeves of his gown, his hands were trembling slightly. Kneading the dough, seasoning, kneading the stuffing. Facing the Shu food record, he earnestly read each word and sentence. His face was stained with flour, and the wontons he made went from crooked to perfectly round and cute. He had always been learning well, always been working hard to ponder. He changed it to those 4 words. Make a fool of yourself by imitating others. The river bank at night was suffused with silver light. Mo Ran looked at him. Chu Wanning stood where he was for a while. Suddenly, without saying a word, he turned and left. For some reason, Mo Ran always felt that on that day, his footsteps were a bit fast. He was not as calm and steady as before, like he was defeated, like he was running away. He did not know why, but there was a faint trace of uncertainty in his heart. He furrowed his brows, looking at Chu Wanning's back. Just as that back was about to disappear, he finally called out, "Wait!" Chapter 203. But Chu Wanning did not stop, nor did he turn his head. He could not turn his head. He gritted his teeth and endured, but his tears still fell. He felt so wronged. But even if he felt wronged, what could he do? Explain? Rebuke? Things had already come to this point. How could he still have the face to tell Mo Ran the truth? Could it be that he had to painstakingly explain when Mo Ran resented and mocked him? Or did he want to make a fool of himself and then say that he had taken over the magpie's nest? He left. That night by the Bridge of Helplessness by the Yellow Spring, the conversation between the master and disciple, it was unknown whether or not it flowed along the surging river, down the mountains, into the rivers and into the netherworld. And that gentle youth, if he knew and heard this conversation in the netherworld, it was unknown whether or not he would feel sad because of the discord between the master and disciple. Mo Ran stood alone by the riverside for a while. He thought that perhaps this was fate. Chu Wanning suspected others, but he did not suspect him. Speaking of which, that day was a coincidence. Chu Wanning's Heaven's Inquisition had been patrolling the back of the mountain. Because he had encountered a little ghost, he had summoned it and used it. After that, he did not take it back, and just like that, it hung around his waist. The golden Heaven's Inquisition glittered and flowed on Chu Wanning's white clothes. This vine whip that could extract the truth from him and strangle the later Emperor Ta had always shone brightly. But Chu Wanning did not take it off, did not interrogate him. Mo Ran escaped the Heaven's Inquisition, and slowly left alone. He walked into the depths of the swaying bamboo forest, walked into the thickest part of the night, and finally was completely swallowed by the darkness. From then on, he began to secretly refine chess pieces. 2 for 10. More and more. He planted them one by one into the bodies of the disciples at the peak of life and death, and made them his eyes and ears, claws and teeth and secret arrows. After the initial joy, Mo Ran gradually began to become irritated and gloomy. He became more and more irritable, more and more irritable, more and more unsatisfied. It was too slow. He felt that it was not enough. He was afraid that Chu Wanning would notice something, so he didn't dare to do the same thing as the first time, consuming all of his energy to make the precious dragon chess. He only did one at a time, leaving half of his energy behind. He was no longer at daggers drawn. Instead, he finally retracted his claws and returned to Chu Wanning's seat to cultivate with Chu Wanning. He calculated, thinking that Chu Wanning could help him improve his cultivation in the shortest time possible, laying down the bricks for him to take the first step to tread on the bones of the human world. What's not to like? On this day, he cultivated too hard and was exhausted. He accidentally lost control of himself from the slender treetop and fell straight down. In just an instant, Chu Wanning's white clothes flashed past. He hugged Mo Ran, but he couldn't free his hands to summon the enchantment. The two of them fell under the tree together. Chu Wanning was pinned down by Mo Ran, groaning in pain. Mo Ran opened his eyes and saw that Chu Wanning's hand was scratched. There was a bloody wound and the flesh was exposed. Mo Ran stared at the wound. His heart was actually cruel and excited. At that time, his heart was already beginning to distort. He didn't feel much gratitude or guilt. He only felt that the blood was really beautiful. Why not bleed a little more? But he knew that it wasn't time yet. He still couldn't reveal the sinister face under the hood. So he helped Chu Wanning wipe the wound and helped Chu Wanning bandage. Neither of them spoke. They each had their own thoughts. The pure white gauze was wrapped a lot. In the end, Mo Ran said meaningfully, "Shizun, thank you." This sudden thank you made Chu Wanning feel very surprised. He raised his eyes and looked at Mo Ran's face. The sun shone down, illuminating Mo Ran's face. The brown color was faintly illuminated by the light. At that time, Mo Ran was actually a little curious. What did Chu Wanning think of his thank you? Was the prodigal son finally turning over a new leaf? Was he finally starting to ease up? But Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He only lowered his eyelashes and pulled down his sleeves. The wind picked up and the sun was just right. In his previous life, he couldn't see through his Shizun, just like how his Shizun also misunderstood him. After that, Mo Ran's Li became stronger and stronger. He had a shocking talent. After using half of his Ling Qi, the chess pieces he could make change from 1 to 2, and then to 4. But it wasn't enough. What he wanted was 1,000,000 soldiers, a powerful force that could take down the peak of life and death in one fell swoop, and trample Chu Wanning under his feet. Mo Ran wasn't good at math. This person who was about to become the Emperor Ta was holding an abacus. He was currently in front of the table calculating beads. When Xue Meng came to see him, he just happened to see this scene. He curiously went over and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Calculating." "What kind of calculation?" Mo Ran paused for a moment. His eyes were dark and then he laughed. "Guess." "I can't guess." Xue Meng walked over, picked up the book in front of him and looked at it carefully. He muttered, 365 days, 365 days, 365 days. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Mo Ran calmly said, "I want to buy candy." "Candy? One piece of the best candy from the Rising Moon Temple costs 1 copper coin. If you save 1 copper coin every day, you can buy 365 pieces of candy in 365 days. If you can save 4 copper coins every day, then..." He lowered his head and counted with his fingers. He couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head and calculated. "Then it's 1,000. Xue Meng calculated faster than him. He neatly said, 1,460 pieces of candy. Mo Ran raised his head. After a moment of silence, he said, "You calculated really fast." Xue Meng was rarely praised. He was stunned for a moment and then he laughed. "That's not true. After all, I helped my mother weigh medicine when I was young." Mo Ran pondered for a moment, and then said with a smile, "I can't calculate clearly. Why don't you do me a favor and help me calculate?" After Shirmei passed away, Mo Ran hadn't been so calm for a long time. Xue Meng looked at him against the sun, and his heart felt a little bit of pity. So he nodded, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to Mo Ran. "Come tell me." Mo Ran warmly said, 10 pieces of candy a day. How much can you save in a year? 3,650. You don't need to calculate that. It's too simple. Mo Ran sighed and said, "Add a little more. 15 pieces a day. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too much to make so many pieces, so he asked, 12 pieces a day. How much? 4,000. 4,380. I want 5,000 pieces. How many more days do I have to wait? You still have to. Shuemeng scratched his head. He was having a hard time thinking, so he asked, why do you need so much candy? It's not like you can eat it all. Mo Ran lowered his eyes, hiding the sinister look in his eyes, and said, next year, the peak of life and death will be 30 years old. I want to give everyone a piece of candy to eat, so I have to save from today onwards. Shuemeng was stunned. You actually have such thoughts? Yes. Mo Ran smiled. Are you surprised? You have a share too. I don't need it. Shuemeng waved his hand. I don't need candy like you. Come, I'll help you calculate. Let's see how long you'll need to save before you can buy 5,000 pieces of candy. As he spoke, he took an abacus, and under the shadow of the flowers and trees by the window, he earnestly helped Mo Ran calculate. Mo Ran rested his chin on his hand, his eyes shining. After a while he chuckled and said, thank you. Shuemeng humphed. He was very focused on calculating and didn't pay much attention to him. In his eyes there were only those crackling black beads. One by one they were like black chess pieces stacked up one by one, increasing little by little. At that time Shuemeng probably would never have thought that what he was calculating wasn't candy at all, but human lives that overturned the peak of life and death. He also wouldn't have known that it was probably because of the way he helped by the window that faintly stirred the last bit of kindness in Mo Ran's heart. That was why Mo Ran didn't give him a share of those 5,000 black chess pieces in consideration of their old friendship. You need this long? In the end, looking at the number Shuemeng wrote down, Mo Ran shook his head. Too long. Shuemeng said, do you want me to lend you some money? Mo Ran smiled. There's no need. After Shuemeng left, he thought over and over again, and flipped through some scrolls. Gradually, he had a plan in his heart, and this plan became the prototype of the formation of unity that the Emperor Ta later created. That night, Mo Ran refined 10 chess pieces. Those chess pieces were all incomplete. Without using all of their strength, they couldn't control living people, and they couldn't even control relatively strong corpses. He took these 10 chess pieces and went down the mountain to Wuxia town. Humming a little song, he came to a place on the outskirts of the town. The crane returns to the slope. When people die, they ride the crane to return to the 9 heavens. This was a beautiful and simple illusion of mortals. To put it bluntly, this hillside was a cemetery. Whoever died in Wuxia town would be dragged to this hill to be buried. This was the burial place of the townspeople. Mo Ran didn't delay much. He walked through the rows of tombs, glancing at the words on the tombstones. Soon, he stopped in front of a new grave with bright handwriting and fresh fruits and steamed buns in front of the tombstone. He raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers in the air. The seal cracked open, revealing a simple coffin in the gravel. Because of a certain experience when he was a child, Mo Ran was not afraid of corpses at all, and he had no reverence for corpses. He jumped down from the raised mound, summoned the Mo sword, and used his strength to pry open the coffin nails. Then he kicked the thin lid open. The moonlight shone on the corpse's face. Mo Ran leaned over and looked at the body lying inside as if he was measuring the quality of pork. It was an old thing newly buried, wrapped in shrouds. His face was shriveled and his cheeks were sunken. Because the burial environment was not good and there was no money to preserve it, the coffin was filled with a strong stench. Some of the skin and flesh had begun to rot and maggots had grown. Mo Ran frowned and endured the stench. He neatly put on metal gloves, grabbed the old man's neck, and lifted him out of the coffin. The old man's head hung down stiffly. Mo Ran's eyes were cold. With a flash of light in his hand, he had already inserted the black jewel into the old man's chest. Good boy. Mo Ran seemed to intimately touch the dead man's face. Suddenly, he slapped the corpse and said with a smile, "Why are you so listless? Stand up straight, my precious little grandson." Although the incomplete black jewel couldn't control the strong corpse, it was more than enough to control an old man whose legs were as thin as sticks. The corpse began to move, and a pair of tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of eyes that were covered in a layer of gray. Emoran said, "Tell me your name." "My name is not up to me." "Where are you?" "My name is not up to me." "What time is it?" "My name is not up to me." Emoran narrowed his eyes and weighed the remaining 9 pieces in his hand. Sure enough, if it was only to control a corpse of this level, he wouldn't need to spend so much spiritual energy to make such pure black pieces. He grinned, revealing his deep dimples, and an extremely handsome smile. Slowly, he asked his last question. "What do you want?" The old man said with a hoarse voice, "What I want is to be the king's chess piece. I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life." Emoran laughed. He was very satisfied with this result. He used the remaining pieces to make another 9 corpses. He picked out fresh corpses that had just been buried. At least there was still intact skin and flesh that hadn't been eaten away. These corpses were old, weak, sick, and disabled. They fell when the wind blew. They didn't have any strength at all. But when Emoran looked at them, his eyes flashed with a crazy and excited light. He took out 10 small boxes from his Chankuan bag and opened one of them. He saw 2 small blood-red insects curled up inside. The male and female were biting each other's tails, unwilling to part. "Hey, I've had enough fun. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to stop now. It's time to put them to use," Emoran said lazily. He fiddled with his fingers and pushed the 2 insects apart. He took out the male insect and said to the first old man who was made into a chess piece, "Brother, please open your stinky mouth." The old man obediently opened his mouth, revealing the rotten tongue inside. Emoran threw the male insect into his mouth and said, "Eat it." There was no resistance, no hesitation. The corpse obediently ate the soul-devouring insect into his stomach. Emoran did the same. He fed all the male insects in the boxes to the corpses. Then he said, "Okay, lie back down and rest." The next day, Emoran made another 10 black chess pieces. They were also damaged and didn't consume too much spiritual power. After he finished, he cast a spell on the remaining female soul-devouring insects and attached them to the chess pieces. Then he quietly inserted them into the bodies of some low-level disciples. At first, those disciples only felt a slight itch on their backs, but they didn't feel anything special. Emoran wasn't anxious. He was waiting for the female soul-devouring insects to lay eggs. In the hearts of these disciples, they left behind larvae that corresponded with the male insects. In this way, the 2 unrelated chess pieces, through the adult and larvae, became the corresponding mother-child puppet. This was like flying a kite. Those weak corpses became the string of the kite. One end of the string held Emoran, and the other end held the more valiant, exquisite black chess. Emoran only needed to give the order to the corpse that hid the adult insect and the other corpse that wrapped the corresponding larvae. Then they would do the exact same thing. This was called unity. This trick was figured out by Emoran himself. Before him, those who could come into contact with the exquisite chess game were all great grandmasters. Those people didn't lack spiritual power, and they weren't crazy enough to want to make thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of exquisite chess pieces. So they didn't need to think of this kind of opportunistic method. At that time, Emoran, who was obsessed with the evil arts, didn't realize that he had already done a terrible thing that no one in the cultivation world had done for tens of thousands of years. He turned an evil art that could destroy the heavens and earth into something that anyone could use. Everyone could do it. "Brother!" Suddenly, he heard a shout by his ear. Emoran suddenly woke up. A bloody light flashed in front of his eyes. The evil phoenix spirit that was buried in the core of Phoenix Mountain had turned into more vines than before. They quickly attacked. The phoenix was a beast that was good at flying. Speed was extremely fast. Emoran couldn't dodge in time. His shoulder was suddenly cut open, and blood spurted out in an instant. Xuemeng was shocked. "Are you okay? Don't come over." Emoran gasped for breath. His eyes were cold. He stared at the tentacle-like blood vines on the ground, ready to pounce at any time to launch a second wave of surprise attacks. He sternly stopped Xuemeng. "Quick, go to Shizun. Tell him to stop. Tell everyone to stop." Blood dripped down. He tightly grasped the heart in his hand, and the chess piece. His mind was spinning rapidly. Thousands of thoughts surged into his mind. This was the unity array. It was even better than what he used in his previous life. But no matter how much he improved it, the principle was still the same. Only by maintaining the main body on one side could the subsidiary body on the other side unleash its power. Mo Ran held the precious chess piece in his hand. His entire body was still trembling. It wasn't because of the pain in his shoulder, but because of the coldness and fear that spread up from the soles of his feet. There was no doubt that someone was reborn. Then, did that reborn person know that he was also a ghost that was reborn? If he knew, then suddenly a chill ran down his back. Mo Ran suddenly felt despair. The Emperor Ta's pale face seemed to appear in front of him. His crown rustled. His face was sinister, and he grinned coldly. He was high and mighty, sitting on the dragon throne. He was cold and mocking. Grandmaster Mo, run. Where can you run to? Phantom images spread like a tide. They were all the people he killed in his previous life. They were the debts he owed in his previous life. He saw the bloody Shirmei. He saw the pale Chu Wanning. He saw the hanged woman dragging 3 feet of white silk. He saw the man with his intestines all over the floor. They were all coming to claim his life. You won't be able to escape sooner or later. Someone already knows what kind of filthy spirit is in your body. You will never be reborn. Mo Ran closed his eyes. If the person behind the scenes really knew that he was reborn, if that person revealed his past, then what should he do? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He saw the pale Chu Wanning. He saw the hanged woman dragging 3 feet of white silk. He saw the man with his intestines all over the floor. They were all coming to claim his life. You won't be able to escape sooner or later. Someone already knows what kind of filthy spirit is in your body. You will never be reborn. Mo Ran closed his eyes. If the person behind the scenes really knew that he was reborn, if that person revealed his past, then what should he do? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, Mo Ran's divine hand stepped forward first. With a light flick of his sleeve, he felt the burning pain in his wound ease. He nodded at Hua Bainan and said, "Thank you, divine hand." "You're welcome," Hua Bainan said coldly. "I wonder what Grandmaster Mo has discovered that you want to share with everyone." At this moment, Mo Ran's mood was extremely bad. He knew very well that if he revealed the Unity formation at this moment, it would definitely arouse some suspicion and speculation. However, he did not care so much. He knew very well that if the exquisite chessboard appeared in Jianghu in large numbers, it would cause a bloody storm. That was something that neither he nor Chu Wanning wanted to see. "Look at this." He opened his palm and showed the black chess piece in his hand to everyone. Jiang Shi sneered, "Exquisite chessboard? Didn't you already know? Is this what Grandmaster Mo discovered? If it wasn't for the exquisite chessboard, how could these corpses be manipulated by others?" Mo Ran pursed his lips and said, "It's not the exquisite chessboard. It's the soul-eating insect on the chess piece." He pointed to it for everyone to see. "It's here." Jiang Shi stood with his hands behind his back. He did not say much and just looked at him coldly. Shuizhengyong moved closer to look at the insect, but after looking at it for a long time, he could not figure out what it was. He asked, "What's wrong with this insect? Is there something wrong?" "It's on every chess piece," Mo Ran said. "This exquisite chessboard is not as simple as you think." Pairs of eyes stared at him, and he also glanced at them. Of course he knew what he was doing. He told everyone what he knew in order to prevent a catastrophe from happening. However, he was also very clear about the price. In fact, this was also where the mastermind behind the scenes was brilliant. If that person was not sure whether Mo Ran was reborn, the Unity Array was undoubtedly the best bait. Unless Mo Ran could be cruel and not speak, and let the catastrophe happen. As long as he spoke, he would undoubtedly reveal a message to the mastermind behind the scenes. The Emperor Ta must have been reborn. However, Mo Ran had no choice but to consider. "I don't know if you have seen puppet shows before." Someone replied, "Of course we have. But why are you talking about this?" "I've seen it before, but I was short when I was young and could not squeeze to the front row. I could only stand behind the counter and listen to 1 or 2 scenes from behind the scenes," Mo Ran said. "So the puppet shows I watched may not be the same as yours. What you saw was the story on the stage. A few cloth puppets appeared on the stage, fighting and killing, talking and singing." Jiang Shi said impatiently, "What are you trying to say? Can you be more concise?" I can't. Mo Ran said. Not everyone understands as fast as sect leader Jiang. I want everyone to understand. Seeing that Jiang Shi was silent with a gloomy face, Mo Ran continued, Can the cloth puppets on the stage move by themselves? Shuizhong said, Of course not. Then how do they move? Do they need a few people to squat under the table and hold wooden sticks and strings to control them? That's right. Okay. Mo Ran said, I have an idea. I don't know if Su Shuanglin thinks like this, but I think it should be close. The Phoenix Mountain we are on now is like the bottom of the stage. These soft zombies are like the people controlling the puppets under the stage. These people naturally don't need too much ability. They just need to hold the puppets and move, and that's enough. Jiang Shi said. Go on. If that's really the case, Phoenix Mountain is actually just a backstage. The real show won't be here, but on the stage. Mo Ran said. Su Shuanglin is like the leader of this troupe. When he gives an order, who will he give it to? Shuizhong said. Of course it's the people who squat behind the curtain and hold the strings. Mo Ran said, That's right. That's the reason. The people on Phoenix Mountain are the people who hold the strings. Su Shuanglin gives them the order, and they move the puppets in their hands to stand up and act. Jiang Shi listened and narrowed his eyes. You mean besides Phoenix Mountain there's another place that has corpses piled up like mountains? That place is the so-called stage. And those corpses are the so-called puppets? Sect leader Jiang, you're so smart. You don't have to flatter me. Jiang Shi said, I just want to know. What you said seems to be very logical, but in fact it's whimsical and imaginative. Grandmaster Mo, you have no proof. What's the basis for your words? I don't have much basis. Mo Ran said. The reason why I thought of this is because I accidentally found this chess piece with the soul-eating bug in the corpses. The pitch-black chess piece in his hand was still stained with blood. It was very dirty. The soul-eating bug had just left the body and was not dead yet. It lay softly on top of the chess piece. Mo Ran was silent for a while. He looked up, but he was not looking at Jiang Shi. Instead, he looked at Hua Bainan, who was behind Jiang Shi. You should know best what kind of adaptability the soul-eating bug has. This kind of bug has many adaptations. Which one is Grandmaster Mo referring to? Mo Ran said, Imitation. Hua Bainan said, Of course I know. The larvae of the soul-eating bug are very good at imitation. They are mentally connected with the male bug, and will imitate the male bug's every move until they reach adulthood. Mo Ran said, Okay. Then what if I put the larvae of this chess piece into another person's body? Hua Bainan's expression changed slightly. He said, Whatever the corpse here does, the body on the other side will do the same. How can you solve it? There's no solution except that the bug will die. Mo Ran nodded and said, Everyone spread out a little. Be careful and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He waved his hand fiercely, wanting to attack the soul-eating bug on the chess piece. At this time the ground suddenly trembled. The thin mantle from before suddenly pulled up and pounced toward Mo Ran again. Everyone was shocked, but Mo Ran quickly restrained his killing intent and dodged a round of attacks from the vines. He took a deep breath and stood with one hand behind his back. He said, Did you see that? Huang Shan is deliberately protecting these soul-eating bugs, not letting them be easily killed. If anyone still insists that the bug's appearance on the chess piece is just a coincidence, or just a decoration, then I have nothing to say. There was a bit of silence. Almost everyone was digesting Mo Ran's guess. It was a bold guess that was almost ridiculous. But for some reason they couldn't find any loopholes. Mo Ran's idea was too crazy, but he said it with certainty, his gaze hard. It was as if he was 100% sure of Su Shuanglin's thoughts and actions. He was trying his best to convince them, but this kind of belief was very scary. In the crowd, even Chu Wanning was slightly uneasy. He frowned and looked at Mo Ran's pale face from afar. He suddenly felt his heart palpitate, as if something was showing a little bit of a clue, a little bit of fangs. It was about to be torn apart. Probably only people like Shuizhong thought more simply. He didn't care too much about how Mo Ran could think of such a strange puppet control method in such a short time. He only seriously pondered for a while, then suddenly patted his head. So, Su Shuanglin isn't here at all? Mo Ran said, I don't think so. Elder Xuanji's concern was different from everyone else. He frowned and said, along the way, he killed at least 9,000 zombies if not 10,000. Where did he get so many corpses? If so many people suddenly died somewhere, there's no reason not to alarm the 10 great sections. Mo Ran sighed and said, just died. Have you forgotten? Where did he just die? Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Mo Ran said 2 words concisely. Lini. Impossible. Someone immediately refuted him. Lini was a sea of fire at that time. It was a sea of tribulation fire. It was burned to ashes. How could there be corpses left? Because of the space rift, Mo Ran said. Other than Su Shuanglin, he has a companion who knows how to crack space. This time no one refuted. It was not because they believed it, but because it was too ridiculous and ridiculous. After a long while, Jiangxi said, that's the first great forbidden technique that has been lost for a long time. The first great forbidden technique is the space rift, Mo Ran said, not space. There are thousands of people here, not Su Shuanglin alone. Jiangxi's expression was very cold. How capable must he be to send thousands of people to Mount Huang before they were swallowed by the sea of fire? Sect Master Jiang, why don't you think about it from another perspective? Mo Ran said, I think that these people were not sent here when they were alive, but after they were burned to death and before they were burned to ashes. This kind of teleportation technique is much easier to send the dead than the living. Jiangxi did not like to be led by a junior. He was a little embarrassed. He narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything, a pale and slender hand pressed down on him. The divine hand. Hua Bainan smiled slightly and looked at Mo Ran. Grandmaster Mo, you're so sure. As if you saw it with your own eyes. What proof do you have? Mo Ran did not expect the medicine sect to speak up. He was stunned for a moment, then said, no one knows better than Grandmaster Hua whether the flesh of these zombies was burned or rotted. Hua Bainan glanced at the zombies on the ground in the distance. They had their legs cut off and could not get up again. Then he turned his gaze back and said lightly, even if they were burned, how can you be sure that they were the corpses of the first disaster in Lini? Mo Ran stared at him with his black eyes without backing down. He said, it's just a guess. If Grandmaster Hua thinks it's ridiculous, then you can think of another way to let Su Shuanglin secretly transport thousands of corpses to Mount Huang under the noses of all the sections. Hua Bainan smiled. I'm not good at witchcraft, so I can't guess. For a moment no one said anything. Han Lin's sacred hand's words could be considered to have pierced everyone's hearts. Since Mo Ran had speculated about the use of the mother soul-devouring worm, many people felt a faint fear in their hearts and felt the hair on their backs stand on end. There was a good saying, what kind of person you are, what kind of things you see in your eyes. Many people present were not innocent people. Naturally, they could immediately think of the crux of the problem. That was, how could Mo Ran make such a terrifying but thorough guess in such a short time? He was naturally not Su Shuanglin's henchman. If he was, he would never have mentioned such a guess. Then did this mean that Grandmaster Mo, who had always appeared to be upright, had secretly dabbled in this kind of witchcraft, or had studied it more or less? Hua Bainan gently brushed the veil on his face and said with a smile, after all, when it comes to guessing Su Shuanglin's thoughts, I think I can't beat Grandmaster Mo. Mo Ran wanted to refute for a moment, but he suddenly felt that he couldn't stand on his own ground. He couldn't say with confidence that he was just guessing and that he was not good at witchcraft. At this time, a cold voice suddenly said, Grandmaster Hua, why do you have to make insinuations? Ah. Hua Bainan smiled. Grandmaster Chu. Chu Wanning's clothes were as white as snow as she stood under the moonlight. Her expression was extremely indifferent. A person's thoughts will be different depending on their position. The people sitting in the seats can only see the puppet show on the stage, but some people can only watch from behind the stage. What they see are ordinary people squatting behind the table. Grandmaster Hua. Do you understand what I mean? Hua Bainan said with a smile, forgive me for being slow-witted. Mo Ran has his own opinions. Chu Wanning said coldly, he is my disciple. I hope you will be careful with your words and not make too many guesses. This kind of trust made Mo Ran's throat dry. He muttered, Master. Hua Bainan looked at Chu Wanning for a while. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. He smiled and went back to Lonman's team. Jiangxi regained his dignity. But his expression was still very ugly. He said coldly, "No matter what, let's go to the top first." The group walked to the top of the mountain. It was empty there except for a huge spell array. Red balls of light kept coming out of the array's eye. Emoran saw this array and his heart sank. His fingertips were cold. It was indeed an array of the heart. It was an array that was used to refine the chess pieces of the heart and merge the soul-eating worms into the exquisite dragon chess. The palace master of the stepping snow palace frowned and looked at the strange array totem. "What array is this? I've never seen it before." "Sect Master Shui, you're very knowledgeable. Have you seen it before?" Shuizhenyong leaned over to take a look and shook his head. "No." Jiangxi's dark brown eyes flashed. He looked at the array's eye for a while, then slowly reached out to probe it. He was the most familiar with this kind of array formation. He closed his eyes and probed for about half an hour, then suddenly withdrew his hand. He turned to Emoran and said, "Do you have any other ideas?" His reaction completely told everyone that Emoran's guess just now was not far from the truth. He was right. Emoran said, "Yes." Jiangxi said, "Speak." "Since it's the mother-child worms, then as I said just now, one is on the stage and one is under the stage. So, no matter how many exquisite dragon chess pieces Su Shuanglin made here, there will be a lot of corpses that will listen to his orders." Emoran paused and said the most important point. "But, in that place the corpses will definitely not be weak ordinary zombies. I'm afraid that they will be the remains of people who were extremely powerful when they were alive." Shuemeng said in shock, "So this is the reason why Su Shuanglin killed so many ordinary people? To make it easier for his subordinates to control the corpses?" "I'm afraid so." Shuemeng looked back at the mountain below, at the vast sea of corpses and blood. In an instant the blood drained from his face. It was unknown whether it was because he felt disgusted and shocked, or because he thought of another place where they would face the same number of corpses. Or maybe it was both. Shuemeng looked a little shaky. Suddenly someone shouted, "Look over here. There's a corpse here." There was no tall shelter at the top of the mountain, only a bush. Those with sharp eyes saw that there seemed to be a white robe peeking out from there. Chapter 205. A few people walked over to investigate and dragged it out of the bushes. It was a charred corpse. The burns were too obvious. One could tell that it had struggled in the sea of fire before its death. Its face was completely viscous and no facial features could be seen. They could only tell that it was a woman from its body shape and the snow-white clothes that didn't melt in the fire. Chu Wanning put his hand in the air and closed his eyes. He said, "There are no traces of the exquisite chess pieces." Someone murmured, "That's strange." Su Shuanglin made an entire mountain of exquisite chess pieces. Could it be that he left this one out? Someone immediately retorted, "Have you ever seen a corpse left alone on the mountain top?" Emoran also walked over and looked at the female corpse carefully. As the person who was the most skilled at exquisite chess pieces in his previous life, he obviously knew about the restrictions of this spell. Therefore, he had a fairly solid guess about the identity of this female corpse, but he needed some evidence. He soon found evidence. Emoran took a chain from her hand and wiped away the ash on it, revealing some light red spiritual stones. He handed the chain to Jiangxi and said, "Song Chotong. How did you?" Jiangxi was halfway through her question when she looked at the chain and realized, "You recognize this chain? I gave it to her as a wedding gift." Emoran said concisely, "Song Chotong is the descendant of Xingyi. She is a butterfly beauty who subdued the evil phoenix spirit. She is the key to opening the forbidden area of Mount Huang." Someone asked, "Did Su Shuanglin kill Song Chotong and use her as a key to open the gate of Mount Huang?" Emoran shook his head and stared at Song Chotong's face for a long time. He didn't feel pity for her, but his feelings were complicated. Emoran said, "No, I'm afraid that when he brought her up the mountain, she was still alive." "Why do you say that?" This time, before Emoran could speak, Jiangxi spoke first. Jiangxi did not intend to let the younger generation be in the limelight again. Perhaps it was because he wanted to save his face. Instead, he said calmly, "To give Huangshan an order." Emoran glanced at him and thought that this was for the best. If he said everything, it would be harder for him to defend himself if he was suspected in the future. Therefore he walked to the side and gave his seat to Jiang Shi so that Jiang Shi could speak. Someone asked, "Order?" Song Qiutong is a weak woman. What kind of orders can she give? She may be weak, but her ancestors may not be all weaklings. The evil phoenix spirit of Mount Huang will only obey the order of the bloodline that subdued it. Jiang Shi was not a foolish person and said, Song Qiutong is the last descendant of this bloodline. That person sucked in a breath of cold air. Ah, the one who subdued the evil phoenix spirit was the butterfly bone beauty she? Not bad. That's unheard of, Jiang Shi said. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The four great evil mountains have no other purpose other than guarding. Therefore, no one cares too much about whether they can be opened or who opens them. Song Qiutong lost her home and was auctioned. She probably didn't know that she could hide on Mount Huang. She probably hasn't heard of her ancestor subduing the evil phoenix spirit. So it was Su Shuanglin who brought her here? That should be the case. Jiang Shi continued. At that time, the Confucian wind sex calamity fire broke out. Everyone fled. No one would return to the main hall to care about that weak woman. The only one who could care about her was Su Shuanglin, or the colleague behind Su Shuanglin. Shizun pondered on the side and nodded. Since the person behind the scenes can tear open a space crack and take Su Shuanglin to another place, it should be easy for him to take Song Qiutong. Why don't we think about it? He takes her to Mount Huang. Song Qiutong is a person who tries to curry favor with those in power. She will only obey if she grasps this life-saving straw. At this time, that person only needs to take her to Mount Huang and let her give orders to Mount Huang. She won't refuse. Someone asked, but why doesn't he use the precious chess piece to control Song Qiutong? Because the evil phoenix spirit can distinguish whether the person giving orders is being controlled or not, Jiang Shi said. It must be alive and willing. Only then will this mountain listen to its orders. Everyone slowly realized what was going on. Someone said in astonishment, then what are we doing here? Didn't we fall for his trick and run to his behind the scenes? Because of this damn mantle of Mount Huang, we can't get rid of these soul-eating insects. What should we do now? Jiang Shi frowned. He seemed to dislike Mo Ran's analogy of in front of the stage and behind the scenes. However, he still said, find the in front of the stage and directly destroy Su Shuanglin's puppets. Grandmaster Mo. After Jiang Shi finished speaking, he suddenly called out to Mo Ran. Mo Ran was originally listening attentively with his arms crossed. When he heard him mention himself, he couldn't help but be startled. What's wrong? Jiang Shi said faintly. Grandmaster Mo's analysis just now was very clear and logical. Then, I would like to ask Grandmaster Mo one more question. Where is the in front of the stage and how do we find it? Mo Ran. Try seeing ghosts? Try what? Mo Ran coughed softly. A flame lit up in his palm and a willow vine suddenly sprang out. He said, it's this. It's called seeing ghosts. Jiang Shi. Seeing ghosts was the same as Heaven's Inquisition. They both had the ability to interrogate living people, evil spirits and corpses whose souls had left their bodies. The difference was that interrogating people and corpses required them to speak. Interrogating ghosts, on the other hand, required them to communicate directly with their souls. Song Qiutong had been dead for more than a month. Her soul was long gone. Fortunately, Mount Huang was full of yin energy and her body had not yet decomposed. Mo Ran said in a low voice, seeing ghosts, go and interrogate them. Seeing ghosts immediately obeyed the order. They stretched out their branches and wrapped around Song Qiutong's body 3 times. Her body began to emit a dazzling red light. The red light flowed in Mo Ran's eyes. He opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, is the person who brought you here Su Shuanglin? Song Qiutong's charred face was hard to distinguish. For a moment there was no movement. Is it not working? Someone muttered softly. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes and asked again, is the person who brought you here Su Shuanglin? Still there was no movement. Jiang Shi said, it seems that Master Mo is still too young. Why don't you let your master do it? However, at this moment, Song Qiutong's neck suddenly moved. Her movements were stiff and extremely slow. However, there was no doubt that she was shaking her head very obviously. Shizun said in shock, it's not Su Shuanglin? Mo Ran gripped the ghost tightly. The meridians on the back of his hand bulged slightly. He asked again, "Then have you seen the person who brought you here clearly?" After a few moments of silence, Song Chotong suddenly opened her mouth. However, she did not answer. Instead, what came out of her mouth was a large slimy snake. It fell to the ground and slithered away with a hiss. One of Lone Moon's disciples immediately recognized it. She has a swallowing snake in her stomach. The swallowing snake was a demonic beast. It was not poisonous and was covered in spirit armor. It could survive in a human stomach for more than 20 years. This kind of venomous snake was also used by many sects in the upper cultivation world. It was specially made for the shadow guards to swallow it. From then on, the shadow guard could only answer the truth to the owner of the speech-swallowing snake. No matter what others asked them, they could only answer lies or half-truths. Otherwise, this kind of venomous snake would wake up from its hibernation and instantly tear apart the host's internal organs, throat, and tongue. The red light of the ghost was suddenly extinguished. Song Chotong's entire body was trembling. She kept shaking her head. A large lump of scarlet blood flowed out of her mouth. It looked like her internal organs had been torn apart. There was also her tongue, throat. She could not tell the truth anymore. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, someone suggested, "Since she can't tell, why don't we let her write?" The moment Emo Ran saw the swallowing snake, he already knew that the mastermind was very meticulous. It was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, he still stepped forward and lifted Song Chotong's hands to take a closer look. Shuizhengyong asked, "How is it?" Emo Ran shook his head. "Her muscles and bones have all been cut off. She can't write anything at all." The surroundings were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew past. 10,000 leaves laughed sinisterly within the mountain forest. The howls of the zombies could be heard from both near and far. For a moment, the atmosphere on the mountain peak was frozen to the extreme. Ma Yun, the owner of Peachbud Manor, broke this deathly silence and said, Then the clues are gone?" No one said anything. Emo Ran withdrew the ghost. Song Chotong's body had already softly fallen to the ground. Soon, the vines of Mount Huang crept over and carefully coiled around their master's body. They wrapped her up and dragged her into the bushes, as if they wanted to use this small bush to preserve her. He actually didn't understand why Su Shuanglin and the others didn't directly kill Song Chotong and burn her to the ground. Instead, they went through so much trouble to cut off the meridians in her hands and feed them to the swallowing snake. However, when he saw this scene, he suddenly understood. Mount Huang obeyed the butterfly bone beauty she clanned from birth to death. As long as her body was in Mount Huang, the phoenix evil spirit would not allow anyone to burn its master to ashes. Emo Ran didn't know how to feel for a moment. He suddenly thought of himself in his previous life. When he died, no one would collect his body. Before he breathed his last, he had to lie in a pre-dug coffin. In fact, that was meaningless. It would be strange if the rebel army that attacked the mountain didn't dismember his body. In his previous life, he probably died in an even more miserable way than Song Chotong. At the end of his life, there wasn't even a single vine that was willing to protect him. Many people around were muttering and talking to each other. They frowned and discussed what to do next. Some people closed their eyes and pondered, such as Jiangxi and Chu Wanning. Emo Ran also closed his eyes and sorted out everything that was happening in front of him. Such a bloody method was very similar to his previous life. Perhaps because of this, Emo Ran felt that it wasn't that difficult to guess what Su Shuanglin was thinking and doing. He seemed to see Su Shuanglin in his Sansheng courtyard, walking back and forth barefoot. Su Shuanglin was thinking, asking himself, "What should I do if I don't have enough spiritual power to control a group of cultivator corpses?" Then he thought of an idea, using the formation of unity, killing the same number of ordinary people. One cultivator's corpse corresponded to an ordinary corpse, like a marionette, for him to control. Where was the safest place to do this? The 4 great evil mountains. What should I do if I can't open the enchantment of Mount Huang? With Song Chotong's corpse, Emo Ran's eyes darkened as he pondered over the little clues that had been connected to each other. Where did the corpses of the people come from? The Lini Calamity Fire was burned to the ground. Although they were all guesses, they all matched up. The light in his eyes gathered and dispersed. He could even feel that he was Su Shuanglin and Su Shuanglin was him. Standing at the top of Mount Huang, His eyes were almost crazy as he looked at the surging corpse tied at the foot of the mountain. It became clearer and clearer until suddenly he was stuck at a point. If he was Su Shuanglin after doing all this, should he set up a stage and perform the puppet show that he had painstakingly arranged? Where should he choose this stage? Where could he find the corpses of powerful and considerable cultivators? If he was discovered, he could be protected. The gradually flourishing light in the sky suddenly dimmed. Jiao Mountain, he muttered. Jiangxi looked at him sideways. What? Mo Ran's expression changed. He looked to the east and suddenly became a little angry. Jiao Mountain. Heroes Mound. The stage he chose is at Jiao Mountain's Heroes Mound. In the Lini calamity, most of the victims were ordinary people. Su Shuanglin could get so many corpses of ordinary people, but he couldn't get the corpses of powerful cultivators. Heroes Mound. Jiangxi also reacted. You're saying that Su Shuanglin summoned the corpses of the Confucian Wind sect buried in Heroes Mound in the past several hundred years? Mo Ran didn't feel like talking nonsense with him. He cursed inwardly and rushed down the mountain. Su Shuanglin was really a madman. Heroes Mound buried generations of Confucian Wind sect's sect masters, even the first sect master who became immortals. Using the unity formation to control ordinary cultivators was fine, but to control these people, once Su Shuanglin's magic power couldn't support it, these powerful corpses would break free. At that time, Su Shuanglin would suffer a backlash and die suddenly. The most powerful corpses of the Confucian Wind sect in the past several hundred years would go berserk and lose control. That would be a great calamity, no less terrible than the endless heaven-splitting hell. Chapter 206. Mo Ran swept past the rolling corpse tide and went straight to the foot of the mountain. After exiting the barrier, his eyes immediately fell on Nangongxi. At this time, Nangongxi's shackles had been released. Yu Wangxi knelt on one knee and bandaged his wounds. Mei Hanxue, on the other hand, sat quietly between Zhang Dongtang and Nangongxi. In front of him was a Kongho. His fingertips lightly moved, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. It must be known that Mei Hanxue was the eldest senior brother of Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace. Moreover, it was said that this person appeared and disappeared like a ghost. His movements were extremely strange and his methods often changed. For a moment he could not be more serious, and for a moment he could be an evil martial art that people could not understand. Thanks to him, although Zhang Dongtang's group wished that they could skin Nangongxi alive, they still could not do anything. They could only obediently sit on a rock nearby and stare. Seeing Mo Ran come down, Mei Hanxue's zither suddenly stopped. He put away his zither, stood up and nodded slightly. His style was extremely dignified and proper. How is it on the mountain? Mo Ran said, it's all fake. Fake? Mei Hanxue slightly frowned. When the people of Zhang Dongtang heard this, they also gathered around. Huang Xiaoya was still lying in the pavilion nearby, letting a few disciples massage his legs and shoulders. He made a weak appearance, but when he heard this, he could not help but squint his eyes and perk up his ears to listen. Mo Ran said, Su Shuanglin is not on this mountain. I'm afraid he is on Jiao Mountain. Before he finished speaking, Nangongxi's face had already turned pale. He suddenly stared at Mo Ran. Su Shuanglin is on Jiao Mountain? Maybe, but I'm not completely sure. Nangongxi was stunned for a moment and muttered. Impossible, Jiao Mountain only listens to the orders of the Nangong clan. Su Shuanglin, he thought of something and was suddenly at a loss for words. Then the last bit of blood drained from his face. His pair of bright black eyes stared at Mo Ran's face. For a moment he had forgotten that Su Shuanglin's surname was also Nangong. The Nangong family, one willow and one catkin, was once a young hero praised by everyone. Everyone thought that the Confucian Wind sect would rise to glory in the hands of this pair of brothers, like the sun at noon. Who would have thought that the two brothers and the Confucian Wind sect would end up in such a situation? Nangongxi silently lowered his eyelids, no longer speaking. At this time the others also came down from Phoenix Mountain one after another. A few thousand people were like a school of migrating fish, squeezing their way back to the front of the mountain. Chu Wanning walked over with Xuemeng and Shimei following behind him. He looked at Nangongxi and asked, How did your hand get hurt? It's not a big deal. I cut it myself, Nangongxi said. Thank you for your kindness, Grandmaster. Shuemeng sighed and said, call me Shizun, not Grandmaster. Really, Shizun gave you face, yet you don't want it. I've never worshipped a master. Nangongxi's dry and peeling lips slightly opened and closed. Everything I've learned has never been taught by a Grandmaster. Grandmaster doesn't need to take my mother's request to heart. Chu Wanning was speechless. I'm sorry, but I don't remember the 3 kowtows ceremony that year. Before Chu Wanning could say anything, he saw Jiang Shi and several other school leaders walking over, followed by 7 or 8 people. He wasn't used to speaking privately in front of so many people, so he pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. He only handed over a small bottle of medicine from his Qingkuan bag. Apply it externally every day, and you'll recover in 3 days. By the time he finished speaking, the other people had already arrived. Huang Xiaoya was also supported by others as she walked over shakily from the pavilion. Jiang Dongtang definitely wouldn't miss out on this cup of soup. Now that Jiang Shi was the leader of all the schools, it was only right for him to speak first. But Jiang Shi looked at Nangongxi. For a moment, he wasn't sure what kind of attitude was most suitable for him. The Confucian Wind School had been domineering and rampant for so many years, and had accumulated enmity with many other schools. These enmity had no place to vent, so in the end, it all fell on Nangongxi alone. But what did Nangongxi do wrong? He wasn't the one who took the sword manual of the Jade Pool Mountain Villa, and he wasn't the one who would ask for such an exorbitant price. He didn't even have time to find out where the sword manual was. His father Nangong Lu had committed many crimes, and his death was a good thing. Nowadays, everyone said that the son should pay for the father's debts. But if the son paid for the father's debts, how many people present would be clean and pure? Moreover, this young man was the only descendant of the Nangong family, the key to opening the door to the Jiao Mountain. Jiang Shi opened his mouth hesitantly. He had just said you when suddenly someone next to him said in a trembling voice, Benefactor Nangong, you have to come with us. As the saying goes, the one who started the trouble should be the one who started it. You must not ignore the mess left behind by the Confucian Wind School and watch with folded arms. Jiang Shi saw that it was the abbot of Wubei Temple, Master Xianjing. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He thought that this old bald donkey was not pure, and wanted to pick a fight. However, this was fine. He wasn't good at socializing anyway, so he lazily shut his mouth and stood at the side. He watched Master Xianjing hold his staff and preach to Nangongxi with Umitba. Nangongxi listened for a while and said, okay, I'll go with you to the Jiao Mountain. Master Xianjing didn't expect that he would agree to help open the enchantment of the Jiao Mountain so quickly. He was stunned for a while, and then he put his palms together and said, Umitba, benefactor is sensible, and the gods and Buddhas are aware, so your sins will be reduced. For a moment, Nangongxi seemed to want to say something, but he didn't. Nangongxi whimpered in his quiver and wanted to climb out, but was pressed back in by him without batting an eyelid. I'm going to the Jiao Mountain because I don't want the heroes of the Confucian Wind School to become puppets and help the evildoers. Nangongxi restrained himself and said, but thank you for your kindness and for showing me the way. In this way they had the key to open the Jiao Mountain. However, each of the 4 great evil mountains was different from the Phoenix Mountain. If one wanted to go to the Jiao Mountain, no matter if it was a member of the Nangong clan or an outsider brought in by the Nangong clan, they had to do 2 things. First, they had to fast for 10 days. Second, when they reached the Coiling Dragon Mountain, they had to walk. They couldn't ride a sword or ride a horse. They had to cross the first 3 mountains on foot to show their sincerity. Shuizhengyong calculated the time and said, from here to the Coiling Dragon Mountain, if you ride a horse, it will take about 10 days. I think if you don't have anything important to do, you don't have to rush back to your respective schools to fast. Let's go together. The master of the Treading Snow Palace said, that's good. If we go together, we can discuss the next countermeasures. Shuizhengyong said, but there are at least 3,000 people here. It's a bit difficult to find horses. At this time, a weak voice suddenly came from the crowd. A hand was raised. It was a wretched man wearing a red brocade robe. The edge of the robe was embroidered with a black cat totem. I have some in my villa. It should be enough. Villa Master Ma. Jiangxi raised his eyebrows. This person was Ma Yun, the head of the Peach Bud Villa, one of the 9 major sects in the upper cultivation world. He was the 3rd richest person in the book Shui Meng bought. However, now that Nangong Lu was dead, he should be the 2nd richest person in terms of wealth. Compared to Jiangxi, Ma Yun was more down-to-earth and looked more like a businessman. However, after all, the two of them had different ways of making money. Jiangxi was fierce, had a lot of connections and had a lot of treasures. He ran the black market. Villa Master Ma set up courier stations of various sizes in the cultivation world to accept all kinds of package delivery, immortal horses, immortal boats, and spiritual carriages. Their villa was good at making all kinds of spiritual boats and carriages. They raised a large number of strong cattle and horses. Therefore, Villa Master Ma had a nickname, Reception Horse. Facing the cold-faced Jiangxi, the reception horse seemed to be a little scared. It shrank its neck and said, "Then, why don't we go to Lin Lingyu? Sect Master Zhang's manor definitely has more steeds than mine." Everyone was speechless. Jiangxi looked at the wrinkled smile on his face. After a moment of silence he said, "I'm just grateful for Villa Master Ma's generous help. I don't mean anything else. This place is close to the Peach Bud Villa. It's good that Villa Master Ma is willing to lend us his mount." When Villa Master Ma heard this, he sighed in relief and said with a smile, "Then please go to my villa. It's already late. Why don't you stay in the villa for the night and set off together the next day?" Peach Bud Villa was built on the top of a lonely mountain by the West Lake. However, although this lonely mountain was called a mountain, it was actually just a small hill. It only took half an hour to climb to the top. "We're here." Villa Master Ma stood in front of the huge bright red mountain gate in high spirits. He raised his hand and removed the protective barrier. "Please come in, come in, come in." During the trip to Phoenix Mountain, the sect masters were either anxious or worried. Only Villa Master Ma was able to act as if nothing had happened. He was even able to show a warm smile. Everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, they didn't say anything. The sect masters entered first, followed by the elders and then the personal disciples. Behind them were the disciples of the various sections. They entered the Peach Bud Villa's barrier gate in succession. Shui Meng muttered to Mo Ran, "What is this welcoming horse doing? He's laughing so hard that I'm getting goosebumps. He can't be in cahoots with Su Shuanglin, right? Is he trying to lure us into a trap?" "No. Why are you so sure?" Mo Ran said. "The 9 great sects' high lords and outstanding talents are all here. Everyone is panicking. If he's in cahoots with Su Shuanglin, he won't be able to do anything. Instead, he'll expose himself." "Then why is he so happy?" Mo Ran sighed and said. "He's happy that he made a fortune." "What fortune? He's clearly making a loss." Shui Meng was dumbfounded. He was the same as his father. He didn't have any business acumen. It was said that when he was young, Madame Wang gave him a silver leaf and told him to go to a peddler to exchange for it. In the end, he exchanged for a small kite and 3 greasy copper coins. He was miserably cheated. However, he still thought that the kite looked good. He bought a happy one and felt that it was worth it. How could someone like him understand the thoughts of the welcoming horse? Thus, after thinking for a long time, he was still dumbfounded. "Did you hear wrong? He just said that he wanted to borrow our horses, not rent them. He doesn't want a single cent. At this time, the low-level disciple in charge of receiving guests came to receive them. Mo Ran waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't say anything else. The servant girl wearing pink led them with a smile to the side courtyard, where they would be temporarily staying tonight. This row of side courtyards were all near the edge of the mountain. Each courtyard could accommodate 6 people. At dusk, Mo Ran stood in front of the window of his room, gazing at the distant mountains and the mist of the West Lake. After coming down from Mount Huang, Mo Ran had been very anxious and uneasy. Now that he had closed the door, he finally completely revealed his restlessness. He rubbed the window frame with one hand, while the other hand was subconsciously playing with a warm object in his palm. The scenery of Jiangnan was always beautiful, but at this time, he was not in the mood to appreciate it. The setting sun was dim. If someone saw his face at this time, they would not believe that he was that righteous and honest Grandmaster Mo. This was a face that belonged to the Emperor Ta of his previous life. Gloomy. The setting sun pierced his light brown eyes. In the dusk, Mo Weiyu's face changed. The reincarnated person behind Su Shuanglin made him tremble in fear. He felt as if there was a knife against his neck, and the blade was already touching his skin, piercing his flesh. Blood was already seeping out. But that person did not use force to cut him, and he could not turn his head. He could not see clearly who was standing behind him. At any time he could take his life. He was very confused. He felt that he could not hide his rebirth for long. If the day of the battle was the day the truth was revealed, what should he do? What would his uncle and aunt think of him? What would Shimei think of him? What would Xue Meng think of him? There was also Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning. If the matter of his previous life was exposed, how much would Chu Wanning hate him? Would she be unwilling to even look at him from now on? Mo Ran was very confused. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. It was so cold that it reached his bones. Clatter. Suddenly there was a sound. The thing in his hand fell to the floor. He picked it up absent-mindedly and glanced at it. There was some dust on that little thing. It seemed that this side courtyard of Taba Villa had not been lived in for a long time. The people who took care of it were not diligent. There was some dust on the ground. He paused. Mo Ran's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly realized what he was playing. Lying in the palm of his hand was a dark and warm chess piece. The precious dragon chess piece. Mo Ran's expression changed. In his previous life, he had developed a habit in the last 2 years before his death. Every time he felt extremely complicated and irritated, he could not help but gather his spiritual power in his palm and condense it into a small black chess piece. He would play with it in his hand. This habit of his made many attendants in the palace frightened. Mo Ran overheard the palace servants discussing this matter. They all thought that he must be angry. When he was angry, he wanted to be a chess piece. He wanted to kill people and turn them into puppets. I'm so scared that His Majesty will throw that chess piece out at any time. To be honest, I'd rather watch him play with people's skulls. What are you afraid of? I'm His Majesty's attendant. God knows how many times my legs have turned to jelly. How much spiritual power does it take for His Majesty to be a chess piece? He can't be playing around, right? He must have a purpose, or he wants to vent. If he vents it on me, what should I do? Mo Ran was speechless, but he also found it funny. He didn't understand what these gossiping palace servants were thinking. How could they guess what he was thinking with such certainty? In reality, there was no reason for him to be a chess piece. It was just one of the Emperor Ta's personal hobbies. It was that simple. But ever since he heard the discussions of the palace servants, sometimes his playful heart would be aroused. He pretended to throw the precious chess pieces in his hand at some servant girl, scaring those servant girls to repeatedly beg for mercy, their legs shaking like a sieve. His face was as cold as before, but in his heart he was secretly amused. That was the only fun he had in the last 2 years of his life. He had not condensed the chess piece for a long time. It seemed that he wanted to sever ties with his past self. Ever since his rebirth, Mo Ran had never used this technique again. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years had passed. He thought that he would forget the mental cultivation method and the chant. But it turned out that he could not escape at all. Sin was planted in his soul. Mo Ran stared at the black chess piece. His hands could not help but tremble. He suddenly felt hopeless. He suddenly did not know who he was. Was he the Emperor Ta? Or was he Master Mo? He suddenly did not know where he was. Was he at the West Lake? Or was he in front of the Wu Mountain Palace? Suddenly, he could no longer distinguish between dream and reality. He was trembling uncontrollably. That tiny black stone was reflected in his eyes like a heavy nightmare, like a pitch-black bloodstain. There was a sinister voice in his head that kept on laughing madly, roaring at the top of its lungs. Mo Weiyu! Mo Weiyu! You can't escape. You can't escape. You can only be an evil person forever. You can only be a ghost. You are a jinx. A jinx. The voice was loud and clear. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Mo Ran woke up with a start, cold sweat dripping down his back. He held the chess piece tightly in his hand, turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" It's me. The person outside answered. Shui Meng. Chapter 207. Mo Ran opened the door. The door wasn't fully open, just a small gap. He saw Shui Meng bathing in the sunlight, and Shermei dressed in a green robe followed by him. Shui Meng said, "We brought you some medicine. What are you doing? Open the door and let us in." Mo Ran was silent for a moment, and then let go of the door frame. The two of them entered the room. Shui Meng walked to the window and poked her head out to look at the sunset outside. She then pulled her head back and said, "The scenery in your room is very good. There are just a few big camphor trees outside my room. They are all blocking the view, so I can't see anything." Mo Ran absent-mindedly said, "If you like it, I'll trade with you." "No need. I've already put the things down. I was just casually saying." Shui Meng waved his hand and walked to the table. "Let Shermei apply the medicine for you. The wound on your shoulder from the vines will fester if you don't treat it." Mo Ran's dark brown eyes looked at Shui Meng. If Shui Meng knew about his past life and what kind of spirit soul was hidden under his cousin's body, would he still smile at him and give him medicine? Shui Meng was a bit scared by his stare. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Mo Ran shook his head and sat down at the table. He lowered his eyes. Shermei stood to the side and said to him, "Take off your shirt. I'll take a look at your wound." Mo Ran was depressed, but he didn't think too much about it. He took off his shirt and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Shermei shook his head and sighed. You always don't know how to pay more attention. When you follow Shizun, you don't learn the good and learn the bad. Whenever there's danger, you always run to the front. In the end, you always end up with wounds all over your body. It's hard to watch." As he spoke, he took out the things in the medicine box and carefully wiped Mo Ran's wound, applied medicine, and wrapped it with gauze. After doing all this, Shermei said, "Don't drink water for a while and don't move too much either. The vines are poisonous, and the wound won't heal easily. Also, give me your hand so I can check your pulse." Mo Ran extended his arm to him. Shermei's 10 slender fingers were as white as jade. After feeling her pulse for a while, a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. That expression was fleeting, but it was caught by Mo Ran. "What's wrong?" Shermei came back to his senses and said, "Nothing. Is the poison very serious?" Shermei shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled faintly at him. "Just a little. Remember to cultivate more, or else you'll leave behind problems." As he spoke, he lowered his head and packed up his first aid kit. He then said, "I still have some medicine to pack, so I'll be leaving first. You guys continue chatting." The door closed behind him. Shui Meng looked at the place where he disappeared and frowned slightly. Why do I feel that he's not in a good mood recently? It's strange, as if there's something on his mind. Mo Ran was not in a good mood either. He said, "Maybe he found out that my life is coming to an end after checking my pulse, so he's sad for me? Ba, don't jinx it." Shui Meng stared at him. Who curses themselves like that? Besides, I'm serious. Shermei has been in a bad mood these days. Mo Ran was a little concerned. He stopped what he was doing and asked, "Is that so?" "Yes," Shui Meng said with certainty. "Let me tell you, he was in a daze several times before. He only reacted after I called him 2 or 3 times. Do you think he's, what? Fallen in love with someone?" Mo Ran. Shermei fell in love with someone? If it was 8 years ago and Shui Meng told him this, he would have jumped up and scolded him out of jealousy. But now he only felt a little surprised. He wanted to find some clues, but he realized that he had paid too little attention to Shermei these years. He could not find any clues. "Don't ask me. Anyway, I'm not the one he likes," Mo Ran said as he pulled up his clothes and put them on. "Besides, it's other people's relationship. Why do you always care so much?" Shui Meng was a little embarrassed. He coughed with a red face and said, "I don't care. I'm just saying it casually." He stared fiercely at Mo Ran. He stared at the guy with a good figure as he put on his clothes. He stared, and suddenly felt that something was not right. He looked carefully again. His eyes fell on Mo Ran's muscular chest and stopped. Mo Ran did not care and said casually, "Why are you staring at me? Do you like me?" Shui Meng did not say anything. Mo Ran still said in a half-dead tone, "Don't look. It's impossible between us." Xue Meng turned his head away with a pale face. He pretended to be calm and said, "Bah, you think too much." But his heart was beating like a drum. He saw a crimson crystal pendant hanging on Mo Ran's neck. It looked very familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. He could not remember, but he suddenly had goosebumps. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head. Where did he see it? Mo Ran put on his clothes and suddenly found a few stains on the table. He asked Xue Meng, "Do you have a handkerchief?" Oh, I do." Xue Meng came back to his senses. He took out a piece and handed it to him. "You always forget to bring one." "I'm not used to it," Xue Meng said with a straight face. "Last time you said that Shizun was going to give you one. Even if you're bragging, you shouldn't brag like that." Only then did Mo Ran remember that he had once begged Chu Wanning to give him a begonia handkerchief, but Chu Wanning had never given it to him. He didn't know whether Chu Wanning had forgotten or was too lazy to give it to him. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "I've been busy recently. Shizun has no time." Even if he had time, Shizun would not only make one for you. Xue Meng said with a cold smile, "I definitely have a share. Maybe that someone that Nangong Si he also has a share." Speaking of Nangong Si, Mo Ran's bad mood became even worse. "Did you go see him?" "No, I went to see what he was doing," Xue Meng said. "He and Yi Wangxi live next to that old ghost Jiangxi. I want to be thousands of miles away from that place. I don't want to go there." Mo Ran nodded. "It's good that they live there. Although Jiangxi's temper is bad and he has a lot of problems, he's still a reasonable person. He probably won't make things difficult for them." Xue Meng said angrily, "Him? If that dog of a person is reasonable, I'll take his surname and not be called Xue Meng. I'll just be called Jiang Meng." Mo Ran. Xue Meng always had this kind of ability. He was always noisy and cynical. When his mouth moved, there was no ambiguity when he insulted others. But perhaps it was because he was so noisy that Mo Ran felt that there was more warmth in the room. Only then did the terrifying nightmare of his previous life fade away slightly. Xue Meng said, "Speaking of which, Shizun doesn't really want to take Nangong Si as his disciple, does he?" In the past, Shizun definitely wasn't willing. Mo Ran said, "But now, even you and I can't stop him." Xue Meng stared blankly. "Why?" Mo Ran sighed. "Let me ask you. In the past, Li Wuxin revered Nangong Si. He was clearly an elder, but he never dared to talk back to Nangong Si. Why? Because his father is powerful. He's the head of the #1 cultivation sect in the cultivation world. Does that even need to be said? Very well then. Let me ask you again. Why do people like Huang Xiaoye and those whose names I don't even know dare to bully him? Why is that? Oh, because of enmity?" For a moment Mo Ran was speechless. He thought that only Xue Meng could say something like that. He suddenly felt very envious. He felt that although Xue Meng was already in his 20s, sometimes he still thought like a child. Like a child was a very subtle description, because the most obvious characteristics of a child were innocence, simplicity, and straightforwardness. But at the same time it also meant that a person hadn't grown up, was immature, and was careless. But for Mo Ran, he felt that even though he had lived for 20 years, his eyes were still extremely pure when looking at the world of mortals. This was a miracle. He looked at the miracle in front of him, then said with a bitter smile, "Where did all this enmity come from?" The Confucian Wind sect revealed so many things about the upper cultivation world. Those were revealed by Su Shuanglin. How much could it have to do with Nangong Si? Mo Ran said, "What's more, when those secrets were revealed, wasn't Nangong Si one of the people who was hurt the most? He found out that his father was the one who buried his mother. He wasn't the instigator at all, but a sacrifice, a victim." Xue Meng opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Mo Ran didn't say anything, waiting for him to speak. In the end, Xue Meng just opened his mouth like that. After opening it for a long time, he resentfully closed it again. He didn't know how to refute. After a long time, he reluctantly asked, "Then why do you think it's because?" "First, it's because they want to watch the show," Mo Ran said. The Confucian Win sex matter is too exciting for everyone to watch. Bullying a young master in distress is much better than bullying a little beggar. This was the same as Shuemeng in his previous life. Back then, when the phoenix fledgling met with disaster, what kind of ostracization did he suffer? Shuemeng didn't know, but Imo Ran knew. In order to not offend the Emperor Ta, no sect was willing to take him in, and no sect was willing to cooperate with him. He painstakingly ran all over the world, begging the heads of various sects, big and small, hoping to take advantage of the fact that Imo Ran hadn't done something even crazier and joined hands to overthrow his tyranny. That was the first year after Imo Ran succeeded the throne. Shuemeng ran around for 9 years, lobbying for 9 years, but no one listened to him. In the end, only the Kunlun treading in Snow Palace was willing to give him a place to stay. The only one who was willing to help him was Mei Hanshue. Imo Ran rejoiced that in this life, Shuemeng didn't have to suffer such humiliation again. Shuemeng didn't notice and asked, "Then what's the second reason?" "The second reason is that you think you're doing justice for the heavens." "What do you mean?" "Do you know what our heavenly music pavilion, the descendant of the gods, does when it deals with criminals in the cultivation world? Publicly show them to the public, hanging them for 3 days and 3 nights. Shuemeng muttered, "Why are you asking me this? It's not like you haven't seen it before. When you first came to the peak of life and death, there was a serious criminal who was about to be executed. Father also went there for a public trial. Didn't you and I go there? You also saw the execution, but at that time you were really timid. After you saw it, you were so scared that you had a high fever. It took 4 or 5 days for it to subside." Imo Ran smiled and said after a while, "I can't help it. That was the first time I saw a raw spiritual nucleus." "What are you afraid of? No one will come and take your spiritual nucleus." Imo Ran said, "Life is unpredictable." Shuemeng was a little surprised. He raised his hand to touch Imo Ran's forehead. "You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense?" "I just dreamed about it. In the dream someone's sword pierced his heart. If it had been a few inches more, his heart and spiritual nucleus would have been destroyed." Shuemeng was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Although you're quite annoying, you're still my cousin. If anyone wants to take your spiritual nucleus, I'll be the first to show them no mercy." Imo Ran smiled. His dark eyes were bottomless, and there were lights and shadows in them. The lights and shadows swayed, and there were thousands of thoughts in his mind. Why did he mention Shuemeng's past in the Temple of Heavenly Music? Maybe Shuemeng didn't notice at all, but those faces left a deep and colorful reflection in Imo Ran's heart. He still remembered that the case was about a woman in her 20s. She was very young. A large group of people gathered in front of the Temple of Heavenly Music to watch the show. There were men, women, old people, children, cultivators, commoners, and all kinds of people. They were all looking up at the woman who was bound by the immortal binding rope, the soul-stabilizing lock, and the demon-subduing chain. They whispered to each other, "Isn't that Madame Lin? She just married into a prestigious family. What crime did she commit to alarm the Temple of Heavenly Music? Don't you know? She was the one who set the fire in the Zhao family. She killed her own husband." When the surrounding people heard this, they all gasped. Someone asked, "Why did she take things so hard?" "I heard that her husband was very good to her." Amidst the whispers, the owner of the Heavenly Music Pavilion slowly walked up to the execution platform. Holding the case file, she first greeted the people below the platform. Then, she unhurriedly opened the case file and began to read out the crimes of the woman surnamed Lin. The crimes were very long. She read for almost an hour. Basically, this woman surnamed Lin was not the young lady from the aristocratic family that the Zhao family was supposed to marry. She was just a substitute, a puppet wearing a human skin mask. Her real purpose of getting close to young Master Zhao was to murder him because of a personal grudge. The young lady who was supposed to marry into the Zhao family had long become a resentful ghost under this Miss Lin's knife. What a good show of exchanging a leopard cat for a crown prince. The Temple of Heavenly Music finally commented righteously. However, justice grinds slowly but surely. "Miss Lin, it's time for you to tear off your mask and let everyone see your original appearance." The human skin mask was taken off in front of everyone and thrown to the ground like a snake shedding its skin. Under the messy hair of the woman on the platform, another pale and coquettish face was revealed. A disciple of the Temple of Heavenly Music held her chin and lifted her up to show everyone. There was an uproar below the platform. Someone shouted, "What a vicious woman! She killed an innocent young lady and ruined the Rong family just because of a personal grudge? Beat her to death. Gouge out her eyes. Dismember her. Cut off her skin inch by inch." The crowd was made up of individual people, but they all had the same head in the end. They were like a sluggish giant beast with a big tail that couldn't be shaken off. They were salivating, roaring and roaring. This ugly thing probably thought that she was an auspicious beast that could represent the sky, the sun, and the moon as well as the heavens and the earth. Standing in the world, she was righteous and fair. The screams below the platform became louder and louder, scraping the young Mo Ran's eardrums. He was shocked by the anger of these people. It seemed that the woman who died under the knife and young Master Zhao had become their family, friends, sons, and mistresses. They hated that they couldn't personally seek justice for their family, friends, sons, and mistresses. They hated that they couldn't tear that sinner Lin apart with their own hands. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide in a daze. Shouldn't the Temple of Heavenly Music decide the punishment? Shuizhenyong comforted him. Ranner, don't be afraid. It's decided by the Temple of Heavenly Music. Everyone just doesn't like it. They're just saying it. Of course, the Temple of Heavenly Music will decide the punishment according to Shunwu's instructions. It will be fair and just, don't worry. However, things didn't develop as Shuizhenyong said. The crowd's screams became crazier and more exaggerated. This bitch. She killed the innocent. How can we let her die so easily? Pavilion leader Mu. You are the division of justice of the cultivation world. You must judge her properly and give her 10 or 100 times the pain. Let her have a good time. Get the punishment she deserves. Tear her mouth apart first, pull out her teeth one by one, and cut her tongue into countless pieces. Smear mud on her body. Tear it off after it's dry and leave a layer of skin. Pour chili water all over her body and let her die from the pain. Let her die from the pain. There was even a brothel madam who came to watch the show. She cracked melon seeds and then smiled sweetly. Tear off her clothes. Shouldn't this kind of person be naked? Stuff snakes and loaches in her lower body. Find 100 men to take turns with her. That's what she deserves. Actually, did these people's anger come from their own righteousness? Mo Ran was sitting beside Xue Meng at that time. He was more agitated and trembled slightly. In the end, even Shuizhenyong noticed his uneasiness. Just as he was about to take him away from the spectator stand, there was a sudden bang from the spectator stand. Someone from the crowd threw an explosive talisman at the woman's feet. This was against the rules. However, the Temple of Heavenly Music's people didn't have time to stop it, or they didn't even want to. In the end, the explosive talisman exploded, and the woman's feet were instantly blown into a bloody mess. Uncle! Mo Ran clutched Shuizhenyong's clothes tightly. He was shaking so hard. He was shaking so hard. Good. There was an earth-shattering cheer from below. The heroes were clapping their hands, overjoyed. Good hit. Punish evil and promote good. One more time. Who threw it? Don't throw it. The Temple of Heavenly Music's disciples shouted twice from the spectator stand and followed the crowd. Below they threw all kinds of things: vegetables, stones, eggs, knives. Those people cast a barrier and stood at the side to watch. As long as they didn't immediately take her life, they wouldn't stop them. The Temple of Heavenly Music's heroic spirit had always been awe-inspiring. They wouldn't go against the righteous crowd. When Mo Ran recalled this, he felt suffocated and didn't want to think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Just wait and see Xue Meng. If Nangongxi insists on not admitting that he's Master's disciple, then he'll completely lose his barrier in the cultivation world. After the trip to Jiao Mountain, if they really bring Nangongxi to the Temple of Heavenly Music for interrogation, you'll see the same scene as that year. Xue Meng said, but that year at the Temple of Heavenly Music's interrogation, everyone was so angry only because that woman killed someone, so with the knife in hand you can stab however you want, right? Mo Ran's mood became heavier and heavier. There was still the second half of the sentence that he didn't say out loud. In this world, how many people did evil things in the name of upholding justice? They vented the unhappiness in their lives, the violence, madness, and shocking murderous aura in their hearts in this kind of place. After drinking tea and chatting for a while, Shueming left when he saw that the sun was getting dark. Mo Ran walked to the window and took out the Jinlong chest that he had just put away in his sleeve. He stared at it for a moment, then poured spirit into his fingers and crushed it fiercely, turning it into ashes. The wind started to blow, and all the leaves were shaking. The person in front of the window was also shaking. He slowly raised his hand to cover his face. He was almost exhausted. He leaned on the window frame for a long time before he turned and left. He walked into the depths of the room and was swallowed by the darkness. He sat in the dark room for a long time, thinking back and forth. In the end, his whole person was broken and collapsed. He really didn't know what he should do. He felt that there were some things that he should say, but if he did, it would be even more chaotic and out of control. What should he do? He didn't know. The more he thought, the more he felt unreconciled. The more he thought, the more confused he felt. He was anxious, he was in pain. He thought about the mastermind behind the scenes who stood behind him. He thought about the temple of heavenly music's worship and superstition in the cultivation world. He thought about the woman who was interrogated, her legs badly mangled. Mo Ran paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast. He paced back and forth in the room like a madman. The shadows of the Emperor Ta and Grandmaster Mo appeared on his handsome face, one swallowing the other. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He stood up. He pushed open the door and walked out. It was late at night. Chu Wanning was about to go to sleep when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door outside. He opened the door and saw Mo Ran standing outside. He was slightly startled. "Why are you here?" Mo Ran only felt that he was going crazy, driven crazy by the catastrophe that could befall him at any time. He gathered his courage and wanted to open his mouth to explain everything that was absurd. But when he saw Chu Wanning's face, his courage was shattered into pieces, turned into ashes, turned into selfishness and weakness. "Shizun." Mo Ran paused, his voice slightly nasally. "I can't sleep. Can I come in and sit for a while?" Chu Wanning stepped aside. Mo Ran entered the room and closed the door behind him. Maybe it was because his uneasiness was too strong. So strong that even if he didn't say a word, Chu Wanning could feel the anxiety in his heart. He asked, "Did something happen?" Mo Ran didn't say anything. He silently looked at him for a while, then suddenly walked to the window and closed the only window. When Mo Ran opened his mouth, his voice was very hoarse. Suddenly his emotions surged, fueling his crazy impulse. "I have something to tell you. Is it about Su Shuanglin?" Mo Ran shook his head, hesitated for a while, nodded and then shook his head again. The light from the candles was reflected in his eyes, like a poisonous snake with a bright red tongue, twisting and coiling. The expression on his face was too chaotic, and the light in his eyes was also very scattered. Chu Wanning was stunned for a while, then raised his hand wanting to touch his face. But when his fingertips touched his face, Mo Ran suddenly closed his eyes. His eyelashes were trembling, and his Adam's apple was moving, as if he had been stung by a scorpion. He turned around and said vaguely, "I'm sorry. Can you put out the light?" Mo Ran said, "I can't say it when I see you." Although Chu Wanning didn't know what had happened, he had never seen Mo Ran like this before. It made his hair stand on end, as if something that could destroy the world was about to fall and crush everyone standing below. Chu Wanning didn't say anything else. He stood in place for a while, then nodded. Mo Ran walked in front of the candlestick. He stared at the candle for a while, then raised his hand to extinguish the last bit of light. The room instantly fell into darkness. But Mo Ran had stared for a long time. The shadow of the candle still swayed in front of his eyes, from orange to multicolored, from concrete to blurry. He stood in place, his back facing Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning didn't rush him and waited for him to speak. Chapter 208. Mo Ran wanted to speak a few times, but all he could do was move his lips. His temples were throbbing with pain. His blood was rushing madly, but he felt that his blood was no longer hot. Instead, it was cold and icy. While he was struggling, even his fingertips were getting cold. "Master." "Actually, I." He finally opened his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, He only said 3 or 4 words before he became confused and broke down again. Why did he have to say it? Those were all matters of his previous life. He had already committed suicide in the hall of Mount Wu. He had died long ago. He only had the memories of his previous life. Why did he have to say it? Saying it out loud satisfied his conscience, but was it really the right choice? How good was it now? Xue Meng would smile at him. Chu Wanning was his uncle and auntie were still alive, and Mei was still alive. Nothing was more important than these. Even if he had to live with guilt for the rest of his life and be a fugitive for the rest of his life, he did not want to destroy everything in front of him with his own hands. But he also felt that this was something he should say. Now that he could confirm that the person behind this must have experienced a rebirth, only he could remind everyone and let everyone be prepared. This was his chance to atone for his sins. Perhaps the heavens wanted him to die once, but he still kept his memories so that at this moment, there would be someone who could stand up and stop this storm. Even if he had to pay with his life. Mo Ran closed his eyes. He was trembling, and his eyelashes were slightly wet. He was not afraid of death. He was someone who had already died once. But in this world there were things more terrifying than death. He had suffered enough in his previous life. In order to escape from those things, he chose to commit suicide. These years, especially after Chu Wanning died in this life, he had been running with all his might, trying to shake off the invisible monster behind him. But now he was forced into a dead end. Its sharp claws were hanging over his throat. Betrayed by all. Cursed for all eternity. He could not escape, he could not escape. Mo Ran cried. Silently, but his tears flowed down and fell to the ground. He tried to suppress the trembling in his voice. He said, I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it. Suddenly, a pair of strong and well-proportioned arms wrapped around him from behind. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that Chu Wanning had walked over and hugged him from behind. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Chu Wanning's voice came from behind his shoulder. Everyone has their own secrets. And they all make mistakes. Mo Ran was stunned. Chu Wanning actually understood. He already understood. That's right, how could Chu Wanning not see through it? He had seen Mo Ran apologetically admit his mistakes too many times, whether it was sincere, false, unwilling, or sincere. Although he didn't know what mistake Mo Ran had committed, he knew that Mo Ran must have wanted to confess to something in the past that he didn't want to talk about. Master, if that matter makes you very uneasy and you want to tell me, then say it. I'm here to listen. Chu Wanning said. But if you feel that it's very painful to say it, then if you don't speak, I won't continue to ask. I know that you won't do the same thing again. Mo Ran felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He shook his head slightly. It's not as simple as you think. It's far from that simple. I didn't pluck flowers that shouldn't be plucked. I killed people. Blood flowed like a pestle and thousands of miles of dried bones. I destroyed more than half of the cultivation world. I destroyed you. He broke down once again. I destroyed you, Chu Wanning. Why did you comfort an executioner? Why did you comfort a person who stabbed a knife into his own heart? Why did you beg me to let myself go before you died? Why didn't you kill me back then? He was trembling. He couldn't stop trembling. Chu Wanning was in a daze. Suddenly he felt a warm drop of water fall on the back of his hand. He murmured in a low voice, Mo Ran. I want to say it out loud. Then say it out loud. Mo Ran was very confused. He shook his head and said again, I don't know how to say it. He had been controlling his voice very well. It was only now that he finally choked up. Really? I really don't know how to say it. Then don't say it. Chu Wanning let go of him and pulled him, making him turn around. In the dark night he stroked his cheeks. Mo Ran was dodging, but Chu Wanning still firmly touched him and held his face. It was moist. It was tears that had been flowing for a long time. Chu Wanning said, don't say it out loud. Suddenly the begonia fragrance was so close. Chu Wanning kissed him. This seemed to be the first time he took the initiative to kiss Mo Ran. He was shaky and clumsy. He pressed his lips against Mo Ran's bit by bit. He pried open his bitter mouth and slit his tongue in, stirring and twining. Chaos, restlessness, madness. Mo Ran also did not know why. Perhaps it was because love was a harbor to escape all pain. Perhaps it was because humans were ultimately the same as beasts. During sex, everything could be thrown to the back of one's mind. In this indulgence of desire, only joy was real. To give the helpless and pity. To give the desperate and desperate people a moment of respite. No one spoke again. As the kiss lingered, Chu Wanning felt Mo Ran's desire for him. He was pushing against him through the clothes. He hesitated for a moment and reached out to touch him. But Mo Ran held his fingers and intertwined their fingers. This is enough. He held him in his arms. Only the person in front of him could suppress his pain, could purify his soul. You don't have to do anything else. This is enough. Chu Wanning raised his hand and touched his face. For no reason, he felt very distressed. How could you be so foolish? Mo Ran then held his other hand. Like this, the two hands were tightly connected. He pressed against Chu Wanning's forehead. If I had been so foolish earlier, that would have been good. Chu Wanning saw that he could not persuade him. He also did not know how to say softer words. He could only clumsily rub his cheeks, the tip of his nose, and finally gently suck on his lips. When he did this, the tips of his ears were clearly red, but he tried his best to appear very calm and unhurried. He took the initiative to kiss Mo Ran. He took the initiative to hug him. He did some things that he was not used to doing in the past. Shizun. Mo Ran dodged. But his breathing gradually became faster under his kiss. Don't be like this. It's always been you doing these things. Chu Wanning broke free from his hands and hugged his neck. Today you listen to me. Shizun. Chu Wanning looked at his dog-like warm and moist eyes. He patted the back of his head and actually comforted him with a gentleness that he had never shown before. Good boy. There was no light, so they kissed and caressed by the wall. The kiss went from gentle to intense, from intense to thirsty, from thirsty to lingering, full of male desire and urgency. Shizun. Wanning. Mo Ran kept calling his name. There was pity, love, infatuation, and guilt. As long as Chu Wanning gave him the slightest bit of love, it would be the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. He finally stopped thinking about it. He pressed Chu Wanning against the wall and pressed against him. He fiercely kissed him and rubbed him. In the end, the two of them were panting, their hearts beating violently. He went crazy. The corners of his eyes were red. Chu Wanning frowned as he kissed him. The light. Isn't it already extinguished? He continued to kiss him, kissing his earlobes and neck. He heard Chu Wanning resist the desire to moan and whisper in his ear, "No, light it up." Mo Ran was stunned. Chu Wanning said, "I want to look at you." The light was on. The darkness was gone. Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes were bright, clear, stubborn, and firm. They were covered with a layer of desire. His cheeks seemed to be frosty, but his ears were red. He said, "I want to look at you." Mo Ran suddenly felt his heart hurt so much that he was about to die. How could his dirty, broken, and cold heart continue to live under such eyes? He hugged him, kissed him, and pressed Chu Wanning's hand to his chest, where his heart was beating. He said, "Remember this position. If there is a day I can't be forgiven." Mo Ran murmured in a low voice. The tip of his nose rubbed against Chu Wanning's. "Kill me with your own hands. From here." Chu Wanning was shocked. He stared at him in disbelief. "Do you know what you are saying?" Mo Ran smiled. His smile had the handsomeness and sincerity of Grandmaster Mo, but also the wickedness and madness of the Emperor Ta. "My spiritual core was formed because of you. My heart is also yours. If there is a day when I have to die, these two things should belong to you. Only then can I." He didn't continue. The shock and fear that had never appeared in Chu Wanning's eyes made him unable to continue. Mo Ran finally lowered his eyes and said with a bitter smile, "I'm just teasing you. I'm just saying this to tell you." He hugged him tightly. He didn't know how many more chances like this would have. "Wanning. I love you, I want you, I can't leave you." There were many things he wanted to tell him, but just like in his previous life, he didn't know where to start. Chu Wanning was still in a daze. He didn't know how big of a mistake a person had to make to be able to say something like this. But when Mo Ran kissed him, his consciousness fell apart in the chaos. He wasn't a person with such weak willpower. Maybe this shouldn't be blamed on Mo Ran's kiss. It was just that he didn't want to think too deeply about it. There was despair in the passion, like boiling oil dripping into a flame. Later on, the entanglement was primitive and crazy. Before they reached the bed, most of their clothes had been taken off. Chu Wanning was pressed down on the bed by Mo Ran. Between the pillows, there was no shyness and awkwardness like the first time. A man's demand for desire was simple and rough. His underwear was quickly undone. Mo Ran buried his head and kissed him, sucking on him. Sometimes he raised his eyes to look at Chu Wanning under the light. His eyes were unfocused, and he was panting slightly with his neck raised. How many more times like this would happen? Twice? Once. He was about to go to Jiao Mountain. Perhaps he would be able to see the person behind the scenes. If that person really used the exquisite chess game, the only one who could quickly solve it was himself. Everything would come to light. But during the entanglement, he coaxed his Shizun, and also coaxed himself, who was on the verge of despair. He said that there would be many opportunities in the future. They would always be together. Just like the entanglement of love from night to day. He would bully him many times a night. They would sleep in the same position, entangling with each other. At dawn, when the sun was rising, he would wake up in his gentleness. They would indulge in sex in the middle of the day, dirty to the extreme, loving to the extreme, wanting to the extreme. Mo Ran held them together and stroked them, relieving them together. Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes were full of desire and fog. Following Mo Ran's movements, his mouth was slightly open as he panted. His eyes gradually became confused and blurred. While he was intoxicated, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Chu Wanning suddenly came back to his senses, the blood draining from his face. Mo Ran immediately covered his mouth, not letting him make a sound. The room was very quiet, but his other hand was still anxiously and fiercely stroking, stimulating himself and the person in his arms. Chu Wanning wanted to shake his head, but Mo Ran's strength was too great. He couldn't move and could only reveal a pair of phoenix eyes, comfortable and painful, filled with hatred and frustration. "Shizun, are you there?" Hearing that voice, Chu Wanning glared at Mo Ran even more angrily. He lightly knocked on the bed with one hand. Mo Ran swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple moving seductively. His voice was low and hoarse. "Yes, I know, Shui Meng." "Shizun?" After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Shui Meng muttered, "Strange, the light is clearly on." "Shizun?" It seemed that Mo Ran didn't plan to pay attention to him at all. He was still lying on top of Chu Wanning, immersed in love. The room was too dark. He even mistook Chu Wanning's angry eyes for moist passion. "Shizun?" The disciple outside didn't plan to leave, and the disciple on the bed didn't plan to stop either. Chu Wanning couldn't do anything about it. In a fit of anger, he actually bit Mo Ran's finger. Mo Ran felt the pain and moved his hand away. There seemed to be a trace of grievance in his black eyes. His voice was deep and slow. "Your bite hurt so much. You might as well die from the pain." Chu Wanning panted and glared at him fiercely. Then he said to the door, "I'm already on the bed. What's the matter?" Nothing," Shui Meng said. "It's just that I can't sleep. There's something on my mind that I want to tell Shizun." His voice gradually became softer. He could almost imagine the appearance of Phoenix hanging her head outside the door. Chu Wanning. What was going on? Why did both of them have something on their minds tonight? Chu Wanning was still worried. He patted Mo Ran, who was still on top of him, and whispered, "Get up and put on your clothes." Mo Ran's eyes widened. With a dog-like expression, he asked, "You want to let him in?" There's something wrong with his voice. "Then what about me?" Although Chu Wanning was embarrassed, he still said, "Put on your clothes and hide under the bed." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.